just about ready to tip it off. Welcome in to the broadcast alongside Joe Delfonso. I'm Cody Schindler. Joe, these are two teams trying to kind of find their footing in this tournament. In Lincoln Park, they played a couple of tight ones, haven't been able to pull it out.
Well, this is what the tournament's all about. You know, everybody can play when the house is full and the lights are bright on Friday night or whatever, but when you show up here at 9 o'clock on a Friday morning and you're looking for a win, now we're going to see what you're made of.
Lincoln Park, they got in just a few minutes ago, a very abbreviated warm-up for the Lions. And for Moss Point, certainly they are led by Kedrick Osby, who is a big piece for them, averaging 28.5 points per game through the first two games, number 21 in white. Brief delay here as, hey, good things come to those who wait, right?
Well, we'll see if good things come to those who don't warm up when they get to the gym
Yes.
late.
Yes.
That's going to be interesting to watch here. It's like playground. You show up and you play.
We jump it up. Away we go. Lincoln Park controls the opening tip with Mayan Whitfield. And he had it elude him out of bounds. It will go to Moss Point, an early turnover. Moss Point in the home whites, Lincoln Park in the traveling blue unis. Moss Point is a particularly young bunch. They roll out a lot of sophomores on this team. Shot clock dwindles under 10. They get into the hands of Osby. They'll try to create, two to shoot, and they will not get a shot off.
And for your listeners, yes, we have a shot clock.
Yes.
This is a big deal here because it's being experimented during this tournament and others this year. And I was going to mention it because you don't see many teams show up here in this tournament and start off in a zone defense.
Yes. Lincoln Park stymieing opening defensive possession in the game. Here's a mid-ranger that bounces home for Samaje Howard, a 5'10 junior guard. Friendly rims this early.
It looks like a 2-2-1 zone. One big man in the back, and they have stifled them now in the second possession. They really haven't been able to penetrate it yet.
Got to get it to the high post, right?
Right. And you create a 3-on-2 in the lane.
Shot clock down to 2. Osby has to launch. Too strong, but an offensive rebound. Stick back goes off the window. A fine play by Montalvo, the 6-foot sophomore we mentioned, a young team.
Yep.
Driving to the basket,
Nice
two more. A fine take for Howard. For Lincoln Park, they could use some contributions from others. Whitfield's done such a fine job in this tournament. He could use a Robin to his Batman.
Right. There you go to the high post.
Active hands, a turnover. Farabee with the steal, running the other way. The Lions, Whitfield gets the roll.
You can get it to the high post against the zone, but if you put it on the floor, then you're in trouble because that's just going to get picked. That's what happened on the last possession.
Osby's got to get it across the timeline, and he did not. 10-second call. The defensive effort from Lincoln Park here in the early going has been impressive. And a timeout on the floor. Let's give a shout out to our fine sponsors, as we will all day today. OSF Heath Care. In the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, only the second in the state of Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon.
Well, that timeout there was just for a reset, okay? They come out here, they're late to the gym, there's no warm-up, they get hit with a zone. Now they've got to reset and say, here's what we're going to do, is just an adjustment early and to get them back in the ball game here. Only down 4, but they're not looking well.
Osby had it knocked away. He's a guy that you got to watch on the break. He's had a couple of highlight reel dunks this week. Whitfield, baseline drive. Osby swats it away.
Osby's a good two-way player, just a very good basketball player. The heart and soul of this team, as we mentioned earlier.
For 21 in white, it's kind of a positionless player, right? He stands 6'8", but he's got some guard skills.
Yep.
There's a corner 3 off the inbounds pass, an air ball from Howard. He's been busy in the early going. Here's a long-range 3 fired up, left short by Johnson, his first field goal attempt. Now Montevallo, an air ball. Quickly running the other way, Howard.
That was a quick step.
6-point lead for the Lions. Looking for their first win in this tournament. They've had a couple of tight losses. A turnover. Whitfield running 2-on-1, a whistle and an offensive foul. Those are tough ones, Joe.
I tell you, I'm just looking for it to go the other way. The player made a nice play, just ran in front of him and stopped and picked up the foul.
Now a timeout taken by Moss Point. Their first appearance in the Tournament of Champions from Moss Point, Mississippi, and we've talked so much about Osby, and with good reason, right? He's got some D1 offers on his plate.
Yeah, he's offered by Mississippi State and Southern Mississippi, and there's interest from people like Murray State and Ole Miss. His father is the coach of the team, Darrell Osby, so he gets a free reign. And no, he's the best player. He's a D1 prospect. We'll see what happens with his career.
Osby, the number 2 player in the state of Mississippi per 24/7 Sports. Lions stay in the zone. They're going to trap here in the corner. Now Osby. Good ball movement. Inside out. Osby had it blocked and a run out the other way. 3-on-1 for the Lions, and the layup finds the bottom of Pokuware.
Nice break.
Really like his game of Pokuware, number 11 in blue. He's had a fine tournament. There's a little bit of everything for this Lincoln Park bunch. And on the other end, an answer, Javaris Johnson buries the triple.
Well, if you get dribble penetration and you kick it out to someone on the wing who's ready to shoot, you can get that shot.
Unable to counter. 3 ball left short from Israeli, and it's out of bounds to Moss Point.
Two possessions ago, Osby tried the dribble penetration and went on 1-on-3 and got a shot blocked. That time, the pass was made to the man on the wing because everyone collapsed in the center if you get that penetration. Then you got to hit the shot.
Well, you touched on it. Still, obviously, very early in this ball game. I thought that was their best possession where the ball was popping a little bit.
Right.
Lions continue to extend that pressure. And a whistle and a bump. Whitfield a little over-aggressive. 6'2" senior guard. Expect him to play somewhere at the next level as well. Johnson will try it again. Why not? Too strong that time. Rebound corralled in traffic by Durham. 6'7" big man.
Whoop.
Miscommunication, a turnover.
See, here's the thing about pressing now, I mean, as opposed to pressing last year. You're not really trying to steal the ball now. You just want to slow them up so the shot clock gets below 25 or so, and then you look up and the offensive team has to really struggle.
Osby trying to go inside, knocked out of bounds. It's the first time we've really seen him try to run Osby through the high post there and let him work in the middle of the zone. Nice pass inside. Osby couldn't finish the short one. Johnson, a fine feed. And it's
stolen.
Going back the other way, a turnover.
He was a little surprised by the pass. You know, he caught it, but he didn't catch it, and then he just flipped it up and missed the shot. He knows that he blew one right there. Nice pass. The pass was great.
Johnson, he's been trying to direct traffic as of late. Now Osby from distance, and it's out of bounds to Lincoln Park. It's been a grinded out game. I'm sure some of that is attributed to the 9 a.m. start time. Though 10 o'clock for the body clocks if you're from Mississippi, right? The Eastern time zone. Osby swats one away. Numbers 2-on-1. They give it back to Osby, who is fouled. See if he can get going at the free throw line here, Joe. Sometimes just seeing one go in, right?
That's all it takes. That's right. And that one didn't. Got to see the ball go through the hoop once or twice, and then you get your confidence going, getting the flow. Right now, he's just kind of floating on the perimeter, looking for something.
Osby splits the pair. Now Moss Point will answer. A little pressure in the backcourt. Both teams playing their third game in this tournament. Lions able to break it. That's a long two. Turner came up short. Lions continue to show that zone. They've been active out of it. And they get a turnover. Whitfield.
Nice.
Tough finish from the senior.
With Osby right on his back.
Into the corner, pressure applied. Spinning out of trouble momentarily was Taylor. He'll stay here as we're in the final minute of the opening quarter. 6-point bulge for Lincoln Park.
Both these teams have lost to the host Washington Panthers so far in this tournament.
Cross court, Osby. Did everything but go down. The stick back, however, finds the bottom. Keyshawn Taylor. Pokuware. Short on the triple. Rebound to Johnson. He was able to flag it down. Osby thought about it. Nearly tipped up and in. That would have been something. Active hands and then a foul in the backcourt. See how quick Lincoln Park chooses to operate here. The shot clock is off. Tigers have had some success slowing down the Lions with that press, but Whitfield was able to break it, and he'll get 2 free throws.
Yeah, they probably were going to wait for the last shot, but Whitfield deked his man and got the lane of the basket and went in strong, got the foul. So now there's 11 seconds he'll be shooting, and Moss Point will get the ball back.
Whitfield's rattles home the first. This is a fun matchup of Lions and Tigers, right?
That's right.
We have any Bears in this tournament?
Almost. We'll see.
We do not, no. Lions, Tigers, Panthers. Feline family well represented. Osby driving the lane, had it knocked away. 2 seconds. Chance for a shot at the horn. Short. And that's how the first quarter will end. Lincoln Park out of Chicago, an early 6-point lead through a quarter. A fine thank you to all of our sponsors this week. When life gets hectic, you need health care that's easy. You need OSF On-Call Urgent Care for the care of minor illnesses and injuries. Offer in-person care, 24/7 virtual visits. Clinics conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit this week. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You always get the best price at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all of your apparel and sporting goods needs. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans. 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Through one here inside Torrey Gym, Washington, Illinois, just outside of Peoria. 6-point lead for Lincoln Park, and really through the first 8 minutes, Joe, we've got to talk about the defense.
Right, yeah. We've got one man-to-man, one zone. Both have been effective. The zone here has been a half-court sort of soft press going into a 1-2-2 zone.
They've trapped the corners.
Right, and Moss Point needs to shoot it better.
Inside out and a travel. Credit Whitfield. He got out there in a hurry, had his hands in the passing lanes. They wanted to find Osby there in the corner, but couldn't get it to him. One pass, able to break the pressure. Inside of Pokuware, had it knocked away. He'll drive again.
Oh.
Nearly got the reverse, but the follow good for Israeli.
A one-hand follow. Just palmed it and put it back in. Israeli, nice play.
Lions doubling up the Tigers at the moment. Skip pass. Inside, the entry knocked away. Okuware on the scoot, feeds to Turner in traffic. What a finish.
Fantastic shot. Reverse layup in traffic.
Ten-point lead, the biggest for Lincoln Park. Here's Johnson from the corner. Too strong. Tapped out to Osby. Still plenty of time, 12 on the shot clock. Osby cutting inside, a tough catch and a fine finish.
You know, you're right, the catch was better than the basket, really. He had to go down and get it knee high. And
near answer the other direction, and then a frustration foul. Kelly had a runway to the layup, and it just spun off.
For showing up so late and not warming up, you could almost say that they'll take this right now. I mean, they're in range. It's only 8 points. A couple of baskets, and they get a foul, so they get 2 here. Down 6, not terrible.
Osby to the stripe. He's 1 of 2 at the line in the early going. I think that's an interesting question, though, right? A 9 a.m. game, you got to get up early. I'm sure it's a balance, right? Game 3 for these teams, you're trying to kind of, rest the legs a little bit, but still get ready for this ball game. I'm sure there was some discussion.
I'm sure there was, but there's got to be preparation along with the discussion.
Sure.
I mean, if you talk about AAU ball, shouldn't be anything new to them.
Near steal and a late whistle. Foul on Johnson. Johnson, one of just 3 seniors on this.
Yeah, only 6 fouls, though. They'll shoot on the next one.
I think the Lions try to make a concerted effort to attack the rim. Whitfield drives the lane, floater, pure. I think Whitfield could have settled for that long jumper if he wanted it, but instead got it to the paint.
That was a better shot.
Good shot for a great shot, right? That's
right.
The old adage.
Yep.
Good ball movement. Here's Osby. Bingo.
He could easily put them on his back and get them into this game by halftime.
Osby through 2 games averaging 28.5. He has 7. Moss Point's 14. Israeli tries to answer. Too strong, and the rebound down to Moss Point only momentarily as Cooks had it knocked away from behind. Duware on the drive, had it swatted away. Osby on the run, 1-on-2, layup no, but he's fouled, and he is heating up.
Well, he's got the Euro step, we know that now.
Yes.
Another something else in his arsenal.
Chance to cut it to 4 here. Play midway through the second quarter.
Boom.
Osby didn't even need the rim that
Nope.
possession.
2 swishes that time.
Moss Point, they've had some success with a little pressure of their own, Joe.
Yep.
They did not start out that way.
Yeah.
And a near steal there. But it just makes you think, right, as much as anything.
Absolutely. A little change up. Their zone is a little extended, but it's still effective. A matchup out front.
Whitfield was looking inside. Kelly into traffic, couldn't get the friendly roll.
Right.
Lions one and done.
Traffic was the key there. That was a tough shot.
Osby was doubled. Good ball movement. Osby wants it back. They couldn't get it to him. He would have had a good look at a 3. Kelly again on the scoot. This time he's fouled. 2 free throws coming for an impressive sophomore guard. Came off the bench today. Saw a lot of minutes from him in Tuesday's overtime affair.
That's a bad word in this tournament, by the way.
We've had, 2 or 3 games go the extra period so far.
Yeah. I worked at Missouri Valley Conference tournament every year in St. Louis, Arch Madness, and the media director always comes up to me before the end of the game to tell me what players be coming to the interview room. And he says, we're going to take this guy from this team, this guy from this team, maybe him. And if there's a last-second shot to win, we'll take that guy. And if anyone sends a game in overtime, he's ejected from the tournament. Because they got to stay on time.
Of course, you get into those postseason tournaments, right? Teams are fouling and extending games.
Right. Playing the clock game.
Oh. shot in traffic. Howard missed everything. That was well defended. Moss Point, nice job of getting back defensively. They haven't come to any easy baskets for the most part.
Every pass has been contested. And there's been plenty of turnovers by Moss Point.
And yet here you are, only down 5.
Right.
Kelly, inside out, Apoku Ware. Barely grazed the front iron.
They get it back.
I like Kelly's game a lot, number 3 in blue. His motor never quits. Israeli will try the triple.
Ooh,
No.
That's over the back.
That will give it back to the Tigers. Tell you what, when you come to check out the Tournament of Champions here, if you're in the area, certainly, first of all, stop by, right? This is a well-run event, one of the premier tournaments, not only in the area but in the country. But the programs that are provided are fantastic, and they give you a little info on each school and famous alumni. Devin Booker played some high school ball at Moss Point. Osby collects the miss, the offensive rebound, and the Tigers will walk right back to the line with their best player.
The list of NBA players that have played in this tournament is too long now to go over because there's a few of them. I could kind of shorten the list by saying, oh yeah, one year we had Zion Williamson here, and I watched him play. He was pretty good.
Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins. I mean, those guys are not just NBAers, right? Those are
all-stars.
#1 overall picks as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Folks in Washington do such a fine job. And there will be some big-time games today. 8 more to come. Big man Durham driving. Kicks. Whitfield too strong, but an offensive rebound. Howard kept it alive. All popping. Inside out. Durham, did he walk?
Yes.
He did. Can't say enough about Moss Point, right? This is a game where they've had some turnovers. They struggled offensively on cue. Another turnover. Save it back in.
And another turnover.
Momentarily, here's a mid-ranger. Whitfield thought he was fouled as he hit the deck on the jump shot, but he'll take the 2. But the point remains, right? They've struggled in the half court, and here they are down just 5 with maybe the best player on the floor.
You're right.
Inside out, Johnson. Got it to the high post that time, but no dice. Durham.
You're going the other way.
Late call. It is a charge. I think they got that one right. Of course, there's no restricted area at the high school level. That's something that gets talked about all the time in college and in the pros, but restricted area on the hardwood here. Osby too strong with the floater and knocked it out of bounds.
I've always told people that the higher you go in the game, high school, college, pros, the NBA has the best rules of all. And college is second. High school has not had the restricted area, just experimenting with the shot clock, but those are all proven to be good rules.
What an effort inside. Keyshawn Barfield got his own miss and put it up and in. Nearly an over and back. There's a triple try, hit the side of the backboard. Nettles, another sophomore. That's a theme for Moss Point. And running the other way, Kelly, friendly bounce. And talked about how it was a 3-point game. All of a sudden, it's ballooned to a 9-point Lions advantage and another turnover. Kelly to Whitfield. That's pretty.
Good pass, good finish there, yes.
Osby, he is fouled. Durham tried to reach around.
The last minute of each quarter has been bad for Moss Point. They've kind of fought their way back into it and then given up with some silly turnovers.
This is usually a good outcome when they get Osby to the stripe. He has 12, shooting for 13. "12 seconds. Plenty of time for Lincoln Park, though this pressure trying to stymie the Lions. And the Lions counter with a press break and a layup. And Durham sends us to the intermission with a 31-20 margin in favor of Lincoln Park, looking for their first win in this tournament. And Joe, they've been close. They just haven't quite made those winning plays down the stretch in their previous games. They have a chance to redeem themselves this morning, I should say.
This morning, that's right. They got to go in there and make some adjustments on how they're going to attack the press and cut down the turnovers. They're just losing so many possessions. And when you have the best player on the floor, you got to get some of those back to turn into points and cut this lead. I think their goal is to try to get it within 4 or 5 after the end of the third period and go try to win the game late.
Big thanks to our fine sponsors for everything they've done here throughout the week and everything they will continue to do the rest of the week. OSF Heath Care, with the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. We have among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country. Proton beam therapy, only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Send it down to our Upstream studio as we're at the half with Lincoln Park leading by 11. Send it down to Gavin, who's standing by with Brian Jones, Bradley University assistant. Gavin.
Welcome back to the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm here with Bradley assistant men's coach Brian Jones. Brian, thanks for sitting down with us for a few minutes.
Well, thanks for having me.
It's an exciting day of basketball, exciting tournament. You're taking a little bit of it in here, and you're a Central Illinois guy. You just mentioned you're from Canton, and you know how high level basketball is played here in Central Illinois. This is just one of the fantastic tournaments that's a part of it.
It is obviously for coaches a great tournament with a lot of teams and efficient for us. Watching a lot of good players. But a chance for us just to take a break from our daily grind and watch kids we obviously want to recruit, but amazing what they've done through the years and being able to build this thing to what it's into. It's
amazing, and you see the talent coming from far and wide, the ability to bring Central Illinois from players across the country. I mean, you're not going to find too many other tournaments like this.
You don't, and it's the only one that would rival maybe the one they used to have one down in Springfield, Missouri, but still this one with Coach Brown, obviously his legacy and everything else, it's been being a Central Illinois native myself, you take a lot of pride in that. We're grateful that it's here.
Sure, and I don't know if you knew Coach Brown, but obviously he was incredible to this community and meant a lot. I mean, if you did know him, how much does it mean now that his name is on this tournament and honoring him for that?
Well, it should be. It's his legacy. Unbelievable person. I met him years and years ago, back when Matt Roth was. I was an assistant at Iowa. And Greg Lansing and myself, who was the former Indiana State head coach.
Sure.
We came over here in the early stages and that's when I first met him. So, yeah. I think as coaches in the Central Illinois, we've had tremendous men like him that continue to just develop and promote our game.
Yeah, and now taking over is Eric Schumerhorn. He does a fantastic job leading people. But you know some other Central Illinois coaches. You just mentioned John Gerznich. Of course, I went to East Peoria, so I know Coach Gerznich pretty well. But he's another really good coach, I think often overlooked. But he coached at the college level. I mean, he expects a lot from his guys. He coaches very tough.
He does. It does. And I will say kids are blessed in this. Again, I go back to Central Illinois, the type of coaching they get every day. Young people should be grateful. A lot of great teachers and a lot of great men mentoring these young people. So, I have a lot of respect for Gersh and obviously everybody just in the leagues around here, the Big 12, the Mid-Illini, the Western Big Six, these great leagues.
Yep. You're a college coach. Of course, you've been a number of stops here at Bradley now, but just kind of in your history as a college coach, tell our viewers where you've made some stops at, kind of your experience in that coaching field.
Well, I played at Northern Iowa, but from there got into coaching later in life after my professional career. But I was an assistant at Iowa for Steve Alford for 9 years, then was a head coach at North Dakota for 13, then I was at Illinois State for 3, and now about a month and a half ago joined Bradley. So I'm just grateful to stay in the league that I love, that I played in, the Missouri Valley, and around the people that I know well. So, that's kind of been my journey.
And the Missouri Valley Conference is always high-level basketball. I mean, it's a mid-major but big competition, and now the addition of a few new teams, I mean, how is that impacting the conference?
Well, obviously the league did a great job by adding the 3 teams that they added, whether it's from tradition or just market. The league continues to grow, and it's mid-major plus. It's right there, right below the high major teams.
Yeah.
If you've seen the bodies and the coaches are outstanding, the athleticism, how far this league has come through the years.
Right.
It's a great league, and we start league play, which is different here next week.
Yeah,
we have Northern Iowa and Missouri State, and usually you don't play until after Christmas. Now they're starting sooner.
That's crazy. I started that last year, and I've been very fortunate again to have great conference in Missouri Valley. Arch Madness is second to none. That's always like my favorite time of the year, to go down to St. Louis. Just cheering on Bradley, or regardless, just watching good basketball. It's probably one of the most fun conference tournaments you're going to find.
There's no question. One, because fans travel.
Yeah.
People don't realize I've been around a long time, and one of the best conferences, you said, tournaments in the country, just because of how well it's supported, and the city of St. Louis does a great job.
Oh, they do a fantastic job down there at the Enterprise Center. That's just, again, a tournament second to none. We've seen some great memories there from Bradley. I know a lot of our viewers probably from Central Illinois, maybe Bradley, maybe ISU fans. That really is an exciting tournament, though. But get into conference play here. Again, you've got some good guys this year. What are you expecting out of Bradley this year?
Well, we're just trying to get healthy right now. We've had some injuries. We hope to get healthy in the next 2 weeks. But, when we are healthy, I expect us to compete for a title. I really do. The league's going to be really good, but if our guys are healthy, that we have veteran leadership, but also we have depth, and that's going to be important.
That's big depth. You got some new players this year. If you're a Bradley fan, haven't got down to Carver, I'd definitely tell them to get down there and cheer you guys on.
Yeah, we play tomorrow. If you haven't had enough basketball from this tournament, go ahead and show up tomorrow. We play at 3 o'clock. A home game, which they're all must-wins right now, coming off a Cancun challenge where we played well, came up short a couple games that we need to get tomorrow and play well heading into conference play.
And, of course, Cancun, maybe not the results you wanted, but that had to be a fun trip.
It is. It's something that basketball opens up so many doors for young people, even coaches, a chance to experience countries or tournaments, things you wouldn't have a chance to do, and great competition. Obviously playing Auburn, who is ranked, and then Liberty, who's had great tradition through the years, and a tournament team as well. So we played well, had some moments to really build upon. And that's what you want to do. You want to go to those things and continue to grow together.
And you go down there, of course, for basketball, but do anything fun down while you're there? Some swimming, some activities and things?
I think the guys that coaches usually don't get a lot of time to do watching film, but they were able to enjoy the weather. It was unbelievable.
Much better than here.
Yeah. But the Hard Rock Resort was great. Fantastic job that they did there.
For sure. We get into that Central Illinois weather, so enjoy it while it lasts. Come out and support at Carver. We're going to send it back to the booth now. We've got another half of basketball. Brian, we'll let you get back to it, watch some games, but we got exciting basketball for you all day long here on ClutchSportsOutlet.com at the KBMTOC. Back to the booth now. Cody Schindler and Joe Delfonso on the second half call from the Upstream Auto Group Central. I'm Gavin Russell.
Thank you, Gavin. We're about 90 seconds away from teeing up the second half, a 31-20 advantage for the Lincoln Park Lions, looking for their first win of the tournament. And, Joe, you said it, the finish to both quarters, and Lincoln Park has found a way to kind of really exert their will over the last minute or two of each quarter. They lead by 11. They got on a nice little run there to wrap up the second.
Yeah, they run better than the Tigers do. I mean, they come down on 3-on-2, 2-on-1, and they're getting layups. They're getting good shots, and they've cashed in. I mean, if they hit free throws in the second half and 31, you're looking at 70 points possibly, and that should be enough to win any game. So their running game has really helped them.
Their defense has been stymieing. They forced a ton of turnovers. If you're Moss Point, right, we've said it, you probably have the best player on the floor in Kedrick Osby. They just got to find a way to get it to him because he is being doubled and triple teamed at times when he touches the basketball.
Yeah, when he gets in the lane, he's got a lot of company, that's for sure. So he's been floating out on the perimeter. He's taken a couple of three-point shots. He's made one. He's gotten to the line off of various sets and things like that. And he's getting his points. But he's going to need some help, and they've got to cut down on the turnovers. Those are all possessions that mean points.
Just about ready to get it restarted here, and I would assume that both teams will stay in that zone that we saw exclusively, we've seen it exclusively from Lincoln Park. The Tigers at Moss Point, they kind of threw in that wrinkle as the game went on. But I think you hit on an interesting point. You said that Lincoln Park has been able to run better, and when they've had numbers in transition, that's a great way to beat the zone, isn't it?
It is, and that's because of their pressure. And, they create turnovers, at the half court or the three-quarter court. There's two kinds of turnovers. One that stops the clock and you reset, and one that's going the other way in a hurry. And that's the ones they have to really eliminate because Lincoln Park runs pretty well, even with their big men.
Well, a couple of big guys on the floor to begin the second half. Dakari Durham, we've talked plenty about him, number 23 in blue, the 6'7 senior. Keyshawn Barfield, a 6'9 sophomore. Future's bright for him, number 33.
Mm-hmm.
Lions will start with the basketball. We'll switch sides. Lions moving right to left. And right on cue, they get it to the high post against the zone, but Durham left it short. And as we surmise, both teams into their zone defenses. Active hands. If you're counting deflections over there on that Lincoln Park sideline, so many coaching staffs, they add those up.
Well, they're busy today.
Yes. There's a difference, too, between playing a zone and an active zone, right? And that's what this is.
Right. Yeah, this is a matchup. So whoever has the ball gets matched up with a player immediately.
Osby, the high post, he's just been swarmed. And a shot clock violation. We haven't said that a whole lot. It has not played a huge factor in this game, or really in this tournament. I've been impressed, but one there.
Yeah, we've had two in this game now, and in both times the offense wasn't even close to getting off a shot, and like they were unaware.
Okuware. Get it with the left hand. Osby collects the loose change. What a save possession were the Tigers, and it's out of bounds to Lincoln Park. Those are the little things there, Joe. They had a layup, just couldn't squeeze the pass.
Couldn't finish. Did the hard part, got to the rim, didn't finish.
Durham going at Osby. He's fouled. 2 free throws coming.
And I'm a proponent that if you're being pressed and you break the press, you've got to attack the basket. You really have to go hard. with some sort of system, and because if you don't hurt the team that's pressing you, they will press you the entire game. And so you've got to make them think that, well, if we do this, they're going to score layups. We got to take it off, and that's one less thing.
Durham goes 1 of 2. Two seconds to get it across here after Moss Point, and they do not. You said it. You got to do something to make them get out of the press. Well, a 10-second violation will not do that.
No, no.
Whitfield Barfield, working hard inside. We get a foul. Charge to Nettles.
When I coached youth baseball, like the first 2 days, we went over bunt coverages with my team because I kept telling them, if you can't cover bunts when they're trying to make an out, they're going to bunt on you for 7 innings. So we've got to get this right. It's the same thing here with breaking the press. You break it, you shoot, you make points, they'll take it off.
Into traffic, Durham stepping through and finishing.
Got away with the dribble in the lane with 3 guys around him and then finished strong. Give him credit.
This time, Moss Point breaks the pressure. Osby shuffled the feet.
Yeah.
Osby, he's a senior, but they ask so much of him. He has not taken a breather either, by the way.
No, nor should he.
Line pass inside. Barfield will go to the stripe. It's definitely a guy to watch, right? If you're a Lincoln Park supporter,
yep.
6'9", just a sophomore, and kind of watch him away from play. He understands how to get that position inside. Said it earlier, but we'll say it again. The future is bright. Just stuck a free throw.
Crushed it. I've never seen that in the free throw before. I've watched a million games. Made one of the referees laugh, actually. And then he makes the second one. Of course.
Nice response.
Of course.
15-point lead is the biggest for Lincoln Park out of Chicago, and they're going to get a turnover. 2-on-1, Whitfield lost his footing. What a find. Basket and one for Opokuware.
Whitfield made a great play there. I mean, the pass was behind him as he's running towards the basket. He turns the wrong way, catches it one-handed, and he knew his man was there.
Okuware will shoot for the three-point play. Coming out of the timeout as Moss Point wants to talk things over. OSF Heath Care is proud to sponsor our coverage this week. OSF Heath Care, Children's Hospital of Illinois is ready to provide all levels of care throughout the health and wellness journey of kids and teens. Routine care to highly specialized care or support for a healthy lifestyle. It is the only children's hospital outside of Chicago caring for the most complex health issues. Visit osfhealthcare.org/kids to learn more. Out of the stoppage, Okuware shooting. Three-point play the old-fashioned way. Defensive rebound. Lions looking for a 4-point trip down the floor, and we've got a whistle. Okuware, he was fouled.
This game has about 3 minutes to go before I think Moss Point will feel like they have no chance. They're not doing anything right.
Osby does get his first rest, by the way. And the first possession without him, they get a basket.
Yep.
Javaris Johnson. That was well done, cutting without the ball.
Right. Nice little scoop in the lane there. Look at the big man in half court. Nice.
Whitfield will set it up. He wants a ball screen. 18-footer, too strong. Rebound, stick back, Keyshawn Barfield. Johnson tried to break the press all by himself. He nearly did so. Now Kelly avoids the contact and finishes.
There's that fast break we were talking about. Off the turnover, which we've discussed.
Timeout, Moss Point. They want a full timeout to talk things over. And again, a thank you to our sponsors, OSF Heath Care, when their new Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. Will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit. New inventory is in stock today at every Upgreen Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. Always get the best price at upgreenautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. And by Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Out of the timeout, the Tigers save possession. Able to finish inside was Taylor, but it will stay here. 4:05 to play in the third.
Well, the worst thing that happened at Moss Point did happen. They got run 10-2 to start the second half, and they were already down 11.
That'll work. Osby, his first second half points. He has 16. Hit with a couple of D1 offers. He's got a versatile game. He can score on all three levels. Inside Barfield, he was being held from behind, no whistle, but it will stay with Lincoln Park.
Moss Point has to try to win the last 4 minutes here. Just take small bites. Win the last 4 minutes, make one more run in the fourth quarter.
That's a whistle and a tie-up, that'll work. Possession back to Moss Point.
I'm not sure they've made back-to-back baskets in this game. They have a chance right now.
Where do you feel comfortable? They can get it to within, what, 12 maybe? You
Yeah.
feel like you got a pretty good shot?
12, because there's a shot clock.
Osby again. Wait, he needed just a quick breather, and he's got 6 straight, and he nearly got a steal playing center field. Okuware, no. Barfield, yes. This kid is only going to get better, and a timeout. Lincoln Park wants a quick one.
You know, I mentioned earlier that the NBA has the best rules because they have the three-point shot. They have the shot clock. It's at 24 seconds. So all those rules are made for the team that's behind. It helps the team that's behind. So same thing here. You've got a 15-point lead, and no one can hold the ball on you. They're not going to make the game shorter. So you've got to keep playing, and that helps Moss Point.
Nice little spurt from them. Osby with 6 straight. Your Lincoln Park, I think that timeout was probably for a, hey, let's commit to the defensive end again, because all of a sudden they've got 2 or 3 great looks.
Right.
And they've knocked them all down. Lob to Osby. Fine catch. And he was fouled. Just a first team foul, so
yeah, they'll keep playing.
Lions are in good shape there.
And that's the reason why Lincoln Park has been running better, because Moss Point only looks for Osby when they're breaking the press. It's the only person they're looking for.
Ball fake set it up for Taylor, but lost it out of bounds. That was Barfield again with the active hands.
He's been a problem.
Just a sophomore. Israeli the triple. Lions one and done as Johnson skies for the miss. Osby. Step back triple. And he was fouled. 3 free throws coming for Osby. Points with the clock stopped. That's a good recipe.
Exactly. You know, Bradley had a player years ago named Deion Jackson, and when Deion was in the game for a stretch, and he was really loose and lathered up and stuff like that, when he went to the line, he would always make his free throws. But if he just came off the bench and was just in the game for the first minute and he went to the line, not so well. I think he's probably 50%. Here's Osby, he just missed his first of 3. Now he's got 1 of 2, he's got 1 more. But sometimes these players, you know, really have to be in the game and active before they get the touchdown and feel so confident, because they've touched the ball so often. So that's 2 out of 3, made the last 2. The lead is 13, was 11 at the half. So they could still cut into the halftime lead with 2:34 to go.
Both teams applying pressure. Whitfield. Whistle and a block. I think he was kind of in between the dunk and the lay-in. But he gets fouled and 2 free throws for his efforts. Field. Too strong on the first. Mentioned it for Lincoln Park. They've done a lot of good things here this weekend. Just maybe have not made a couple of the winning plays down the stretch. And certainly knocking down these free throws as we get into the 4th quarter. That will be a part of the equation. Whitfield 0 for 2, but Apokuware sticks with it and gets 2 more. Fine individual effort.
Right, Moss Point not doing a good job on blocking out on free throws. That's about the 3rd time that Lincoln Park has gathered in the miss and had an extra possession. Of course, if you don't make any, it doesn't hurt you that much. That's 3 in a row they've missed.
Kuware will try to knock this one in. He has 4. And he goes 0 of 2. Tigers will take it. Unorthodox stop, but they get one. Now look at Osby go. He just dribbled around the entire defense, and he'll shoot a pair.
The finger roll from about 5 feet out, which was a little far, but he gets fouled, and now he has a chance to go back to the line and score some. He's got 20 points, nearing his tournament average.
I'll credit Osby too. His body language, right, he's been really engaged in this ball game, and there's been some tough moments in this ball game. Early on, they struggled to get the ball to him, as Lincoln Park was certainly, their scouting report says to take 21 out of the game, but he is just stuck with it, very workmanlike. And here you go, 22 points, and he has his team hanging around. They'll run out the other way. Barfield the finish.
Another example of a good break. 2-on-1, easy basket.
Whistle and a foul at the timeline. Hand check. So suddenly the foul's starting to add up for Lincoln Park. You know, have 4 team fouls. 7 the other way. So Lincoln Park will shoot free throws the remainder of the contest. Onsby. He was bumped.
Yep. You're right about his body language, because he's the one guy out there for his team that's getting hit and bumped and slashed every time he gets the ball, and a lot of times without the ball. And that can become frustrating.
They had Osby open off the screen. Just a little bit of indecisiveness on Talvo. Another young player for this Moss Point team. He's a sophomore. Lions break the press. They had a brief 3-on-2. Whitfield will step into it. Mid-ranger too strong. Barfield, the rebound and the putback. Have a day, young man.
Yeah, he's been everywhere, and he knows where to be. That's the good thing.
A good wall up defensively to force the miss.
And an outlet pass by him.
Whitfield. No. Barfield, I think he got a hand on it. Nearly came up with the loose change. A run out the other way. Opokuware says no. Back and forth action. Okuware, no. It's out of bounds to Moss Point. Little Euro almost finished the short shot.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Barfield. He's played a really good game, really physical.
Osby somehow able to maintain possession. Numbers for the Tigers. Johnson, the triple. Much needed 3, and here we go, Joe. They've got it within 12.
Yep.
Taylor, nice pass. Barfield had it stuffed, and he stepped out of bounds.
Frustrating for a coach. He's laughing, but there's 2 points he really should have had. Just lay it up. 21 seconds.
Hey.
Probably be 3 possessions left.
Just a sophomore, right? He'll be throwing that down next year. Into the hands of Osby. 5 to shoot. Here comes the double team. Osby fading away 3. Too strong. And that ends the quarter. We're through 3 in Washington. Lincoln Park, they led it by 11 at the intermission. They lead by 12 here at the end of the third quarter. Moss Point, to their credit, hanging around. A big thanks to our sponsors for their support of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Don't let the flu sideline you or your loved ones this year. Get the flu shot with your OSF Heath Care provider and stay in the game. Visit osfhealthcare.org to schedule an appointment today. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit this week. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You always get the best price at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting good needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 8 minutes to play in regulation, a 12-point lead for Lincoln Park. Talked about it earlier, chance to finish one of these. Lincoln Park's been in some tight ones this week.
They're going to have to make free throws. That's always a winning recipe.
Whitfield had it knocked out of bounds, active hands.
I think Moss Point will have one more run in them. Teams usually do. They make 2 runs in the second half after down double digits. The 13-6 run to finish the third quarter was their first.
Okuware in traffic, a fine finish with the left. Osby stepped through 2 defenders and a walk. Taylor, he got his man up in the air, but shuffled the feet.
Right. Another example of them running the break not quite nearly as well as Lincoln Park.
Gets it across the timeline. Be more of a facilitator in this one, getting his big man in action, particularly in the second half. Okuware! Meet me at the rim. An emphatic dunk, and he gets the steal on the other end. The lob, oh my goodness. That would have been a finish to the ages. He'll settle for 2 free throws, and what an individual sequence from number 11.
I know, you know, the combination of the dunk, which was very athletic, and the microphones on the back of the rim, the combination woke everyone up in this gym if they were just dozing.
First free throw rims home. We were talking about a Moss Point rally, and I think Okuware hurt us.
Yes.
He says, I'm trying to shut this one down early.
No.
Goes 1 of 2, but Whitfield collects the miss. Kelly will let it fly. Online, but short. Barfield, a little over-aggressive. He'll get tagged with the personal, just his second.
If that 3 had gone down off the missed free throw, I would have gone to the break room and got us some snacks. That would have been it.
Moss Point will try to get it in the hands of Osby, number 21 in white. He has 22 of their 35. He's doubled. Ball movement inside. Taylor fouled.
It's fouled.
A nice moment of redemption for Taylor. Had a very similar situation just 2 trips prior. He shuffled the feet on the up and under. That time draws the foul.
Yeah, didn't. Got hacked. Now he's got 2 free throws for his effort.
Front rim and off on the first. One of 2 goes Taylor, 6'4" sophomore. Tigers continue to show pressure into the backcourt. Durham off the window, so smooth.
That's one of those baskets where if you're a coach, you're saying, well, we should probably take the press off because we can't catch up this way.
Aldo into traffic, had it down to be stripped, and he walked first. With 6:05 to play in regulation, Moss Point wants a timeout. I think they want a full timeout, and they do. That gives us a moment to say thank you once again to our fine sponsors. OSF Heath Care, where a new day in cancer care is on the horizon. 2024 opening of the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria will bring innovative technology, treatments, clinical trials, and research that saves lives. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your stay this week. Updrain Auto Group, new stock, new inventory is in stock. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations in the year's best selection. You always get the best price at Updrain Auto. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in and see us for all of your apparel and sporting goods needs. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the 17th edition of this tournament. Hard to believe, 17 years.
Right.
Just keeps getting better.
Keeps getting better. I remember when the first one, they were playing at Bradley and ICC and, different locations, some here. Then they kind of consolidated and realized, they could make more money doing it just in one venue.
To the line of Pokuware, and we saw this gym filled to the brim on Wednesday night.
Right.
Joliet West against St. Rita. Game that featured, 5 or 6 D1 players?
Yeah. The news spread fast that this was going to be an entertaining game, and it was filled to the rafters. It was good to see.
Torrey Gym seats, just over 3,000, I was told.
Yep.
Lead has ballooned to 20 for Lincoln Park, and Durham forces a turnover. Okuware steps through and scores. He has had a second half showcase.
I don't want to pick one sponsor over another here. You've read a list of them here with a number of the timeouts, but boy, it's sure good to see cars in the upstream lots these days. I mean, we drove past and I'm like, this is better. Look at all the cars. It hasn't been that way for a few years.
Okuware nearly had it blocked. Had to finish in amongst the trees. Osby straightaway triple too strong and down to Barfield. Kelly stepping through 2, flipped it up, nearly spun it in. Needed a little more English on it. Johnson in transition. Left it short. And the Lions running the other way. Whitfield, pull up 3. Settles the rebound. And I think we got a technical foul behind the play. Assessed to sophomore Keyshawn Barfield. I think he felt that he got pushed going after the loose change.
The question is, did he feel it? Did he actually feel getting pushed? He's a mountain of a kid in there.
6'9" sophomore. He's had a fine afternoon, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, 11 points, probably as many rebounds.
Osby 1 of 2 on the technicals. He has 23. He's trying to keep up with his tournament average of 28.5.
He may get there. There's 4.5 minutes left, and it's going to be wide open. You could turn off the shot clocks now.
Ball fake, 3 ball left short, an air ball from Hartfield. Now Kelly leads the break, and he scores it. Oh my.
Without the backboard. Wonderful shot.
Press forces yet another turnover.
It's been the story of the game. Defensive pressure, turning the points.
$17 on the shot clock for Lincoln Park, and now they can kind of start thinking about bleeding the clock out here.
Yeah. Yeah, 20-point lead, under 4 minutes to go. Nothing's going to help you. Even the shot clock's not going to help you here.
Tigers do get a turnover. Active hands knocks it out of bounds with 3:45 to play. Out Osby still out there. He will trigger the inbound. Osby comes and gets the orange. Pressure follows him wherever he goes. Now Johnson, the triple try off the mark. And the rebound down to Turner.
Air ball.
Ranger Durham. He has some nice touch. We've seen him knock in a couple of those, but left that one short, and he'll be subbed out.
There'll be more games to play. Don't have to play every minute of this game.
I was impressed by Lincoln Park's depth. Just about everybody over there has seen some time. They've gone 11, 12 deep with confidence in this game, and certainly when you play, there's type of style, right? The up-tempo, the pressure. You have to be willing to go into your bench.
Well, not only that, but everyone who comes in goes to the right spots. I mean, the press doesn't really suffer, and the offense doesn't suffer. They know where they have to be.
Well-coached team. Whitfield left it short. He was a little gimpy after the miss. Here goes Osby, who is bumped. He'll shoot. Two more. Antoine Jennings, the man in charge on the Lincoln Park sideline, a school with just over 2,000 in enrollment. Moss Point, meanwhile, with 476, so it's certainly a bit of a discrepancy there. That will happen in some of these tournaments. We have a timeout on the floor, and I think Lincoln Park wants to use it. Thanks once again to OSF, one of our sponsors here this week. OSF On-Call Urgent Care understands there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or looking to visit for a sports injury. 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. Plenty of action to come. We mentioned it, 9 games today. This was the opener on this Friday, our first game post-Thanksgiving. Hope you had a fine holiday, Joe, and all the folks tuning in. Likewise.
It was nice. Hope yours was as well, too. I mean, this holiday used to be, when I was working at Bradley, the weekend the season opened for college basketball. We would go to the Festival of Lights Parade in East Peoria on Friday night, and Saturday Bradley would be playing, either home or away. And there are times when I left the parade to go someplace, drove and for the away game. Now the season starts early November. We're 6, 7 games into it, and it sneaks up on people.
It's kind of been a debate, right? There are certainly some people who will say, if you wait a little bit, maybe it gets out of the shadow of college football. But look at some of these games we've had at the college level the last couple of days. We've seen buzzer beaters galore. Kansas won a couple of tight ones.
Yep, and all the great teams are playing each other in some sort of game that gives them a lot of exposure. Michigan State, Gonzaga on the Battleship, and the exempt tournaments, and so that's good for the fans. They can see that stuff, and I like that. But I also like the conference play as well. That's when you really get to the nitty-gritty of college basketball.
2 free throws for Barfield, but I'm with you. I think that the college game is starting to trend that way, right? Where teams are starting to say, you know what, we're going to go challenge ourselves in November, and we're going to go play another Power 5, and we're going to go from there. And you said it, Gonzaga, Michigan State. It seems like Michigan State, every time you turn on the TV, they're playing a top 25 team somewhere.
Exactly.
As they did last night. They were on the wrong side of the decision to Alabama, who looked really impressive.
Right. And they went from unranked to 12th because they played some of those teams and won their share.
Kentucky they knocked off.
Yep.
Taylor will go to the stripe for Moss Point. This game is part of the Washington Invitational. Inside the tournament bracket, there's a couple of different setups. There's a shootout series. It's also the National Classic. We've seen Teams from all over the country. As far west is California. As far south is Florida.
Right. Prep schools galore. They come up, Florida. Deep south.
Of course, Moss Point from Mississippi.
Right.
Whitfield thought he was fouled. He was not.
I thought he was fouled.
Well, a 19-point game, 2 minutes to play. Well, they won't have too much to say about that one. As Lincoln Park, we saw an early third quarter run for the Lincoln Park Lions. And a foul, I believe, on Pokuware as he was trying to fight through the screen. Well, we've seen Lincoln Park, they jumped out to that early second half lead. Moss Point kind of rallied, and we thought, well, maybe one more run coming, led by Osby, but Lincoln Park has shut it down.
Yeah, they've shut it down with good execution on both sides, both ends of the court, especially their zone defense and their zone press, and they've turned it into points after points. We talked about them getting 70. They're going to get that close to that, but holding the other team to the low 40s is going to win you every game. Kevin Brown's teams, I always said, if you're not going to score 40 on them, you're not going to win. And they held them at under 40 numerous times.
Kevin Brown, he could coach, couldn't he?
Oh, I'll tell you. Little known fact. He had a great run as a basketball coach, and we lost our baseball coach here in Washington. Well, he just retired. And Kevin says, well, I could do that job. And he took over the baseball program that had not won a regional in like 20 years. And in his first season, Kevin took him to third place in the state. That is a true story.
I did not know that.
You could look at the banner outside the press box in the baseball stadium. Yes, he coached for 2 years. And then, Kyle Wisher took over. But Kevin says, I can do that if you're in a pinch, let me try. And boom, third place trophy.
Barfield stepping out, why not? He's got that mid-range jumper in his game too. I'd love to see them come back next year because I think he has a very bright future.
Yeah.
Taylor trying to jam it. He was fouled from behind. That's the fourth on Barfield. Don't forget, game 2 coming up in just a little bit. 9 games this afternoon. If you're looking ahead, Booker T. Washington, Metamora. Should be a fun ball game. Booker T. Washington from Houston. Kenneth Lewis set the single game scoring record on Wednesday with 51 points.
Wow.
Gonna look at him. Obviously, Chicago St. Rita back in action. A 4:45 tip-off against Cardinal Ritter out of St. Louis. I think that one should be circled on your calendar as well. Barfield too strong, and rebound swatted out of bounds. It will stay with Lincoln Park as we're in the final minute of the fourth quarter, and the Tigers will make a line change here. Come up on the wrong side of this one, but a tip of the cap, particularly to Hendrick Osby. Another fine scoring performance from him. Duware will go to the line.
We talked about challenging yourself in the college level here. This is the 17th year of this tournament, and Metamora has not always come down the road to play it. It's always been once in a while. But now, when they've got an excellent team with the potential of going back to state, they're here for this weekend, and they want to test themselves against this field.
Now Metamora, they were inches, centimeters away from perhaps a state tournament title last year down in Champaign.
Yep, the hardest way you could lose a game imaginable.
Lost to Sacred Heart Griffin out of Springfield in the 3A class. Metamora led by Ethan Kaiser. Be taking his talents to South Alabama.
Right. He's back along with 3 other starters.
Yes. Follow goes. Stick-to-itiveness. Tyrese Owens, and he gets rewarded. That should do it. See if the Lions want one more shot. Turner stepped out of bounds with 11 ticks remaining. Tigers should get the last look at it.
Nope.
In and out of the hands, it's out of bounds. And with a second to go, Lions just have to inbound the basketball. And look out, a late bump. But everybody's all right, and that concludes the opener on this Friday morning. The Lincoln Park Lions out of Chicago get their first win of the week as they knock off the Moss Point Tigers 64-45. Joe, your final thoughts on this one? Certainly it was all driven by the Lincoln Park defense.
Absolutely. We talked about it early, middle, and late. I mean, they pressed and they had a great zone. They created turnovers, and then they ran the ball well, and they put up 64 points, you know, in a run-and-gun style, and they were never headed. They head the whole way and played with a lot of confidence this morning.
Big thank you once again to our sponsors. OSF Heath Care, when their new Cancer Institute opens in Peoria in 2024, will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in the state of Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. I invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit this week. New inventory is in stock today at every F-Train Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You always get the best price at ftrainautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in today and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. That does it for us in the booth. We'll send it down to the Uptreen Studios for the mid-game report. Send it down to Charlie Schemmerhorn, who's with Washington assistant Zach Martin. Charlie, down.
Welcome back to the Train Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schimmerhorn, joined alongside Washington basketball coach Zach Martin. Coach Martin, it's good to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
So you've been coaching since the 90s. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Since the 90s.
My first position was in '99. That was my first time being a part of the program.
Yeah, so he's been coaching at Washington for a long time. So he's been around the coaching staff, and he's got to know just the tradition pretty well. So go ahead and tell me about the Washington tradition. What do you like about it? What's unique about Washington basketball?
So I've had the privilege of being with the last 4 coaches that have been at Washington High School. So my first job was under Coach Doty, Hall of Fame coach. He was awesome. He's kind of one of my first mentors in the basketball, my knowledge and just the basketball game. And then like what Charlie just said, the tradition of Washington. So he gave me the foundation that I've had. I got to follow him up and be under Coach Little. And then obviously Kevin Brown up until his death, and then with Coach Schimmerhorn. So when I hear tradition, I just think of all the players that have been here in the past. We've had, a lot of people think about guys that have been there since in the 2000s, the Alec Peters and Devin Vanderheits and guys like that. But there's some guys that really laid the foundation prior to that. Todd Foster, Doug Lees. There's just some guys that really, if you've been a part of this program, you know how good of players they were. And anybody who's been a part of the basketball in this area the last 20, 30 years understands how good the Peoria area was good. So I got to watch some really good basketball in the 90s with the Manuals and the Centrals and stuff, and it was always cool watching our Washington teams compete, and we've been able to sustain that for the last 20 years and the last couple of coaches, so it's a really cool to be a part of it.
Yeah, so Washington tradition, obviously a huge factor with this young basketball team, but you said that you coached under Coach Kevin Brown, who is obviously a huge part of this tournament. Go ahead and tell me about your relationship with him.
So I love KB. We miss him every day here. There's not a thing that we don't do on the basketball floor that he didn't impact in some way. And even in my life, he made me be a better father, a better husband, just because he pushes you to be the best of whatever role you're in. So KB is without a doubt my mentor on anything that I do on the court. He kind of showed me the ways of what to do it and the work ethic behind it, what it was going to take. It's one thing to have a goal on where you want to get, but it's another thing to put the steps in place that you need to get to that goal. And he was kind of the one. And it's not just me. It's Coach Schimmerhorn. It's Coach Vandy. It's obviously Army and Stu. All of us down the line have all have a part of us in him, and we definitely bring it to the program every day.
Yeah, when you look back at clips of the old Washington basketball team, you can see Coach Brown pushing his players just to the limit. And he really wanted to see the good things come out of his players, and that really is what makes him such a great coach, but not only a great coach, a great person in general and a great mentor. And yeah, so really this tournament is all about him and his unfortunate passing. So if you can tell me a little bit about your background with the TOC, glioblastoma, KB Strong, that would be great.
Yep. So I got to be a part of the program when it first started, or the part of this tournament when it first started, when it wasn't the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament now, which it is now. And it was just more about just the players and the athletes we could bring in. And it has morphed into this huge mission now that we have to fight this deadly disease that's taken one of our friends, our mentors, and one of the best coaches I've ever been around. So the tournament itself is awesome. We get to bring these great teams in, these great players. But if you step back and you look at the big picture is even more impactful on our world and definitely on our town than most tournaments. So it's got a special place with us. We love seeing the gym packed. We love seeing all that. But I think my favorite parts are seeing those checks handed out to OSF, those checks handed out to Jody Brown, where I know it's gonna impact another person who is going through the stuff that we've had in our town. So it's a win-win for everybody involved.
Yeah, it's just a great tournament in general that can teach all the viewers just really good life lessons and just really about great people in general. So as we start to close this off, what do you want people to know about the tournament? Is there anything in specific that you would just want the viewers to know means a lot to you or anybody else?
So I think when you pay your admission to this tournament, most of the times you go to a tournament, you're paying admission for a team or a player. But I want you to think about that dollar that you give isn't just going for a team or a player. It's actually going to fight a deadly disease that takes people out way faster than it should. And every dollar that you donate to this tournament, whether it be concessions, whether it be donations, whether it be just your ticket to get in, you are helping fight this deadly disease that I've said before has taken a really special person away from us, and one of the best coaches that's ever walked in this school for sure. And I'd put him up against a lot of coaches in the nation.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I got one more thing. So yesterday, if you were watching, or the day before, I was able to throw some stones on the varsity coaching attire. Okay. So I know that head coach and that main assistant coach like to go with the tie and tucked in shirt or whatever. Yep. But, when you look at the assistant coaches, especially the ones sitting right next to me, they go a little bit more modern in their attire. So what are your opinions on that?
So I am in agreement with you. I think the new age is that you get to wear polos with some khakis and some tennis shoes or whatever. I think if you go watch the NBA at night, that's what they're wearing. I'm even not opposed to the whole sweat outfit. You get baseball coaches, they wear the baseball outfit. I'm not really trying to wear a basketball uniform, but I would like to wear some sweats or something like that. So I'm all in, Charlie. You get it taken care of, and I'm all in.
That is what I would wear too. I'm a huge fan of our sweatsuits. I would love to see all the coaches doing that. So maybe if we can pull some strings and get that head coach. Let's do that.
For sure.
So thank you so much for your time. You're obviously a great coach who's made a lot of marks on people and your players. So thank you so much for all that you give us.
Yep. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. And I'm now going to bring in Teddy Ball into the studio. We're going to talk a little bit about the future. Oh, no. Oh, okay. No, we're done. I'm going to send it back to Joe and Gavin up in the booth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Charlie. Nice job on that interview with Coach Martin, assistant coach and JV coach of the Washington Panthers. Doing a nice job on that interview. But we've got another game here for you at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This matchup features the Urbana Tigers and the Blytheville Chickasaws. Gavin Russell here with Joe Delfonso, ready for the next game. Getting started not too long from now. Urbana coming in, playing a couple games so far. Same with Blytheville. Second day in a row for both of these squads. Joe, taking a look at these teams, Blytheville played later last night, so pretty quick turnaround for them. Got to imagine you got to get your sleep quick, got to recover quickly, you got to get back on it for a long tournament.
You're right, Gavin. I mean, that's the challenge in these tournaments. You know, you're going to play late, you're going to get up early, you still have to need your rest, you need some food, you need some guidance. There's no scouting hardly unless you're watching the other team play from the stands. But a lot of sports are like this.
Yeah.
Really, you know, I've coached baseball in tournaments, and you know, you got to get off your feet between games, and you got to get some of your nutrition. You got to do it the right way. And fortunately, these guys, these elite players from these elite high schools, they've played a lot of AAU ball. They've played all summer long, all sorts of tournaments like this, and so it's not their first rodeo.
It is not their first rodeo, indeed. Looks like we're going to just skip the starting lineups and just get right to the tip-off, so we'll get you the starters right here. Keyshawn Washington, an all-state transfer down in Arkansas to Blytheville, will be out there. He had an impressive game last night, one of the leading scorers for the Chickasaws, their win over Coral Glades. Rashad Marshall, number 25, is the big man in the middle, committed to Ole Miss. Brandon Wimbley was out last night. He's back today. Billy Davis in there for the Chickasaws. And rounding it out will be Travis Anderson. For Urbana, take a look at them. Malcolm Morris, one of the feature players out there. Morris, in fact, not starting, though, looks like. Gideon Campango out there with Mikel Bell. We get our first possession of the game, nearly a turnover. Ball tipped away, bodies hit the deck. Almost a couple near turnovers right there.
Well, that's the sloppiest first possession of a game I've seen in a long time. But, you know, it may be par for the course. Both teams are going to try to come out going 100 miles an hour. And if they dial it down, it'll be a little more, even.
There's a quick shot right there, still playing incredibly fast. It's going to head to Urbana. I know they want to play fast, but you really got to try to find a nice pace.
Exactly, yeah. You got to be quick, but don't hurry.
Driving in, no good. Marshall gets the rebound, moving quickly are the Chickasaws. Here's Washington, up, blocked away by Campango. Marshall tried to slam it home, no good. Sloppy play continues. Campango takes it, he'll pass it away. Can't handle it, and turned over again.
I'll say this right now, Gavin. I think you could turn the shot clocks off right now for this game.
You probably won't need them. We haven't seen him play a factor too much in this tournament, Joe, but certainly in this game. And another turnover right there. There's a travel.
Yeah, both teams are going to press. Both teams are going to try to break the press in a hurry, put up quick shots. It's going to be one of those type of games, and the team that gets under control first will have, and there's a turnover on the inbounds leading to a basket.
Really nice steal, though, from Keyshawn Washington. Keyshawn Washington, just 5'7". I talked to their coach yesterday, Mackenzie Pierce, and he just said he is just a spark plug, dynamite.
Yeah. Good player, headsy player.
Lots of smart plays. There's another turnover.
Yeah, caused by him. I mean, he was right there.
Big effect on the game so far. There's Blytheville slowing it down a little bit. They'll feed it back. Moving it around, lots of passing. Not a lot of dribbling, though.
That's a good thing. Dribbling is like candy. Too much of it is no good.
Oh, a turnover there right there. Maybe one too many passes. Got to shoot it at some point, Joe.
They had 21 on the shot clock left. I mean, that's patient for them. It really was.
Sure. Full court pressure. Moving it around, up across the timeline. Here's a wide open shot from the corner, airballs it.
Yeah, there's Washington with the rebound and the break.
Waiting for the call, it was tipped.
Yep.
Well, we've seen it in this tournament, Joe. Rashad Marshall, of course, he just looks like a tight end or a linebacker out there.
Yeah.
He's going to Ole Miss, but not to play football.
No. He'll get his, on both ends of the stat sheet. But Washington is a guy that makes his team go.
He's the point guard, but he feeds it into Marshall, looking to do something in the post. Little two-man game here, and we'll get a foul.
Yeah.
First foul of the game. Comes a couple minutes in. Wait for the official signal. It's going to be 11. It's going to be Gideon Kapongo.
Yeah, on Marshall, just trying to keep him away from the basket. There's a lob right to him at the basket.
Blocked away there by Malcolm Morris, recovered by the Chickasaws. Washington knifing his way in, gets it to Marshall, up, fouled, and one.
Well, we're going to say this throughout the entire game. Washington's dribble penetration will open up avenues for all the better players, including Marshall, and that's all that was. Around the defense, in the lane, dish off, layup.
Couldn't get the free throw. Another chance, two more chances. Nice job right there, Billy Davis. And look at him again. He just created 2 extra possessions right there and a timeout from Verdell Jones.
Don't look down, Gavin. Don't look down.
You cannot afford to look down. Billy Davis, 2 steals, 2 quick baskets for the senior.
And it is 8-0 here. The kind of start that you want if you're going to play fast, not the kind of start that you want if you want to play fast for Urbana. But, they got to take baby steps here. Get it across, number 1. Get a good shot, number 2. Make shots, number 3. Get back in it.
For sure. Let's get a quick word for our sponsor, OSF. When the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy. To learn more, visit osf.org/horizon. Got to settle in here. Urbana scoreless so far. Not for long, though. Spoke too soon.
That's what we said. Get it across, 1. Get a good shot, number 2. Finish at the rim, which is actually what they did.
Mikel Bell coming in for the first points of the game for the Tigers. There's a little full court pressure of their own. Stolen away there. Kapongo will take it. Knifing inside. Up. Oh, just bounces around the rim. Gets his own board. Can't make the second chance opportunity. Too many bodies in the paint, Joe.
Wow.
No foul call.
No foul. They're going to let him play here.
Smash mouth basketball. Marshall gets it up. He's can't get it either, and finally fouled. That just bodies banging around there in the paint.
And I tell you, if you like your nose and face, you better watch Washington because you're going to get a basketball right in the middle of everything. And you've got to be ready for that pass. You can't be surprised if he goes down the lane. You've got to be ready, hands up.
5'7", but just electric. Plays way bigger than he is. Now, last night, Rashad Marshall had a tough night at the stripe, Joe. I believe he went for a point. He was about 0 of 6 at the stripe. But he'll tell you that was not his night. 2 of 2 right there. Looks like he's back on it.
That was pretty good form there.
Our Joey Wright did a post-game interview with Marshall after the game, and head coach for Blytheville, Mackenzie Pierce, came up and was saying, got to work on those free throws.
I always talk about teams that can't shoot free throws. What's wrong with this team, and my comeback is always it really depends on who's shooting them. Okay, if Shaq is going to take 50% of your tries, your team percentage is not going to be good.
No kidding. Oh, stolen away right there. Malcolm Morris got a hand on it. Urbana moves quickly the other direction. They slow it down. Morris trying to drive in, though. Marshall picks up a blocking foul Again, not too many fouls in early going. Urbana had picked up all of them
Yeah.
just until right there.
First.
Nice pace of play so far, Joe.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And they're going to settle in. I mean, it's less than 4 minutes in. A couple of substitutes. So everybody's got to touch the ball.
Morris, top of the key, looking for something to do. He'll pull it for three, hits it. 2-point basket, in fact, foot was on the line. Needed to take another step back right there, but regardless, drains it. Stoppage of play here. Looks like they might be trying to figure out something with the scoreboard. I don't think they have the score exactly right.
Well, I don't think they were sure if that was a 2 or a 3.
Gotcha. It was close.
It was close, but I was looking at the official that's closest to the shooter, and he did not put his arm up to indicate a 3. So that's why I made the call I did, because I was looking at his mechanics.
It did certainly look like a 2. And initially, he's that far back, might think 3-pointer. We'll see if they get the score figured out. They do get some substitutions. Verdell Jones, though, giving an earful there to the official.
Anytime you see a coach with his pointer finger out pointing at the referee, it's not a good thing.
Not typically. Trying to have a conversation right there. Hopefully whatever it is, it get resolved.
Yeah, there it goes again, another point.
Looks like they may have figured it out. They will settle it out with Mackenzie Pierce on the other side. I'm wondering what this is about there, Joe. It could be a number of things.
It could be. Because they're in the trenches right there, and they know what's going on better than we do. And now he's going to plead his case to the second official.
We're all good, though. No technical fouls or nothing came of it, so that's good to see.
No. The points were made for the next call.
A few substitutions in for Blytheville. Makai Handy, one of those subs, is in now. Here's Davis. Jump stop, and he's fouled. Get a foul right there.
Yeah.
Try to inbound it here, gets it in quick. Works into the post, but it's gonna be a kicked ball. Verdell Jones still giving a nice talking to the officials there.
He really is. He's getting his point across for whatever he needs down the road. Nice inbounds play, but no finish.
No finish. Tigers have numbers, but he can't handle it. A little out of control and just blows the tire there at the end. It was the right idea, and I think the point we want to mention, Joe, is this is a younger team, so they're learning.
Yes.
But they've got the right idea.
Yes. They're going to test themselves in this tournament. They're going to go as fast as they can and see what comes out. I mean, we're early in the season. My goodness, it's not December yet.
Not even December. Haven't had the first real snow yet, but a travel right there. Although I will say, Joe, I'm glad we haven't had too much snow on the ground yet. I'm not a big snow guy.
No, I've got to keep it down to a minimum so my wife doesn't get hurt shoveling. I always tell her, bend at the knees.
Bend with the knees. Hurt the back, pretty easy shoveling. Blytheville will get the ball back here. Just a touch under 3 minutes to go in the quarter. Gideon Kapongo back into the game, one of the few seniors that plays big minutes, but Verdell Jones, the head coach of the Urbana Tigers, has a lot of freshmen. He's got some juniors he's employing this year. So a lot of youth, a lot of growth to be had. Here's a three from Davis, no good. It's been a while since we've had a bucket.
Yeah, it was 8-0 early, now 10-5, and now another foul. That's a charge.
Nice take right there.
Well, scoring has slowed down. Of course, there's been a lot of subs. The second teams are in here a little bit. Marshall's on the bench. Washington's on the bench.
That's been their entire offense for the most part. Billy Davis has contributed for the Chickasaws, but you like that two-man game with Washington and Marshall. Oh, here's a steal right here. Will he be able to finish? Up. Nearly blocked away, but nice finish right there.
Yep.
Emmanuel Jones, the junior. Trapped. Handy comes out with it, though. Here's Shamar Marshall, tipped away, heads up play.
Every dribble, every pass is contested on both ends of the court, and if they're successful doing that, well, then you're going to get a sloppy play.
Nice inbound play. Get it back to Marshall, though. Works it into the paint, up to Jackson. Oh, he's fouled, nearly an and one opportunity. Nice looking play right there, though.
Yeah, it was. Got it into the paint and into the back door, got the layup you wanted.
Mackenzie Pierce is going to be happy with that one. Blytheville last year 29-7 in the state of Arkansas. They were Class 4A state runner-ups. Bring a lot back this year. They have big expectations. I was asking them about the way the class system works there in Arkansas. Of course, 1 through 4 here in Illinois, but it's 1 through 7 in Arkansas. He said there's a lot of high schools. He said they're about middle of the road tier in terms of enrollment, so certainly a team that can compete with a variety of school sizes.
Yeah. Yeah. And because they're going to be good this year and coming off a good season is why they're in this tournament.
Sure is.
This is a way to test yourself early and often against the big boys.
Here's a three from the corner. Marshall just rims away. It's going to go back to Urbana. Davis couldn't hold on to the offensive board. Billy Davis, though, impressing me. He's got some offensive boards. He's got some steals. He's doing the little things.
Yeah, good player.
Urbana recovers. Here's Capongo. Up and in. Nice finish from the senior.
It's a chance to pick up a charge there, but it was not taken. Now more pressure.
Here's Handy. They'll work it around. Keeping it on the perimeter. Just looking for a way to move it inside. Jackson, hop step. No, nothing going. But they recover it. Marshall just inside the free throw line. Davis can't convert. Here come the Urbana Tigers. Oh, and a miscue right there through the legs.
Tough pass. Bad pass.
And I've talked about on a few other games, probably one of the biggest things these teams need to worry about is those crisp passes. You got to be good passers, otherwise you're going to cost yourself.
Oh, if you want a good basketball team, you've got to be a good passing team, and regardless of the level you're playing. Got to be able to pass it and catch it.
Ball movement, so crucial. TJ Jackson calls out for a screen. Billy Davis works it down into the low post. No good, though. Shot clock off. Bodies hitting the deck on a charge. Nice take right there. Gideon Capongo laying the body on the line.
Yeah, good play there. Good defensive play. Knew what he was doing. We didn't see it on the other end, but you know, we talked about this. If you can't handle pressure, then you're not going to have a lot of fun in the TOC.
Certainly
everybody
not.
comes in here and presses, so you can enjoy the breakfasts at the hotel you're at, but this is not going to be fun if you can't handle full court pressure.
Pressure is huge. Laying everything on the line. One of the biggest stages in high school basketball right here at the TOC. 12 seconds to go. Got to move fast. Lots of pressure. Here's a runner. Gets it for two. One last heave. Handy. Can't hit it. Good way to end the quarter for Urbana.
Yeah. Came back from 0-8 to 11-11.
Nice job from the Tigers. Let's get a quick word for our sponsors. First, starting with OSF Heath Care. When the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations in the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the KBMTOC and KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods need. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a steel miscellaneous fabrication company located here in central Illinois, proud to support the KBMTOC. Thank you to all our great sponsors at this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Into the second quarter now, Joe. Urbana tied it up with a last-second bucket. That was scored by number 14, Kyrie Helsman. He's got a couple buckets in this game. And the Tigers get back on the floor. Again, a young Urbana team. They're going to be up and down. They're going to try to find themselves, but they're playing well so far with a runner-up from Arkansas.
Well, as we mentioned, you know, they were down 8-0, and you can go two ways at that point. You can either say, whoa, we're overmatched, or we're going to fight back. And after the first quarter now, they look up at the board, it's tied at 11, and they can take a breather and say, okay, let's play.
Still no Rashad Marshall in the game, but Keyshawn Washington gets back in there. Keeping Marshall fresh on the bench. Washington with the inbound. Gets it right into the low post to Jackson. Just can't convert, too much contested right there, and it goes back to Urbana, so chance for them to grab a lead.
Yeah. I'm curious on why Marshall's on the bench as well. He only had the one foul in the first quarter. And you can play a lot of guys, but if you play too many, then your best players aren't getting enough time.
We'll see if he comes back in as Urbana gets the lead.
Their first lead for them.
Good feeling for Verdell Jones group. Urbana out of the Big 12 conference, so
yep,
not coming from too far, but they're going to play some stiff competition this year.
They always do, yep.
Peoria High, normal community among those teams they'll see in conference play.
Yeah, it's always been a good conference with the Peoria schools.
Three-pointer right there, though, Shamar Marshall. Gotta beat the press. Trapped. Gotta get it over the timeline. 10 seconds.
The presses have to be broken with passes. Too much dribbling is not going to do it. It takes time off, and you can always pass backwards to get it forwards. But if you put the ball on the floor for too long, your options run out.
Got to be able to move it fast. Not fast enough there. It looks like Urbana moves into a zone defense here, so give him a different look. Three, another one from Marshall, who can't get it to go. He had an open look, though. Nice. Here's the board. Offense and second chance points from Kyrie Carter. What do you think of that zone they're trying?
Well, it's a different look, and it's funny because they had just given up a three earlier, but you got to mix up defenses, I think, if you're going to play a lot of different personnel. Give everyone a different look. If you get too stagnant and something goes wrong, then you got to fall back on something else.
Got to try it out. Maybe a bit of a scouting tactic, because last night when Blytheville played Coral Glades, I would say about 80% of the game ran a 2-3 zone, kept the big man Rashad Marshall pretty quiet in that game, comparably quiet to what we can see him do. So maybe a little scouting tactic. Other way goes Kapongo, and he's fouled.
Pretty good ball handling there. He went through everyone, got to the rim.
Again, one of the lone seniors is Gideon Kapongo. He's been on this varsity squad for a couple of years, though, so he's been around the block. Played in this tournament last year. He seems fearless, Joe.
Yes, he was there.
He's taken a couple charges already.
You know, some guys don't want to play into contact. They don't want the physicality, and they don't want to go to the line. He looks comfortable there.
He wants to be the guy to step up in the orange and white. What do you think of these jerseys, Joe? I'm a fan of these Blytheville jerseys, a nice maroon color.
As long as you can read the numbers, I'm good for any jerseys. You know, they sometimes get a little too creative.
Too fancy, yeah.
Yes, but these, you know, for broadcasters, they're both great.
Nice orange numbers for Urbana.
And large.
Nice and big, can read them well.
That's a
foul coming up and 2 shots. Urbana throwing the full court press on, and they beat it with good passing.
Yep, they did. That's how you beat it. You know, there's a theory out there, Gavin, that you should not press at the beginning of the game, because if you do and it gets broken to shreds, then you don't have anything to fall on in the second half when you really need to speed up the game and get extra possessions. So you don't throw that hand out there early, you save it for later. But we hardly see that in this tournament. Everybody comes out with their best game early.
Foot on the gas pedal.
Absolutely.
Both teams throwing that theory out the window and going with the full court press. Goes 1 and 2 at the line as Kyrie Carter. There's the big fella, Rashad Marshall, back into the game. They've got numbers, though. Nice pull up from the wing. Can't get it to go. I like that look, though.
Yep, that was good. Of course, I haven't seen a team break a press easily yet. So if you're not going to do that, you just keep pressing them.
Here's Keyshawn Washington. Nearly threw it over the head of him, but he keeps it alive. Washington will shoot from distance. Carter gets the offensive board. Gets it again. Marshall gets it, and he's hacked. Tough foul.
I was interested to see Washington's outside shot. That's the first one he's taken from distance, and he didn't shoot it with a lot of confidence. He sort of pushed it up there, trying to get it close. I'm really interested to see if he shoots a couple more of those, because he certainly has the interior game. He can get in the paint.
A lot of dynamic players for Blytheville. More missed free throws, and it's been a bit of a trend for the Chickasaws. Of course, they played a lot of games, got to kind of settle in at the line. I wonder if maybe the depth perception of that back wall has anything to do with it.
Well, they think this is tough. Try Carver Arena.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Something like that. The Carrier Dome. I've been in all those places. It's different.
I certainly couldn't do it.
Maybe at 3 o'clock in the afternoon you could do it.
Perhaps, yes. Here comes Kapongo, driving in, but blocked away by Marshall. Thunderous block and a travel, all started by a nice thundering block.
And here's what I liked about the block. You called it thundering, but I called it finesse, because it didn't end up in the bleachers. It ended up somewhere where his team possibly could have gotten possession. It was a soft block, but under control.
Big fella slams it home, but that one was thundering.
That one was thundering and under control.
He knows how to keep himself composed even on the big plays.
I'll tell you what, he's done on both ends there in about 9 seconds.
That's why he's going to Ole Miss. Got a good D1 player right there. Nearly another turnover. Tight defense. The bench gets loud. Three-pointer on the way, no good. Taken in by Kyrie Carter. Washington had a man up but thought better of it. Works it around, not in a hurry. Here's Marshall down to Carter, up, fouled. And again, Marshall, you think that he'd be the guy to try to back him down, but they're giving it to Kyrie Carter a lot.
I'll tell you, he's at the top of the key there, not quite in the half moon, but he got the ball, knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. He looked away and then threw it down to the baseline, for his teammate, a nice two-handed pass, soft pass. So what else can he do?
He can do it all. He's a Swiss Army knife, apparently.
So far, we have to say that.
Maybe shoot a three, but we'll see if he tries to extend the range.
Right.
He's so good inside, no reason to go away from it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 0-2 at the line, though, for Kyrie Carter. Here comes Urbana, taking it right to the big fella. Tried to lob it over him, hits the back iron, no good.
He affected the shot.
Good presence. Keeps it right on that Washington Panther logo. Passing it around. Into the paint. Shamar Marshall up and in. That was a nifty move.
Nice 2-footed stop there in the paint. Got himself a good shot.
Here's Kapongo. Thought about maybe stepping back for a shot. No, nothing going. And Kyrie Carter hounded him. He picks up a foul. Only the 4th foul for the Chickasaws.
Yep.
Played pretty disciplined so far.
Well, when you got the big man in the middle, you can let some guys go and let him handle him, and he knows what to do. No.
And a miscue right there. Verdell Jones not happy. He thought, I believe that was number 12.
Yeah, he could have grabbed it.
Probably thought it was going to be a backcourt violation.
He thought it was going to be a backcourt violation, but you can grab it if it's taken out from the baseline, out of bounds.
Mental mistake right there. He'll get that with young teams. Learning opportunity. And a foul, a block. Blytheville already well into the bonus. Double bonus, in fact.
Yeah, 10 fouls now for Urbana. And they got to fight back for the second time. They were down 8-0 early. Now they're down 7 points. It could be 9 here if he hits these 2.
First one is good. Verdell Jones, talked to him before the game yesterday, and he said there's one good thing about this tournament, good for coaches. You either get exposure or you get exposed. Both are good, both learning experiences. Misses the second one, though. Verdell Jones, though, he knows all too well just how much experience this can give his guys.
Right.
3 on the way, no good. Up Kapongo.
Nice.
Nice effort from the senior. Urbana hanging around. 6-point deficit. Oh, miscue right there. Urbana takes advantage.
Yeah. Bucket would be nice here.
Pulls up. Quick shot, but he got it. Quatarius Coleman.
That's the definition of shooting with confidence right there. He wanted the shot. You could tell from his body language. He was confident taking that.
There's a quick shot. Here's another quick shot from Shamar Marshall. No good. Kyrie Carter gets it. Pulls up. Wow, what a tough shot off the glass.
Yeah.
The bank's back open after Thanksgiving.
Absolutely. Yep. And a turnover.
Just moving too fast. Got to slow it down. Kyrie Carter's done good work, but he'll take a seat on the bench. And a full timeout here from Verdell Jones Group. Let's take a quick look for our advertisements. Our great sponsors here at the KBMTOC. First starting with OSF Heath Care. OSF Heath Care, the new Cancer Institute Peoria opens in 2024. It'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The sponsor and host city of Washington. They welcome you to this year's tournament. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to visit all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Upstring Auto Group has new inventory rolling out at 11 franchises, 6 locations with the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstringautogroup.com. Teamworks. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Proud to support the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Urbana finds themselves down 6 here, Joe Delfonso. They've had some adversity in this game. They were down 8-0 to start things out, so a chance for them to fight back, but Blytheville can add on a few more.
Back to his own. 2-1-2 it looks like.
Marshall will shoot a 3, trying to break it, nothing going. Another offensive board. Looked like he shuffled the feet. No call. Urbana escapes. Moving quick. Driving inside, up, in, and one. Emmanuel Jones. He's still on the floor. Took a tough take.
He went in there fearless. You know, they reversed the ball, which was good, and he saw the lane from the baseline, took it in strong, and finished.
Hopefully he's all right. He'll walk it off. What a take, though.
Yeah. Yeah, good play, and a needed one. You know, the last 2 minutes of the half is, you know, could make you or break you going into the second half. Now they went to a zone, gave up the corner three, which was wide open, a tough shot. Ended up not being penalized. They got the ball back, scored two here, could be three. So coming out of the timeout, they've done some good things.
That timeout was certainly paying dividends. Jones, free throw line, he can't convert the and one, but take it in, up, and they'll get 4 on this possession, so it ends up working out.
Yeah. Marshall almost picked up his second foul, but he got his hands down on the putback, and it wasn't disastrous.
Probably a good idea to not try to pick up another foul.
Right.
Washington, nice feed from Marshall, nothing going though. Here comes Urbana, chance to tie or take the lead. Dribbles it off his foot. There's a three from Jones. And it was over the top of the backboard. It'll go back to Blytheville, but you talk about confident shooter. Jones has done that a few times. He'll just pull up, let her rip.
Yes, yes, yeah, you could say that about him. And that time he looked surprised to get the pass, but he took the shot anyway. And those are low percentage.
Got to take smart shots.
Yeah, if you catch the ball in rhythm, that's one thing. If you catch it and you're surprised, that's another. Probably should pull it back.
Here's Shamar Marshall, and he'll get a wide open layup. Nice little jump stop right there.
Yeah.
And Marshall, the other Marshall, Rashad comes over, almost intercepted it. That's a big guy, but pretty agile.
Yeah, he's done a lot of good things. I like him. I'm falling in love with his passing skills.
He's a playmaker, so if you're an Ole Miss Rebel fan, you're going to like his playmaking ability in the next 4 years. Ball's out of bounds, and Keyshawn Washington has to go retrieve it from the hallway. Great gym, Torrey Gymnasium. Played host to a lot of stellar basketball games.
Yep. New lighting in here the last few years has really helped the atmosphere.
Indeed it has. Stripped away from Marshall. Another quick pull-up, confident shot. Maybe not the smart one. Here's Shamar Marshall, cherry picking on the other end. That's an easy two.
It doesn't get any easier than that.
Shot clock is off. What do you do, Joe? Do you hold for the last shot? That'll be fouled.
Yeah, you do. You're only down 6. If you score, you're down 4. You live with that easily.
They got 17 seconds to go. They'll inbound it here. Nearly stepped for a backcourt violation. That was close. Now down to 10 seconds. Shoots for 3. No good. Blytheville with a chance. Here's Rashad Marshall. Up. Oh, he can't finish off the dunk. Tried to go one-handed. And that's how we'll end out the half. Nearly an exclamation point. Just couldn't finish it off, Joe.
Shot too soon over here on this side. Missed the dunk on this side. So a lot of mistakes late. We got a 6-point game. Entertaining.
Entertaining first half indeed. Before we head to our halftime break, let's take a look for our great sponsors, starting with OSF Heath Care. When the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in the state of Illinois. It'll be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon.
The City of Washington welcomes you to the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations in the year's best selection. Not to mention that's where Joey Wright gets his cars, so head to Upstring Auto Group. You'll always get the best price at upstringautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support the 2022 KBMTOC. Those are our sponsors. Happy to have them on board. We'll get set to send it down to the studio right now. Teddy Ball and Lateef Love talking it over. We'll send it down to the Upstring Auto Group Tournament Central. Take it away, fellas.
Hi, I'm Teddy Ball. Alongside me, Lateef Love. You're watching Clutch Sports Media. Lateef, we got a good game on our hands. Blytheville versus Urbana. What are your thoughts on the game so far?
I mean, Blytheville actually beat Coral Glades yesterday. They had a comeback win. So coming into the game today against Urbana, you didn't expect the game to be good because Urbana has struggled in their first 2 games coming into the tournament. So you may have thought this game might have been a blowout, but they've actually kept it very close coming into halftime. And Blytheville has shown consistency on the glass and in the paint. So they come into halftime with a 6-point lead.
Yeah, that's kind of what my next point I was going to bring up is Urbana has really not had an answer for Rashad Marshall of Blytheville, number 25. He's really just beating him down low in the paint. We've seen him play a few times this tournament. What do you think about this down in the paint?
Urbana really started that game without their center, Malcolm Morris. That was pretty interesting to me. They started the game without their center, and so Rashad got right to work. He had 6 early points in the half. He's been really dominating the glass and getting putbacks, getting a couple tough finishes at the basket. So he projects to be a mid-major D1 prospect.
So Malcolm Morris not in the game. You start to wonder, Urbana had the last game of the night yesterday. Does fatigue start to set in a little bit on these early morning games and these long tournaments?
They may have got a good rest because one thing I noticed from Urbana is that they compete for all 32 minutes. And watching them in some of their games, even when being down 20 points, 30 points, they still compete on the defensive end, still try to break the press, still try to press on themselves. So you can really tell that their coaching has, it's been put into them to compete for the whole 32 minutes, and that's something I think they do well. So I don't know if fatigue is a thing for them.
For sure. So far, it's been a really good game. But for Blytheville, yesterday, coming off a big second-half push against Coral Glades to come out with the victory, how do you think they come out with more momentum and ride off the success of the second half yesterday?
A big part of the comeback win yesterday against Coral Glades was Keyshawn Washington. He led the comeback, facilitating, hitting some big shots, hitting some threes, driving to the basket. So he'll need to have a big second half in order for them to continue, their momentum and their success going into the tournament. So they'll need a big half from him.
For sure. We didn't really give you guys much of a review of last game. We got an interview with a Washington assistant coach. But here, going off of last game, we have Chicago Lincoln Park versus Moss Point. What are your thoughts on that game?
It started off pretty close, but much like other games, Moss Point has been relying on. I forgot his name. Oxby. They were seeing relying too much on him. He's a bulk of their offense. I think he had 22 points today. He's averaging 28 points coming to the game today. So a lot of the offense is relying on him, and they just look a little bit outmatched. And Lincoln Park, really scrappy team, really good on defense. They really pushed the pace and, hit a lot of threes and got a couple putback dunks, some really highlight plays. So they just, from the start of the game, smelled blood and just kept their foot on their neck.
For sure. It was a close game at the half. At the first half, there was a score of 18-22, and then it stretched out, got up to a 20-point lead for Lincoln Park. But, yeah, I think Oxby was a big part of their offense, put up over 20 points for them, almost half their points, if not more. I could be wrong on that. But, yeah, so what do you think about, for Moss Point, how do you come off of that? How do you work more as a team, even though you have a great player like Oxby to, go around? But how do you incorporate some teamwork to get to the next game?
I think it's a chemistry thing. You know, he really runs the point guard position, but he's not really a true point guard. He's more of a scorer. So I think that, you know, some of the other players have to step up, you know, help him, you know, facilitate, because a lot of teams just run press against him, and he's stuck out there trying to, you know, do everything for them. So they just really have to step up, you know, help him a little bit, and it'll lead to wins for the team.
For sure. So we got a good game on our hands right now. We had a good game before this, as we just talked about. But going into the 12 o'clock game, we have St. Pius and St. Matthias Academy against Coral Glades. Coral Glades obviously coming off with the loss yesterday against Blytheville. If you're Coral Glades, how do you come back from that?
They had a really good first quarter against Blytheville, going up 16-6. So I think it's about keeping the momentum. You know, I think it's a coaching thing as well, because they didn't really call many timeouts. They just let the game progress, and then once they lost the lead, they really didn't, you know, try to fight back too much, you know. So I think it's a thing about momentum. They have a really good defense. Ramez Saeed's averaging six steals coming into this game, so he's one of the best defensive players in the whole tournament. So one thing for them, they just need to get easy shots, forcing turnovers, forcing missed shots for the other team, and getting out in transition. That's how they really scored most of the points. And so they also had an injury for one of their key players yesterday. So I think they'll really be able to bounce back.
Ramez Saeed having a great tournament so far. Excited to see how he plays going forward. Going to the 1:30 game, Sugar Hill Lanier versus Joliet West. Joliet West, one of the best teams in the tournament, but Sugar Hill Lanier, no team to sleep on. They're very good as well. What are your thoughts going into this game? How do you think this is going to come out?
Sugar Hill Lanier, one of the best teams in the tournament. They have a recruit from Georgia and Georgia State. Mm-hmm. Yes, so Joliet West, I think it's really big they get a win today, you know, because they will be heading to the championship game tomorrow if they get a big win. So it starts out with Jeremy Fears and Jeremiah Fears. You know, Jeremiah Fears actually averaging 3.5 steals coming into the game, you know. But I feel like Jeremy Fears is one of the best defenders in there, so they really go off his energy and his effort. So I think that Joliet West will get a win today.
Yeah, the Fears brothers have sure been causing a lot of fear to other teams. As we go into some more of these games later on, very excited. There's a lot of good basketball here at the Tournament of Champions today. Tomorrow we have some wrapping up the tournament. We have some championship games that'll be exciting to turn into. But these games today set the standard for how tomorrow is going to come out. What game are you most excited for today?
I really have to look, but it's probably be Joliet West and Lanier, because they're two well-balanced teams. I'm excited to see how Joliet West will handle the size of the Lanier and the versatility of their shooters, and they have a lot of good wings. So I'm really excited to see how they handle that.
For sure. I am Teddy Ball here with Clutch Sports Media, and alongside me Lateef Love. A lot of good basketball to come. We have quite a few games here. We have about 7 games left here after this one, so stay tuned and keep showing up for all these games. If you're not here already, show up to Washington High School to get in and see some good games here. So we're going to send it back to the booth here in a minute. Like I said, I'm Teddy Ball alongside Lateef Love. You're watching Clutch Sports Media.
Thank you, Teddy, and thank you, Lateef. Doing a nice job chopping up the games right there. A lot of great basketball, as they mentioned. We're back here in the booth high atop Torrey Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois. It's Gavin Russell alongside Joe Delfonso. Joe, it's a 6-point game. Urbana fell behind on a couple of occasions, but they've shown some resiliency on the other side. Blytheville holding pretty steady. They just got to find some consistency.
Yeah, they were down 8-0 at the start. They got blitzed quickly and fought their way back and actually took a lead late. And then they fell back down by 7, 25-18, and then fought back within 2. I think it was 25-23, and then gave up the 4 points very late. So they're in it. They're playing. They're competing, which is what you want. They just got to get over the top a little bit and cut down on the mistakes that are really not forced by Blytheville. I mean, they put some pressure on, but Urbana has made some silly mistakes that cost them possessions.
Sure have. And Verdell Jones' group just exiting the locker room, so no halftime warm-up for them, but maybe a good opportunity for him to revisit the game plan, maybe talk a little sense into his team.
Yeah. The halftime talk is probably more important anyway. I mean, they're fresh, they're ready to go, but they've got to make a few changes in how they're going to attack Blytheville.
Gotta make some necessary adjustments. Coaching is a game of chess, Joe. That's the best way I like to describe it. You got to make strategic moves and make adjustments throughout a game.
Yeah, I mean, every sport's like that. I mean, if one team does A, then you adjust to that, and then they adjust to you. You see it in football, you see it in baseball matchups, pitcher and hitter and things like that. So the coaches that can adjust the quickest, have an advantage.
Gotta make those in-game adjustments. We'll see what both teams drew up at halftime. Ready to go here, Makai Handy. Takes the ball to start with. He'll get it back now. Thought about a 3. He'll give it to Marshall for 3. Short. Rebounded by Urbana. Capongo nearly lost it. They'll slow it down. Trying to step through, nothing going. He'll get it to Morris. Capongo steps in for a 3. Just misses it. Not bad possessions, getting shots off.
Not bad, not bad. And I always think that as you're a team, you want to get it to your best player to get your first basket, because the first basket's important of either half.
Marshall will get the first basket there for Blytheville, and he, again, nice little hop step. He's really good tacking into the paint.
Yeah, that play was probably called in the locker room.
It was, oh, a charge. Can't believe it. Rather, it's me, Kyrie Johnson. What'd you think? What'd you see there?
Yeah, without the restricted area that you have in college, that's a call that's going to go against you, and probably unwarranted.
Bad break there for the Tigers. Chickasaws will be happy with it, though. Moving it around. Washington's going to shoot from the corner. He's short. Rebounded by Urbana. Trailing by 8. Here's a quick 3, short. Second chance. Driving in, and he'll shoot 2. Pretty quick shot there, right there from Kyrie Hillsman, but he was able to recover, and a nice job to stay composed.
Yeah, then he got into the lane and got fouled on his shot. You know, going back to that first possession, I always thought that, you know, if you got to get the ball in the hands of your best player in a place that he can get fouled or score early in each half, and that's who you go to. He's also the guy you go to when you have to stop a run from the other team. What have you drawn up to get that person the ball in the perfect spot so you stop a run or start a run on your side on the beginning of the half?
He nails 2 free throws, pulls them a little bit closer, keeping them in the game. Here's that zone again. Marshall attacking right into it. Oh, he's fouled late. Verdell Jones not thrilled with that one. Another tough take, though, by Marshall, and he loves that painted area.
Yes, he does. He likes it. We talked about it. He likes the contact.
Two shots. A couple of really good players on Blytheville with the last name Marshall. One of them shooting at the line. This is Shamar. Malcolm Morris comes out of the game. He's one of the tallest players for Urbana, not a team with extraordinary size in terms of height.
Yeah, he's getting an earful from one end of the bench to the other where he sat down.
Gotta be smart. Again, a learning experience.
Yep.
Verdell Jones will tell you that. Capongo nice. Drives in, though. Confident looking strike from Capongo.
He plays with confidence, that young man. He should touch the ball on every possession.
Here's Marshall. Push. A foul. As you mentioned, you said it best. Best players got to touch the ball. That goes without saying.
Yep.
And we're going to get a chance to draw it up here. It's going to be a 30-second timeout. Get a quick look at our sponsor, OSF Heath Care. They are the official sponsor of this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We're happy to have them on board. Don't let the flu sideline you or your loved ones this year. Get the flu shot with your OSF Heath Care provider and stay in the game. Visit osfhealthcare.org to schedule an appointment today. Great to have OSF Heath Care on, and huge supporter of KB Strong as well. Of course, this tournament honoring late Washington boys basketball coach Kevin Brown. So great, Joe, to be able to honor Kevin Brown like this and support the KB Strong Foundation.
Yeah, I attend the Brown Fest, every spring. They have outside 5 points, and that's a huge fundraiser there. This tournament does its part, Kevin was such a part of the fabric of this community.
Marshall can't get it to go, but Kevin certainly was. Here's another Marshall.
Yeah.
Gets it in for 2. Lazy rebounding for Urbana. Couldn't quite come up with it.
Yeah, that hurts you. Now you're down 9.
Ooh, couldn't handle it right there. Washington gets it. He'll move quickly to Jackson. A little out of control. Couldn't quite get it to go. Kapongo gets it, and another miscue right there. It wasn't a bad pass. It didn't look like, just couldn't hang on to it.
No. You got to play fast, but don't hurry. That's the thing. You're just going to make the pass, make the catch, then do the next thing.
Marshall again taking contact for 2. Shamar Marshall, 19 points.
He gets the ball at the top of the key. One dribble, he's shooting it from 5 feet with confidence.
Whatever Blytheville did at halftime, the adjustments are working. They extend their lead to 11. Urbana needs a response. Driving inside, a floater way off the glass. Here's a big chance for Blytheville. Handy up. No, he can't get it to go. Got to give something to Kapongo here, I'd have to think. He'll shoot. Good shot, though.
Yep, good shot. You live with that shot.
Look at Washington. Oh, he can't finish, but a heck of an effort, and he ends up with the foul.
Washington's game is getting into the paint and dishing off. I don't know if he has made a shot yet tonight. Can I see? Hey, scoreboard, 2 points, okay.
2 points, but doing a lot of the little things. I'd have to think he's got more than 2 assists.
Yeah, probably does. But if you can't shoot, Gavin, here's the thing. If you can't shoot, well, then it's going to be harder to penetrate and dish off because no one will play you very tight.
Very true. Saw him knock down a few threes last night, just not able to get it dialed up today. He makes one at the stripe, though. Kapongo drives in. Maybe a bit rushed right there. Here comes Washington on the other end. We'll slow it down. Up and in, there he goes, now he can shoot.
Yeah, he went the opposite way of what they were thinking. He did one little fake, went left, faked right, went left, got himself to the hoop. And this game is getting a little out of control.
And a 10-second call. Another one of those. It's the second time we've seen that today.
Yeah.
Too much dribbling.
Yep, good pressure and too much dribbling.
Blytheville, Jackson jump steps in. That was too easy. He was trying to draw the charge.
Yep. Yep.
Urbana, a little out of control, need to rein it in. Here's Kapongo trying to churn the tide, can't get it to go.
Blytheville doing a good job on the defensive rebounding end. It's one and done for Urbana.
Kapongo picks a foul up and not pleased with the call. I must say these officials have done an excellent job in this tournament. These are college level referees. They've seen a lot of basketball here so far this week.
Yeah, I haven't really noticed them, and that's a good thing.
I interviewed Robert Dowling, who's the head of officials here. He'll officiate some games himself. Doesn't just do all the delegating. Here's Marshall with the slam.
That was a quick jump, don't you think?
Quick jump.
I mean, he caught it with 2 hands underneath the rim and got it down, no problem.
Still keeping the foot on the gas pedal. Kapongo lets it go again, no good.
One and done. One missing out.
No offensive rebounders in the area. Moves it, handy, 3-pointer, no good.
Good pass though by Marshall. Again, I'm talking about this.
There goes Kapongo. He's quietly, again, Urbana not quite in this one right now, but Kapongo's having a nice effort. 10 points. But how about player having an excellent effort? Shamar Marshall gets to 21 points now.
Yeah.
And a kick ball. They knew what they were looking for. They were looking for a quick transition opportunity.
Yeah.
Keyshawn Washington and Rashad Marshall take a seat.
And Jackson as well.
Jackson also.
See how they play with the second unit.
Off the back leg of Makai Handy. Shamar Marshall picks it up 3-on-2, and he's fouled. Definitely a bump right there.
It would be kind just to call Urbana undisciplined. That would be kind.
Definitely got to rein in the fouls.
They really do.
They put Chickasaws in double bonus with about half the second quarter left to go in the first half. Nearing that, the Chickasaws will be in the bonus for the remainder of the game. Still trying out that zone. Cross court, wide open, 3, nailed it. Nothing but net.
Well, it's not bad for the second unit. Go up 3-0 as a unit.
Gotta love what you're seeing if you're Mackenzie Pierce. They're making their trip well worth it from Arkansas. And a blocking foul on Marshall. Tough call. Nothing bad there though, I mean, just playing hard.
Oh yeah, yeah. Good play by the offensive player too.
Crossover, miscue, turned it over. Ooh. Numbers, flipped. Oh, a wacky looking layup, couldn't get it to go.
That's too bad. They had 3-on-1 and they were looking good and everybody was in their lane.
Tried to get creative with the layup and nothing going. Steps in, that was a nice shot right there. Jesse Fuwamba. Now Blytheville will slow it down. Shot clock still on. Marshall, tough take. Somehow gets it back, saves it again. Billy Davis comes down with it. Marshall, 3, good. Bingo.
Have a morning.
He's a morning person apparently. 3 the other way, air ball. Billy Davis, 6 seconds, now 5. Marshall, oh, he tried to flip it, he tried to get creative. He'll sit down, gets a nice little handshake there from the coach. 24 points for Shamar Marshall.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much he plays in the fourth quarter because they don't need him.
2 seconds left. Heave at the horn, half-court try, off the rim. Not quite, but an excellent effort from the Blytheville Chickasaws. While we have a break, let's get a quick word for our sponsors. First, starting with OSF Heath Care. When the new cancer institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. There's plenty to visit in the City of Washington, many businesses and restaurants. Nice diverse mix of those. Come visit Washington during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. 11 franchises, 6 locations in the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstringautogroup.com. Teamworks is the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Fourth quarter just about to get underway, and it was a
fairly close game at halftime, and Blytheville turned on the afterburners, Joe.
There was 4 points at half, and then Blytheville played their best quarter of the game without question.
Quick foul right there, but they boast a 22-point lead now.
Yeah. Now, if you're Urbana, if I'm the coach of Urbana, my goal is to just win the quarter. I don't care if it's, 15-14 or what have you. Just win the quarter and take that into your next game.
Look for positive takeaway. You mentioned it's not even December yet.
No.
There's a 3 right there. They'll like that one.
That's a good start.
Win the quarter. That's the approach.
Yep. Because you're not going to win the game, or you shouldn't win the game. I'll say that. You should not.
It would take a miracle comeback and a meltdown from Blytheville.
Yeah. You'll make some headway against their second unit and third string guys. But if it gets too uncomfortable, the first stringers will come in.
Rashad Marshall's always in the arm barn waiting on the bench. Billy Davis dumps it off. Oh, just off the back iron. Nice look, though, there from Kyrie Carter. Malcolm Morris back into the game. He's a junior, 6'9". Oh, he was looking for Morris, but miscommunication.
You kind of figure, if the guy just made a 3, he's going to shoot the next one, not pass it.
Got to heat check, see what his temperature is. Blytheville not in a hurry now. They moved so fast early in the game, but no need to at this point. Chew a little clock. Scans the perimeter. Touching almost everybody's hands on this possession. Now they get an open look. 3-pointer, nothing but net. Patient possession. Love to see it.
You really have to come out of the zone now and speed the game up a little bit.
Kapongo drives in short off the iron. And they're going to trap him, but escapes it. Now Blytheville has numbers. 3-pointer. Couldn't get it to go. Oh, Morris can't handle this one. And again, turnovers, some miscues. Definitely, again, a thing that they're going to want to work on before they play a very rigorous schedule. Of course, if you're a Central Illinois fan watching at home, you'll see Urbana take on the likenesses of Peoria High School under Daniel Ruffin's coaching. That's going to be a really good team. Normal Community, Normal West, Peoria Manual, Peoria Richwoods. They have a gauntlet of a schedule. You've seen a lot of basketball here in Central Illinois. Maybe got a favorite memory from one of those Peoria schools?
Wow.
I'm putting you on the spot here,
You
Joe.
really are, because we were just having this discussion the other night with the family on which player from the area had the best Missouri Valley Conference career. We know lots going to go into the Big Ten, but which one had the best Valley career? And there was a debate about that. Digrikas Sims Edwards from here at Bradley. Randy Blair went from Richwoods to Illinois State. And so that was a particular memory thing. Now, if you want my greatest memories, how much time do we have?
Oh, man.
5 minutes to go.
We'll have to pull you down to the studio one of these times to hear about it. Of course, you mentioned Digrikas Sims Edwards played on this Torrey gym floor.
Right, that's right.
A lot of great Missouri Valley Conference players. That narrows it down, but still not a lot. There's a lot of players to choose from.
Yeah, there's still Aaron Zobrist from Metamora went to Bradley, and it was mostly Bradley guys, but some of them made their mark elsewhere. Hunter Rhodes, who's now the coach at Canton, went to Northern Iowa and played, had a nice little career there. But I think if you're talking about high school basketball in this area and you've been around as long as I have, then you automatically go back to the manual 4-peat, because
Apologies for that. It was a snowstorm coming into your living room. But as you were saying, Joe.
Yeah, the manual 4-peat, when they won 4 straight state championships, stands out because not only were they great and fun to watch, but they took on all comers. I mean, they would have been in a tournament like this if it was around then, you know, but they played in all the best tournaments and they got everybody's best game. So when you had Manual, you know, in your gym, they knew that they were in for a fight. So that was special. Two different coaches, you know, Dick Van Syke and Wayne McLean. That was a special time.
Special time in Peoria basketball. Great tradition runs through the River City with the basketball community.
I mean, there was a year where Manual played Pekin in a regular season Mid-Illini, a regular season game that they moved to the Peoria Civic Center and sold it out.
Yeah. Yep. It is an excellent community for basketball here in Central Illinois. I don't have nearly as many great experiences, but I'm very fortunate to be watching some great players. These years from now, we'll be talking about guys like Rashad Marshall coming through this.
Yeah, you'll get yours. Don't worry. Everybody gets a share.
Sure will. A lot of great teams, though. Of course, you need to go abroad from Central Illinois. You've got a lot of small schools kind of on the outlying areas.
Absolutely.
You know, we've seen great teams. I was fortunate enough to watch a few years ago Brimfield play in the state finals at the Civic Center.
That's right.
Roanoke Benson's had some good teams, and Eureka.
Yeah, Eureka. I remember when Brimfield went to the state with Eddie Matthews as the player. You know, Don Matthews was the coach, and Eddie was the star. Then went to Bradley for 4 years. So it's been good for a long time.
Love bringing all this national talent here, though. It's nothing short of amazing. This tournament's played host to dozens of college and professional players. The list could go on and on. Three-pointer. That one is from way downtown. Brandon Wembley. Ooh, tried to go up and looked like he may have thought he was going to dunk it. That was 14 for Urbana. Kyrie Hillsman.
Hillsman made a nice, strong move there. Saw the lane, went after it. Trying to win the quarters, Urbana.
Still falling behind. Hit some nice shots, just Blytheville too much. But Blytheville, again, runner-up there in Arkansas, Class 4A. They figure to be a favorite to get back to that point again this year.
Yeah, just like Metamora up the street here. I mean, their goals are higher than, you know, winning any part of a tournament or winning the league and things like that.
Stepping stone.
They have bigger goals.
Yeah. View it as a stepping stone, but ultimately they got one thing on their mind, and that's hoisting a trophy. Billy Davis stops, he'll travel. But speaking of Metamora, Joe, they're going to play later tonight, and they play Booker T. Washington, who had some things on defense, but they are an offensive powerhouse. They're going to give Metamora a big test.
Yes.
That's the 9 p.m. game.
Which is what the Redbirds want.
Ethan Kaiser on that team.
Yep.
They've got other great players, though. You mentioned a Zobrist. How about another Zobrist coming through Metamora, Matthew?
Yeah, right. You know, Danny Adams back in his day. And, you know, a lot of good players. Nate Cannell.
Nate Cannell recently,
4 years on the Hilltop. Won a couple of Missouri Valley Conference tournament championships.
A lot of great history running through Metamora also. You can catch that one at 9:15. Tentatively, we'll see how long some of these games run. But
right.
Metamora and Booker T. Washington before that. Host team Washington, they'll take on Santa Fe Springs St. Paul. St. Paul impressed me yesterday, but Washington 2-0. They shoot a lot of threes, Joe.
Yes, yeah. They're not big, so they're going to have to shoot threes. And if you got the shooters, that's your MO.
Micah Brewer, Jake Stewart.
Yep.
Foul right there. Going the other direction. Gideon Campango picks that one up. Some other games today. Moving backwards in order from the schedule, down to 6:15. I'll be on the call with Jonathan Michael for Milwaukee. One of the best teams in Wisconsin. They'll take on Normal Community, who's got some big-time players. Jaheim Weber.
Right, Weber.
He's a huge presence in the paint. I'd like to see Marshall and Weber go against one another. That'd be a matchup for the ages.
And don't call everything. Just let them go.
Let them go. 4:45
St. Louis Cardinal Ritter will take on another team with some big fellas, Chicago St. Rita. 3:15 Yorkville Christian and Winter Haven. 1:30 Sugar Hill Lanier, Joliet West. And the next game coming up, St. Pius x St. Matthias Academy takes on Coral Glades. Halfway done with this fourth quarter. All Blytheville.
You know, Washington doesn't duck many people in their home tournament either.
They don't.
I remember a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years, I came in here to volunteer, do some work, and they're playing a team from Arkansas that had not one, but 2 7-footers. And, you know, that was in their draw. They wanted to play them, and they won that game. So they take on challengers here.
They sure have. They do not shy away from the big games. They've taken on Lincoln Park, who is a dynamic team. They beat them in a close one. Took on Moss Point. Got a big win against them. Coach Schumerhorn really carrying on that great tradition. Kevin Brown set here at Washington, and they're quite possibly, as you mentioned, they're not the biggest, but quite possibly one of the toughest teams you're going to see around. They play scrappy. They're the definition of scrappy basketball.
Yeah, a team you really don't want to play against. That's what they do. You know, talking about Jake Stewart, you know, I coached him in baseball in middle school level, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And even as an 8th grader, if you told me, oh, he's going to be the starting shortstop on the Washington varsity baseball team, and I would have said, nah, probably not. And if you said, oh, he's going to be the quarterback on the football team as a senior, and I went, no, probably not. But he's done all those things, and he's the star here. So I give him all the credit in the world. I mean, he's such a good, heady athlete.
He certainly is. He's a multi-sport star. As you mentioned, quarterback for the Panthers basketball team.
And how many kids do that? How many kids even play 3 sports?
Not too many anymore. Of course, you're a big baseball guy, Joe, and see a lot of players that'll just focus on one sport, basketball or baseball, what have you, but some of the best athletes are the guys that are playing year-round.
Absolutely, and college coaches love multi-sport athletes because you get coached by different people in different situations, and you put yourself in different, game-changing situations and for different sports. And if you can handle that, I mean, all your great Major League ball players were either a football player or a basketball player. Aaron Judge, played all 3 sports.
We've seen more recently in years, I think about Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray. He was a baseball player. Had some of these guys having opportunities to go professional both ways.
Yes.
And certainly a worthwhile thing to play multiple sports.
Yep.
Helps you in some of those little areas, some of those intangibles, hand-eye coordination, quickness.
Well, there's a great book out now. A couple of friends of mine have already read it. Said the day that Bo chose baseball.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got to pick that one up to see. But there was a guy who could have done anything.
Oh, yeah.
But he chose baseball.
So many great athletes out there to look up to. And Jake Stewart taking the role of his own 3-sport star. We'll see him on the baseball diamond. He'll be pretty good there as well.
Yeah, he will.
That's a Washington Panther baseball program that nearly rivals the basketball program. They're very good.
They're all trying to catch up to the wrestling program, though. Let's not forget that.
The wrestling program has turned out some excellent athletes, some state titles. Washington, just a rich sports school, as is a lot of the Mid-Illini Conference.
And they're getting bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, so in football, they qualified for the playoffs. They got bumped to 6A for the first time maybe ever.
They're growing.
Yes.
As this tournament is growing, so
yeah,
schools going places. Maybe need to build a bigger gym. I don't know. Eric Schumerhorn said they haven't had a all-school assembly in probably 10 years because not enough room to fit everybody in Torrey Gymnasium.
Right.
They'd be at capacity.
Yeah.
Final seconds winding down. Maybe some final thoughts, Blytheville.
Well, I like to see them play, another game just to see how good they are. They were challenged very little today, but they've got some great talent, and they have everything you want. Big man, little guy, good pressure, defense, good team.
Complete package and final shot at the horn. Nothing going there, but it's a big win there for the Blytheville Chickasaws, 69-37. They remain undefeated here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. Urbana can't get the job done. They will be back, and they certainly will have some more shots and opportunities throughout this season. As we wrap up here, let's get a quick word for our sponsors. Today's tournament game. First, starting with OSF Heath Care. When the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The host city, City of Washington, welcomes you to this year's tournament. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. There's plenty to check out. Make sure to check it out on your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstringautogroup.com. Teamworks is the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support this year's tournament. Joe, it's been a pleasure calling this game with you, but we got to send it down to the studio now. Teddy Ball and Lateef Love heading down there now.
I'm Teddy Ball, alongside me Lateef Love for Clutch Sports Media. We just got done with a 69-37 game with Blytheville defeating Urbana. Great second half for Blytheville. It was a little bit closer in the first half, but Lateef, how do you feel about that overall score?
Blytheville has really shown they were a second half team, and they improved to 3-0. Looking to possibly be in a championship for their bracket tomorrow. So Urbana, like you said, seemed to be gassed. You know, they played a late night game last night. They had to get up early in the morning to play again as well. They kept it close in the first half, but then Blytheville was able to pull away as they usually do behind, first, getting rebounds and shots in the paint and then stretching out to the three-point line.
For sure. So Blytheville moves on to 3-0. Urbana falls to 0-3. But like we said earlier, fatigue, it's a real problem here. So, a lot of teams are going to see how they battle it and overcome adversity here in the rest of the few days here at the tournament. But, Lateef, we're going to go and talk about some studio awards. These are not official Clutch Sports awards, but just kind of personal what our thoughts are on some of the games so far. What's your first one?
So, first we're going to start with MVP of the tournament so far. We still have a couple games left, but I'm going to go with Kendrick Osby. That's of Moss Point. He's coming into today. He was averaging 28 points. Oh, actually, that's my honorable mention. That's not my actual MVP. Okay. He's my honorable mention just because his play hasn't led to wins for his team. But he's doing so much for his team. So much of the workload being a point guard. He's not truly a point guard. So my honorable mention will have to go to Kendrick Osby, averaging around 24 points for the whole tournament. Then next, my actual MVP will be Isaac Salazar for Winter Haven. First of all, he's doing it on the offensive end and the defensive end. Last night, he really held Kenneth Lewis in check, only allowing 15 points after a historic 51-point performance against Joliet Christian. He's averaging 25.1 points per game, and he has great wins over Metamora and Booker T. Washington. So when factoring in the competition he's played and his performances on the offense and defense end, he has to be my MVP for the tournament so far.
Yeah, that's hard to do it on both ends, and he's definitely doing it. As for me, I didn't put an honorable mention, but I do have MVP for the tournament. I have Jeremiah Fears. Joliet West has really been doing very, very well, and a lot of it is to do with him. Him and his brother and all of his other teammates are really playing great basketball at a very high level. The other day upset St. Rita, of course, but, there's a lot more basketball here to be played, and this is only just a few games into the thing, so who knows what, at the end of the day, who could be our MVPs are. But moving to the next one, I have Defensive Player of Tournament of Champions. I have Ramez Zaid of Coral Glades, averaging over 6 steals a game. Like you said, with players doing it all on both sides of the court, he's definitely been carrying the workload offensively and defensively for Coral Glades as they look to do they play again tomorrow?
No, they played today. I
played
believe
today.
Their next game up.
Okay, so I'm excited to see them play. You stay tuned for that. What do you think?
Ramez Ayi, you know, he had a 9 steal game, but in his second game, his steal numbers kind of went down. You know, he had kind of a bad second game. So for me, I had to go with the brother of Jeremiah Fears, Jeremy Fears. First of all, you know, he really limits the guard play of the other team, really, you know, pressure, 94 feet. You know, it's really amazing to see, because once he doesn't have his offensive game going, he really locks in on defense just to impact the game. He impacts the game so well. So if his offensive game is not going, he really locks in on defense because he creates stops for the team, creates steals for the team. And one thing that's standing out against say Rita, down the stretch, he had key stops, key steals, leading the transition points. So, you know, he has some highlight blocks, some highlight steals, you know, really unselfish player. So for me, he has to be the defensive player of the year. You know, he locks down, not the year, of the tournament. He really locks down on defense and creates, you know, havoc for the other team.
For sure. That's a great performer right there. And just talk about great performers. For best performance, who do you have for your best performer of the Tournament of Champions so far?
My best performer, I would, for a one-game sample size, I'll probably have to go with Morris Johnson versus Sugar Hill Lanier, because, you know, I had to factor in competition. And Lanier is one of the best teams. They have a couple of D1 recruits, and, you know, when his team needed him to step up most, he really stepped up, put him up 21 points. You know, and he showed his array of skills, you know, mid-range, three-point, turnaround Jays, and stuff like that. You know, he's just a really balanced scorer. It's really something you really don't see from guys his size sometimes. So, you know, I think his performance against Sugar Hill Lanier, when he really needed a win as well, because they just dropped the one in Joliet West. So for him to bounce back in that way, it was really good to see.
There's obviously a lot of great performers here, but for me, I went maybe the easy route for things, but overall he had a great game. I went Kenneth Lewis of Booker T. Washington, 51 points the other day against Yorkville Christian, just phenomenal performer. They come out with the win against Yorkville Christian. They play later today, so that'd be fun, but he broke the Tournament of Champions record here for 17 years, and that's the record, so that's very impressive.
Yeah, one thing about that, you know, he'd probably be like in one of these Den of Honor things that they have, you know, his name will be forever etched in the, you know, history books, you know, such a great performance being out Zion. But, you know, one thing I didn't pick that because, you know, the competition was really kind of spotty. And, you know, he kind of showed the next game when they played Winter Haven. So it was a great performance. You can't take much from that. But, you know, I feel like Morris had much more competition in his performance.
So now that we get past maybe the better performances, how about we talk about some overall performances for some players around the tournament, like maybe like surprise players that you might not have expected to do as well as they're doing?
So for my surprise performer, I have Micah Brewer from Washington. You know, coming into a tournament where you guys are hosting, it comes with a lot of pressure. You have a lot of fans out here to see you succeed, and so the weight of that on your shoulders is something that you can't look past. And I feel like, you know, he's averaging 20 points for the whole entire tournament. Washington is 2-0. You know, they're looking to get to the championship for their own tournament. He's really been a good job distributing. You know, actually he's been shooting the ball at a very elite clip from three. You know, every time he shoots the ball, it looks like it's going to go in. You know, he has great form, great patience. And so I think he's been a really good performer for sure. Washington today.
For sure, Washington's been playing very, very well as a team throughout the tournament so far, so it'll be interesting to see how he does for the rest of the tournament. For my surprise performer, and it's not really a surprise, but I guess he definitely has stepped up so far this season. I have Tyson Dawson of Metamora. Obviously, Metamora loses in the state championship last year, but a lot of eyes go to Ethan Kaiser and some other players on the team, but Tyson Dawson has really stepped up for Metamora and has helped them win. And even come out, you know, with the game they did lose, but Metamora has played very, very, very good basketball so far. So he is my best performer or surprise performer.
And we have a couple of good games still left today. We have I think Joliet West plays Sugar Hill Lanier. That's the game of the day for us. You know, so we're looking to see Jeremy Fears and Jeremy Fears how they handle, you know, the size and the depth of Sugar Hill Lanier. So that'd be a good game to see for the rest of the day. What's some other games you're looking forward to on the schedule today?
I really am looking forward to Booker T. Washington again. I mean, I was a huge fan. I mean, that game Kenneth Lewis had was very impressive. So in order to see them again, I'm very impressed with how he's playing. I'm excited to see how he plays for the rest of the tournament after coming out. Maybe a slower game in his second game, but overall, great performance for him so far this tournament. And
then another good game we have for today is Cardinal Rita versus St. Rita. That should be a good game. When Cardinal Rita played Joliet West, they went into overtime, one of the better games of the tournament that we failed to mention. But, you know, Cardinal Rita, a very scrappy team, very deep team. You know, they compete for the whole 30 minutes, and then they'll be playing against Morris Johnson and James Brown versus St. Rita today at 4:30.
Yeah, for sure. We did forget to talk about that. We were talking about making a game of the tournament so far. And for me, that would be St. Rita and Joliet West. So I think that game lived up to the hype. A lot of people probably favoriting St. Rita in that game, but Joliet West comes out with the win after trailing down 12, and they were able to come back and get the win. So very, very good. That's one of the reasons why I have Jeremiah Fears as one of my best players, because he really helped Joliet West come back in that game.
And that has to be the game of the tournament. You know, all the hype, everybody was here. You know, we had Scott Ball, his life, Slow Shea, people from the Tribune, Illinois scouters and players at that game. So, when a game like that lives up to the hype, pack out the whole entire gym, thousands and thousands of people watching the game, and it comes down to the last seconds, essentially, that really has to, be the game of the tournament so far.
For sure. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Lateef Love. You're watching Clutch Sports Media. We're going to send it back to the booth.
Just about ready to go as we roll on in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Game 3 of 9 this afternoon. It's St. Pius, the Warriors from California, in to take on the Coral Glades Jaguars of Florida. So, my goodness, these schools separated by, a few thousand miles. No big deal. But looking forward to this one. Cody Schindler, John Camosa here with you. And John, these are two teams that are 1-1 in the tournament, and both are led by their guard play.
Yeah, they certainly are. Let's start with Coral Glades, a really good junior class. Tahir Bond, 6'3" guard. Ramez Zaid, 6'1" junior guard. Dylan Burrows, the big man, at 6'8". So these are players that have been contributing this season. It bodes well moving into next year when they're a year older as seniors. So this is a Coral Glades team that was 6-17 last year out of Florida. They're coming back this year looking strong. And then St. Matthias, led by Tyrone Riley, the 6'6" junior. He's got a lot of Division I offers.
Tyrone Riley, a top 50 player in next year's class. Excited to watch him here this afternoon. Number 5 in maroon. St. Pius, St. Matthias, the Warriors, and the Coral Glades Jaguars. Again, both teams 1-1, looking for their second win in this tournament, and certainly that could be crucial. Starting lineups will be introduced here momentarily. And I think if you're looking maybe for keys to the game, is certainly St. Pius. They'll have to be prepared for the ball pressure, the defensive pressure from Coral Glades, and they get their hands in the passing lanes. They've gotten a lot of steals here throughout the first part of the week.
Yeah, that's a key point to their offensive strategy and especially defense as well. But Coral Glades, they love to press. They'll get up on you and come away with a lot of steals. That starts with Ramez Zaid. He has 6 steals in these last 2 games, so he puts a lot of ball pressure. And when they get in transition, Cody, this team can really run.
Perhaps we may see a game up there in the 70s and the 80s with not only the styles these teams are playing, but certainly the talent on both sides of the floor. And you mentioned it for Coral Glades. This is a young bunch. Juniors really lead this team. Of course, Tyrone Riley, a junior in his own right. So some future stars here showcasing their talents as we creep up on the noon hour. We're just beyond the noon hour on this Friday, post-Thanksgiving. We're ready to roll, or are we? Now we'll jump it up. The tip control to Riley and St. Pius. Away we go. Cody Schindler, John Camosa here with you for Game 3 of 9.
Tyrone Riley, the left-hander, loves to shoot the 3 ball, but he will take it to the hoop.
Inside out, Anaya the basket. 5'10" sophomore guard, and all set up with the post touch and then the ball fake.
And you're going to see St. Pius, St. Matthias put that ball pressure on as well.
What a find underneath. Kerpre Elsie from Bond, who somehow looked like a quarterback who was getting sacked, found his man.
Just great awareness there from Bond. See his teammate right under the basket.
Entry pass knocked away. Riley's first shot attempt left it short off the front rim. McSmith the rebound. One and done. Go the Warriors.
That was a key piece in yesterday's loss against Blytheville. Bond was in foul trouble. Happy to have him back now.
Bond was cut off by Riley. He'll pull it back out with 10 on the shot clock. Post touch. Free LC, and he lost it out of bounds.
Both teams physical. Love to work the ball inside. You're going to see a lot of that defensive pressure. The half-court set.
Two teams, they play a similar style. Both supremely talented at the guard spot. Been looking forward to this matchup all morning. And wipe that three ball off the board. Anaya traveled trying to gather himself.
St. Pius, St. Matthias coming off that big win last night against Urbana. They really turned it on there. Tyrone Riley had a nice stretch in the third quarter.
Active hands, loose change. The Jaguars save it. Inside out, Smith the triple. Too strong, and the rebound down to Gillum. Left corner three on the other end, rattled home. Tylon Williams, the junior guard, and a timeout. St. Pius. Just a 30-second, and with that, we'll say thank you to OSF Heath Care, one of our fine sponsors this week. OSF Heath Care, when their new Cancer Institute opens in Peoria in 2024, will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in the state of Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Yeah, both teams feeling each other out here, John, in the first 2.5 minutes. And really, I think we kind of touched on keys, certainly valuing the basketball, but if you can beat the press, maybe you get a 3-on-2, you get numbers the other way. Whoever can get some of those easy baskets will certainly be in the driver's seat.
Definitely, and that last possession from St. Pius, great job of spacing the floor in the half-court set, finding the open man for three. That's something you got to do against a team as defensively sound as Coral Glades.
Anaya, he's been all over the place in the first couple minutes, gets tagged with the personal. Jaguars wearing their home whites. St. Pius, St. Matthias wearing their traveling maroon tops. Not too strong for Smith off the heel, but Zayed saves possession. Layup no, and it's in and out of the hands of Smith, leading to a run out the other way. Douglas Langford to the line, he'll shoot a pair.
And Langford matching up with Dylan Burrows on defense. 6'9", the sophomore Douglas Langford. A really big bright spot in this offense for the Warriors.
First one is pure. Soft touch from the big man. Little friendly roll over the front of the rim. 5-point lead is the biggest lead in the early going. Only 3 minutes into this one. Both teams continue to press. And a foul is called. Bond, to his credit, number 2 in white, he is not panicked with this press. And he's dribbled out of trouble. He's on a couple of fouls in the process.
That's where it can get difficult when they press you so much right after you get over the half-court line. But Bond doing a nice job, as well as Zaid staying composed back there, making the extra pass.
Bond weaving his way towards the basket. He'll kick it out for a 15-footer that was left short by Petrie. Loose ball, rebound to the Jaguars. Inside, a foul. 2 free throws coming for Pius.
We knew this game coming in, Cody, is going to be a physical game. Both teams defensively not giving them anything easy inside both sides of the floor.
Can't beat that sound, right? That's right up there with the pop of the mitt, crack of the bat.
That soft stroke at the line.
Pius 1 of 2, but an offensive rebound. 2 or 3 red shirts were streaking the other way. Bond can't make him pay, however, offline with the 3. And out of bounds. Petrie came flying in on the backside. He was standing on the baseline. This is a good-looking hardwood here, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Orange apron. Driving inside, Anaya had it blocked, and it will stay here, much to the dismay of Stephen Whittingham, the Coral Glades head man. For the most part, I would say this has been a very well officiated tournament.
It has. I mean, it's been physical, but they're letting them play. It's been clean basketball. That's what you love to see.
Riley, what an individual effort. Missed the first one, but got it back, and he'll shoot a pair as a reward. Riley, a top 50 recruit in the class of 2024 per ESPN. Has offers from USC, among many others. Certainly, you pick up a program, he's one of the names they highlight in this tournament. He's right up there with Ramesh Johnson from St. Rita as maybe the best player in the tournament, right? I don't think that's too much of a stretch as he goes 1 of 2.
I don't think so at all. And, you know, among those offers you mentioned, USC, UCLA, as they're transitioning over to the Big Ten, could see him play locally over in Champaign-Urbana.
Brad Underwood was in the house the other night, as were some of his players. To watch that St. Rita team, we'll see him in action later this afternoon right here on Clutch Sports Media. Shot clock down to 5. Not sure if the Jaguars are aware. They are not. That's a shot clock violation.
And Cody, that's one thing, and I haven't seen too many teams kind of get fooled by it, but you occasionally see, you know, a shot clock violation on some passes, and it's something new that's been implemented, so still trying to get used to it.
Inside, tough catch, basket and 1 for Langford.
Going a lot inside to that sophomore. He's making the Jaguars pay in the post.
It's a fun matchup down there. Free throw spins in. Langford, a 6'9" sophomore. Pius, a 6'6" junior. They've both done some good things for their teams in the opening quarter. Zaid on the drive, penetrate and kick. Boyd weaves into traffic, threw it away. Jaguars retain it for the moment. Bond, off balance, no. Rebound, yanked down by Langford.
Coral Glades doing a good job getting inside.
Free ball off the heel for Binion, a 6'7" forward. Stepping out, trying his hand from distance. Bond gets free. Short on the triple try. Rebound yanked down by guess who? Langford.
He has been all over the court tonight, hasn't he? The underclassmen, and that's what's so neat about both these teams, Cody. They're going to be back another year.
Long range three, left short. One and done go the Warriors that time. Live with that shot if you're Coral Glades, certainly. Zaid spinning, too strong, but it will stay here off the miss with 102 seconds to play in the opening quarter.
Just a couple shots that aren't falling on these last two possessions, but doing a great job of getting to the basket. Bond, Zaid, you got to keep attacking against a defense like this.
Jaguars have seen the lid on the basket. Can they change it? They can with the follow. Elsie, who has all 5 for Coral Glades. Bond active, hands in near steal. Riley lost it, got it back, and gets the friendly roll.
Smooth touch off the glass there. Good awareness there from Riley. Hitting his own miss, putting it in.
Wide open triple rattles in for Burrows. Much needed 3 for the Jaguars, and a timeout on the floor with a minute to play. In the opening quarter, this becomes a full timeout. And this gives us an opportunity to say thank you to all of our fine sponsors, including OSF Heath Care. When life gets hectic, you need health care that's easy. You need OSF on-call urgent care for the care of minor illnesses and injuries. They offer in-person care, 24/7 virtual visits, clinics conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncold.org/urgent care. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. And by Upgreen Auto Group, new inventory is in stock today at every Upgreen Auto Group dealer. 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions as we play on. A turnover in the half court, running the other way. Burrows couldn't flip it in with the right hand. And now a run out the other direction. Meet me at the rim, a fine block from Bond. We've got a 2-on-1 the other way with Capri Elsie.
What a transition there. Bond soars for the block, and then Capri Elsie off the lob puts it in.
All of a sudden, a 3-point ball game. Riley gets it off the deflection. Good skip pass. Trying to answer is Bridges, and he does just that.
Big time shot from Bridges, just as it looked like Coral Glades was starting to pick up a little momentum on their side.
Off balance 3 to beat the horn. It goes begging, and that ends the opening quarter. St. Pius, St. Matthias, a 6-point advantage after 8 minutes of play here in Washington. Let's one more time go through our sponsors. We've got a little bit of time in between quarters. OSF Heath Care, the Cancer Institute in Peoria, opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country at proton beam therapy. Only the second in Illinois. A place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington again welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit this week. Upgreen Auto Group, new inventory is in stock today at every Upgreen Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. and by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We play on. Tell you what, John, I think they shortened the time between quarters.
I think they did.
I'm winded. You take this one. There's Bond to triple. Rattles out. Rebound down to Bridges. Riley cut off baseline. Bond, a fine defensive effort.
That's where Coral Glades has done a nice job inside against Tyrone Riley in last night's win over Urbana. So quick on the baseline, just slashing through defenders. He's got that nice left-handed touch. So that's one player they're trying to limit today.
Riley, number 5 in maroon. He has 3 points. Entry pass inside, not there. Riley with the interception, and it leads to a run out and a bucket. Emmanuel Gillum. Well, this was a 3-point game just a minute ago. All of a sudden back to 8 in favor of the Warriors.
They like to get out and go, and extending that lead. How will Coral Glades respond here on this possession?
Get it inside. Straightaway triple, well off the mark for Burrows. He's made 1 3-pointer in the early going. There's Riley now. Goes against the ball screen. He was bumped. Foul on the floor. Will be tagged to Bond.
Foul number 2 to Urbana.
With 6:37 to play in quarter number 2, the Warriors will inbound underneath. And this is a big game, right? Both these teams 1-1. Trying to put themselves in position to perhaps advance. Here's a run out and a slam. For Pro-LC, he's had a fine first half.
Yeah, Cody, I think anytime you can come to the TOC and come away with 2 or more wins, it's a huge thing, especially with highly regarded national teams.
Extra pass, Bridges. Not this time. The rebound tapped to the corner where Petrie secured it. Zaid still looking for his first points. Not anymore. Off the window he goes.
Great job getting inside, able to finish. Nice 4-0 run for the Jaguars.
Inside off glass goes Langford. Just muscled that one up and in.
Seems like anytime they need a big answer, Langford right there is a huge piece on offense in the first quarter.
Zaid going right back to the cup, couldn't finish, but guess who? On the stick back for Pro-LC.
How about that duo going back and forth, the juniors.
Steele on the help. Zaid a 2-on-1, got it to go, and it's a 1-possession ball game.
There's no question he's been one of the best defenders of the tournament so far. 8 steals now for Zaid.
Committed a foul as he got stuck on Riley, who has 3 or 4 inches on him.
Checking in for the Warriors, number 23, Amari Binion.
One ball game here. 2 teams that are pretty evenly matched. On the inbounds pass, a steal. The Warriors turnover. Jaguars can tie or take the lead. Elsie, much too strong that time. Fair miss from him. Bridges, he's one of their sharpshooters. Missed that one. And a run out the other way. Numbers for Coral Glades. Burrows gets it to go. This was an 8-point lead just a moment ago for St. Pius. We're knotted up 20 apiece.
They really turned it around. I think it all starts on defense. Getting those turnovers leading to points.
Riley gets a touch. He'll pull up, left it short. Rebound putback won't go in traffic, and the outlet pass too far for Zayed.
He certainly turned up the pressure defensively, and Cody even on the little block down there. Got guys crashing in, not giving the Warriors anything easy inside. They know they have a lot of size down there. That's where Burrows and company are trying to step in.
Naya back into the ball game. He'll try to set things up for the Warriors. They quickly go inside, a post touch for Langford, and it's spun out. In the hands of Bond, they'll slow it down. Coral Glades looking for their first lead of the ball game. Smith stepping out. Off front rim. Langford, he just eats up the glass. Long floater attempt too strong. Put back, no. And a foul inside will send Binion to the line. Much to the dismay of Burrows. He gets tagged with the personal.
Great second effort down there from Binion. Stands at 6'7", the forward inside. Able to draw that contact, get to the line for a pair of free throws.
This one rims out. Game 3 on the day, 6 more to follow, and really start ramping up as we work into the afternoon to see Joliet West in the next game. Well, for the lead, off the mark for Pittry. Run out the other way. Riley off the glass. He just glides to the rim, doesn't he?
Sure does. Fun player to watch.
He hasn't forced anything. Let the game come to him. He nearly lost the basketball. Finds Bond in the other corner. Re-rims out, and this time Riley, the defensive end, showing his prowess. Just wants that one out of play.
It's kind of a fight for who wants the lead at halftime. Both these teams evenly matched. Been entertaining first half so far, going back and forth.
On the inbounder. Onto the high post. Zayed trying to work out of it. Well defended by the Warriors. Very few easy buckets in this game for either side, quite frankly.
Both defenses making the opposing team work.
Nearly lost our broadcast table over here. You may have heard the commotion in the back end. We're all good.
If you kind of heard that drop in my voice on the last sentence, I was holding on to that table with my right hand. We didn't lose a monitor.
Binion the basket. I'll take blame for that one. I might have had my elbows on the table. My mother taught me growing up, never have the elbows on the dinner table, but alas. We'll make a mental note of it for tomorrow, Jet. Won't happen tomorrow.
Exactly.
Inside.
Nice block.
Zayed rejected. We're running the other way. 4-on-3. Riley the triple. Left it short. Rebound. Who wants it? It's Riley who comes away with it. Now another three is up. This one too strong. Riley again.
And how about Langford on the other end? Huge block. And then on their side, saving the ball before it goes out of bounds, which end up leading to a basket from Riley.
Bond got his man in the air, couldn't get the roll. Riley is such a smooth player. Sometimes you see guys, especially those highly touted guys, maybe if they don't get their points in the early going, they force things. Not the case. It's being rewarded, although a bad pass here. 3-on-1. Bond to Smith.
Bond just flew in for that steal right at the Panthers logo there near midcourt.
A little miscommunication on the inbounds pass. The Jaguars might get the last shot out of this.
Well, that was big. I mean, St. Pius, I should say, had a chance to maybe push that to 8 or 9 instead. Down 4, and they can cut into this even more with the basket.
Bond with 4. Lost it. Shot did not get off in time. Did not matter anyway. Anaya is off the mark. Halftime here in Game 3 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The Warriors of St. Matthias, a 4-point advantage in what has been a fun ball game to this point. While we have a moment, a fine thank you to all of our sponsors, including OSF Heath Care, a new day in cancer care on the horizon at OSF. The 2024 opening of the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria will bring innovative technology, treatments, clinical trials, and research that saves lives. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. I invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Updrain Auto Group has new inventory in stock today and every day at each of the 11 franchises, 6 locations. The year's best selection is on hand. You'll always get the best price at updrainautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans in the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We're going to regroup up here in the booth after a near equipment scare. Let's send it down to the Updrain studio. Tournament Central coming at you next.
Welcome back to the Updrain Tournament Central. I'm here with Teddy Ball. I'm Gavin Russell. Worked on getting a couple interviews, but didn't line up quite right now. So we're just going to chop it up for a little bit here. We got a good one going on. Coral Glades in this one. I know you were talking about Coral Glades a little bit, and they've impressed so far, but they're taking on St. Paul in a tight battle. Kind of speaking on Coral Glades, though, we've seen them a couple times in this tournament. I've been fortunate enough to call a couple of their games so far. They play with a lot of energy, kind of a sneaky good team. They've got some younger players, and kind of the whole outlook for them was they're taking big steps. Younger players, improving, and they're showing that in this tournament.
100%. And Coral Glades wasn't a team I particularly had on my radar going into the tournament. But, you know, since the first game we saw him, obviously, like, the big name was Ramez Zaid. I put him last segment about the defensive player of the tournament so far. He's been playing very, very well offensively and defensively. But even as a team, you know, you'd think a lot of these a lot of teams around here with really, really good star power might have some good depth around them particularly. But they have been playing very, very well together. Their chemistry is good. And even though they're trailing, they're playing good basketball.
They are playing good basketball. And Zaid is one of the best ball handlers I've seen out of this tournament. I mean, you know, he may not be their best shooter, but he's a spark plug in the way if he can facilitate. He plays extraordinary defense, so look out for Zaid out there. But they also have, like, Kerpew Elzy, Tahir Bond, as well as a few other guys. So they're a solid team. St. Paul looking pretty good also. They're a team that, again, I didn't personally have on my radar too much, but they're pretty deep. They kind of just have a variety of players, and I think that's probably the best thing to have in this tournament is just a nice variety.
100%. St. Paul came out pretty quick in this game here. Coral Glades did come back in the second quarter, but overall keeping it close between the two teams. So very good.
No, both are playing a good game. They're going to finish that one up here in a few moments again as Cody Schindler and John Cabosa are on the call. But let's shift away from basketball. You know, we love chopping it up, but we also like just keeping it entertaining, right? You know, it's halftime. Maybe you're just waiting for the second half to get started, looking for a little halftime entertainment. Look no further. I'm going to start rapid-firing questions here to Teddy. I told him I was going to put him on the spot. I like to just kind of pick the brains of some of the guys that we work with, some of the people that we interview. This is a long tournament. First of all, it's long days. You didn't work yesterday, but it's long days. You get to thinking. It really puts you on the spot. That's the best time for answers.
100%. I was lucky I didn't work yesterday because it gave me a little break in between the 5 days, split it up into 2. But, yeah, it's been a lot.
It has been a lot. It's fun, though. It's
100%.
It's
very
fun. Yes, not a chore whatsoever. All right, Teddy, you're a track runner.
I am.
So you're a track runner at Pekin High School. What does it take to be a track runner? Kind of explain your routines. Explain. Maybe do you have any superstitions, perhaps? I don't know anything. What's a track runner do?
Well, I mean, the last year was actually my first year running track again since before COVID. So I was really nervous going into the season.
Sure.
I would say I had some superstitions though. One of them was. Sorry for the viewers listening at home, but after some of my races for the first month or two, I would throw up after every. I did not.
Really?
I did not get in shape for a while in the season. I was doing okay, but with my 400, yeah, I know it's a little disgusting. But I would run. I'm a 400 runner.
Okay.
And I just wasn't in shape for a season, but
Sure.
I came out doing okay. So.
Okay. So track runner. Do you play any other sports?
Growing up, I played football and baseball.
Gotcha.
I stopped that after my freshman year. Didn't play anything my sophomore year. Actually, besides track, I ran track. But, yeah, now I'm doing this and that after the season.
So football, of course, Pekin's got some pretty good football players. Do you think you could go toe-to-toe with likenesses of some of your classmates?
I like to think so. I think I could be on there.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't be a starter. There's a lot of great talent over there. But when I played, I was decent. Decent.
So in the realm of sports, right, yeah, I know you're a big sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
Not even just high school sports. Who do you align with when it comes to professional sports? Who's your team you root for?
So for basketball, I'm a Bulls fan. Always been a Bulls fan.
Love that.
And then don't watch hockey. For football, I moved to Missouri when I was younger, like 6 or 7.
Sure.
So the first game I ever went to was a Rams game against the Colts in 2013. And so then I became a Rams fan. So, you know, not a great season, but hey, we won a Super Bowl last year, so that's pretty fun. But and then. And Bulls, Rams, and then
baseball. You got a baseball team?
Oh, I'm a big Cubs guy. I don't know. That's what I was blanking on. I don't follow baseball too particularly well, but when the Cubs are doing good, you know, it's fun to go out there.
Once in 100 years, you get a chance to follow.
108.
108. Yeah, I'm a Cubs fan too. I'm a Bulls fan, but it gives our viewers something to align with, I guess. So any Rams fans out there, you can come chop it up about the underperforming Los Angeles Rams this year. We don't need to get into that, but good to know. Do you have a college? Do you follow college sports at all?
When growing up, I followed Alabama, but I don't follow them anymore. I watch them, but I wouldn't call myself an Alabama fan.
Sure.
But I'm a Tar Heels guy for basketball. I also like Illinois when they're playing. You know, I'll root for the home team, but yeah, that's about it.
I'm a Bradley guy through and through. You know, Cody Schindler, Larry Larson, John Mike. I'm sure they could all agree with that. Yeah. But I would say we all would give Illinois a shout out in a pinch. Illinois football's been fun this year.
They have been. Basketball's looking pretty fun.
So a lot of good sports going on in the state of Illinois. And speaking of good sports, we got some great sports right here in this gym. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions has been fantastic so far. We've got a lot of games left to go today. We've got a full slate of afternoon and evening basketball, plus a full day on Saturday. So we're going to get back to it. It's Coral Glades and St. Paul playing a close one. You're going to catch all that action right here on ClutchSportsAll.com. For Teddy Ball and Gavin Russell, we're going to send it back up to the booth. Cody Schindler and John Camosa, take it away.
Thank you, Gavin. As both teams are back out on the floor, just over 2 minutes in our intermission. 26-22 the score. St. Pius with the advantage on Coral Glades. And John, I think it's been a pretty well-played game for the most part. I think both teams have had some success getting to the rim and getting the ball inside. There's not been a whole lot of outside jump shots made in this ball game. And again, we talked about it the other day on Tuesday. Every team's a little different. It's kind of nice to see one of these games where you kind of have to grind it out in the half court a little bit.
Yeah, and I think for both teams, it's really starting on the inside, not allowing easy shots, playing really good defense. In turn, it's led to points in transition down the floor. A lot of steals here and there. Bond, Ramez Zaid getting their hands on ball. So it's been exciting back and forth. And right now, St. Pius has the upper hand, but this is a game going into the second half, could go either way. It's been exciting, Cody.
Well, you touched on Bond, one of the individuals for Coral Glades. St. Pius side, Tyrone Riley is a top 50 recruit in next year's class. He's really let this game come to him to this point. I would imagine we'll probably see the ball in his hands, a little more regularity in the second half, an opportunity to try to create a little separation.
And I think that's, a nice part for Tyrone Riley is some teams might key in solely on him. And he kind of, like you said, Cody, lets the game come to him, plays with the flow. But in turn, it's led to big performances from other players who are really stepping into their role. And that starts with sophomore Douglas Langford. He's been really sound defensively, had a nice block. He's been getting rebounds, led to some points, hitting his free throws, among other players as well. And that's been big for St. Pius because it's not a one-man show out here. They're getting everyone spaced out and getting a lot of different guys in the scoring column. And same with Coral Glades, a lot of different players getting involved here. It's going to be a good game.
Langford, the 6'9" big man, 11 points in that first half. So we'll switch directions as we do for the second half. I think Pius will move right to left on your monitor. We wait for the Jaguars to come out of their huddle. And Coach Stephen Whittingham, last minute words of advice. The Warriors will get the ball coming out of the half, or will they? The Jaguars basketball, the scoreboard fooled me. Away we go, second half action. Jaguars will get the first crack at it. They go inside as we surmised.
Bond was calling for it down there. They had him for a split second. Instead, he's going to dribble it out.
Burrows doubled. Finds a cutting Zaid who had it blocked away. Good movement without the basketball, but a better wall up at the rim. On the other end, Burrows with a wall up and a block. Now Anaya, too strong on the three. Chasing down the miss with Smith.
Chance for Coral Glades here. Zaid calling for it again.
Bond into the lane, too strong, and numbers the other way. Here's Riley.
How about the ball movement there? The extra pass leads to Riley's layup. Doing a great job of getting down the floor after a defensive stop.
6-point bulge for the Warriors. Bond trying to direct traffic. Looking for his big man inside. The entry pass was kicked, so reset the shot clock to 20. Lob to the goal, knocked away by Riley. Riley lays it in, two more. He's gotten going with a couple of easy buckets in this second half.
And just like yesterday's win over Urbana, just finds his rhythm, and once he gets into the game and gets going, Riley is a big threat.
Mid-range J goes down for Bridges. All of a sudden, a 10-point lead for St. Pius. I think if you're Coral Glades, right, you're going to have to knock down some outside shots at some point in this game, John.
Yeah. And it's got to be big, especially you can't get inside. You see 3 guys coming in to really trap there underneath. And even their 6'8" forward, Dylan Burrows, having a hard time there with Langford matched up on him. So trying to space the floor, find those open threes.
Bond's pass, I think it hit the backside of the backboard, so it goes to St. Pius. There was some confusion there initially, but it is Warriors basketball. They can extend their lead. Good ball movement. Burrows erases the short shot with a block. Second of the quarter. Bond into the lane, had it knocked away. Another run out. Big man Langford, not used to running the floor, leading the break like that. He came up empty. Now Zaid all the way in.
What a pretty move. Slashing his way through defenders, finishing with the left. And that's what they're going to need.
And a steal off the press, 3-on-0. 4 quick ones for Ahmed Zayed. Just like that, the 10-point lead is dropped to 6. In traffic, Langford foul. They'll shoot 2.
Langford, when he can get inside, tough player to defend with his size. Making another trip to the free throw line.
Such a smooth stroke, soft touch, the free throw line. 6 feet 9 inches tall, just a sophomore. Only 2 seniors on this team for St. Pius, and we have not seen either one of them for extended minutes. Now, this is a team, if they can stick together, they should have a fine club next year. And they're only going to grow and get better as this season moves on. Burrows over the top. LC the basket. And a timeout on the floor. I believe Coral Glades took the timeout. And with 4:16 in the third quarter, we again say thank you to one of our sponsors, OSF Heath Care. OSF Heath Care, when life gets hectic and you need health care that's easy, you need OSF On-Call Urgent Care for the care of minor illnesses and injuries. They offer in-person care, 24/7 virtual visits, clinics conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. Coral Glades, they behind by double digits. A quick response to get right back within striking distance. 5-point lead for the Warriors. They have the basketball moving right to left. Jaguars show some pressure and they get a steal. Bond jumped the passing lane. He couldn't finish. Zayed, he's active. Able to keep it alive. Riley, an emphatic swat, leads to a 3-on-1 the other way and a foul. Bridges went flying to the hardwood. He hit the deck, but he quickly back to his feet. Looked like a high-speed collision, one where Bridges kind of lost his footing.
Yeah, hard fall. Pops right back up. Chance for 2 at the free throw line.
Battles in the first. Bridges 6'4". With some size. He's knocked down a couple of long jumpers. Hits a pair at the stripe. The lead balloons to 7. Zayed, he gets free and bangs the triple.
And Cody, you just mentioned getting something going from the outside. And there it is, Zayed with the 3.
Side of foul, Langford. Jaguars, they went all out trying to get the steal. They were unable to collect the loose ball. It turned into an easy opportunity for Langford, who was hammered. 2 more free throws coming for the big man. He has 13. Make it 14.
And he does have that soft touch, doesn't he, at the free throw line? It's nice. Well, nice when your big man can go and knock him down.
Had a couple just hit the front rim and gently drop down. Pick and pop Burrows. And tried to get to the rim. He was held en route. So inbound underneath. Shot clock back to 35. Shot clock has not been much of a factor today or in this tournament, quite frankly. Burrows short on the 3, but Bond gets the loose change. Another crack for the Jaguars. Petrie will pull it up. Well off the mark, and it's out of bounds to St. Pius.
Kind of heard that one under the basket, Mike, there. Bond kind of shaking his right hand off after that. I don't know, Cody, if you ever jammed your finger on a basketball, it's not a good feeling.
Yeah, that one sticks with you for a day or two. Langford is doubled, trying to shovel it off. He does. Long 2 from Williams offline, but an offensive rebound. Both teams have hit the glass hard in this third quarter, and a steal by Zayed. And what a pass to set up Bond. He's fouled. He'll get a hand. He's back to his feet. He'll walk to the stripe.
What a save, though. Almost like a football catch in the back of the end zone. Tippy-toeing there right on the line and able to toss it down court. It's going to lead to 2 free throws again.
On Pure on the first. They can use his scoring. He's been held in check for much of this ball game. In fact, that was his first point. Goes 1 of 2. Riley yanks down the miss. 3 on 2 if the Warriors hurry. In the lane, a whistle and a foul. Bridges able to force one up, and he gets 2. All of a sudden, free throws becoming the name of the game. Slowed down a little bit.
And we talked about this in so many of these games. They go back and forth. Free throws are big. No matter what quarter, those points all add up.
Seven-point lead. St. Pius, St. Matthias. This game was tied at 20. Bond trying to go one-on-one against Riley. Shakes him free for the moment. And he was hand-checked. 3rd team foul on the Warriors. I thought about the quick trigger 3. Instead, get it in the hands of his point guard, Zayed. Smith. Pick and roll. That pass was too hot to handle. That's what Smith was saying way back down the floor. Hey, that's a tough ask.
Yeah.
Ask me to catch that one.
Yeah, Bond had the right idea. Just got to dump that one down, though. He kind of fired it in there.
Tariq Bridges, the triple. Bridges can shoot it with a couple of outside jump shots.
And it doesn't feel like a 10-point game. It's been so back and forth. Any separation they can get, they're trying to.
Diane amongst the trees, a fine floater. Tickled the twine.
He's up to 13 points on the day. Amongst other things, a lot of steals and rebounds.
He makes this team go, certainly. There's a double team and a steal. Bond on the scoot, and he dribbled it off his foot.
Not what you want there. I think that just shows how quick this team is. They get going down the floor and just couldn't corral that one. But that was a nice effort there from Grayson Thomas on the outside to get that steal. Almost led to transition points.
Shot clock is off. Steal. Zayed, he jumped the passing lane. Now the Jaguars will try to take the last shot. Trailing 8. Inside, what a find. Thomas the basket. There's a heave towards the other end. Binion, that was an impressive shot put towards the rim, but certainly well short. We're through 3 in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The third game of the afternoon, a 6-point St. Pius lead. Big thank you to our sponsors. The new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. Will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country. Proton beam therapy, only the second in Illinois. Be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit this week. Updreen has new inventory in stock at every location. 11 franchises, 6 locales. Here's best selection. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel needs. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. We're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at this year's tournament. 8 minutes to play in regulation, a 6-point differential. St. Pius looking for their second win of the week. And it starts with a bad pass and a turnover. Bond, the hammer.
Threw that one down with authority.
Pressure continues to pick up for Coral Glades. Riley, top of the circle. Binion put it down on the floor to be stripped. He held on to it. Stepping through, Langford came up empty, a rare miss for him. He's been really good. Bond, what a pass inside, and we've got a one-score game. Gertrude Elsie, who had such a good first half.
They've really turned up the pressure.
Bond, spinning. Zayed, we are tied. Holy smokes. Jaguars flip a switch, 6 points in the first minute of the quarter, and we're knotted up.
I think that momentum really carried over from the final seconds of the third quarter. They have just turned it on tremendously here in the fourth.
There's a long-range three from Williams. Short. Rebound out to Zayed. On the scoot, he's fouled. Shot rims off, but free throw's coming, and the Coral Glades point guard will shoot for the lead. Turn those tables, John. My goodness.
Yeah, he just applied that defensive pressure, and they are getting out and running in transition. You can tell they want this second win of the tournament.
See if Tyrone Riley is asked to do more for St. Pius. Ed goes 1 of 2. Langford corrals the miss. Here is Riley. Drives left. Bridges, he can shoot it from the outside. He's knocked down a couple of threes. And a walk. Riley was trying to gather it at the high post. He shuffled the feet. Everything coming up Coral Glades in the first 2 minutes of the quarter.
And you notice that tape on his right hand last night's game against Urbana. Had a cut right on the inside of his palm there. It's a left-handed shooter though, but sometimes you wonder if that affects that grip.
Yeah, stepping into the lane, what a move. Smooth operator. It's a 3-point lead. Warriors need a basket just to stem the tide. Is this the one they were looking for? Yes, indeed. Tylon Williams buries the 3, and we're tied at 45.
It's a big answer for the junior there, able to bury it.
Warriors have picked up the defensive pressure. They were trying to deny Zayed. Burrows, he can hit that shot, and he does. Right back at you.
It's only the 3rd or 4th three-point attempt we've seen from Burrows, but that comes at one of the biggest times.
Williams just hit an outside J. Now Bridges will try his hand, and it rims out. Burrows the miss. Jaguars seem content to run some clock. Zayed, what a move! Too strong, but the follow is there. Kerpru-Elsie. All Jaguars in this 4th quarter. Bounce pass inside and a hold. Kerpru-Elsie, he can't believe it. That's his 3rd. Langford, he was just never given an opportunity to catch that pass.
And just throughout this game, the heads-up plays by Kerpru-Elsie, he's right there at the rim. A lot of second-chance points. It's really helped spark the Jaguars.
Into the corner, Williams. Off front rim. Smith threw it into traffic. Fine defensive effort by Williams to get back. Now going to the rim, Bridges, and a goaltending. Much to the dismay of Dominic Smith. I don't know if he got the ball, but he did get the rim, certainly. And now a timeout on the floor. St. Pius wants to talk things over as it's back to a 1-possession ball game. Big thanks to our sponsors, OSF Heath Care. When their new Cancer Institute opens in Peoria in 2024, will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country. Proton beam therapy, only the 2nd in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its diversity of life, its quality of life, and a diverse mix of business and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit this week. New inventory is in stock today at every F. Green Auto Group dealer. 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. Check them out online at fgreenautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 3:50 to play in regulation. Coral Glades with a 3-point lead and the ball. And they turn it over in the backcourt. Much to the dismay of Stephen Whittingham, their head coach. He's saying, hey, just catch it with 2 hands. The Warriors will get the ball back. Chance to cut into this deficit, perhaps even tie with a 3.
Big
stuff
possession
here. Get the ball into the Warriors, and they do with the count at 4. Bridges trying to break down the defense. Now Riley for the tie. Short.
Deep one there from Riley.
Joliet, he is the closer for Coral Glades. He's earned that distinction today. 18 points to pace the Jaguars. Pruelsi's more of a back-to-the-basket guy. Now Bond with 5. He's cut off. Lost it. Loose on the floor and a timeout with 1 on the shot clock.
It's a great fight there from Bond. Loses the ball, but quickly dives on it. They're able to get the timeout. Could have been a turnover there.
OSF Heath Care, one of our fine sponsors. Big thank you for everything they have done this week. OSF Heath Care, a new day in cancer care is on the horizon at OSF Heath Care. 2024 opening of the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria will bring innovative technology, treatments, clinical trials, and research that saves lives. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Well, here you go, John. 1 on the shot clock. You don't have a whole lot of plays in the playbook for this one, I assume. I think the big thing here, right? You just don't want to throw it into the backcourt and turn it over.
Yeah, just quick catch and shoot. You try to maybe lob it down low or just have somebody come around a wing and pop a 3. We'll see who catches the ball.
For Pruelsi, he can play above the rim. On the inbound. And it's a shot clock violation. I understand Stephen Whittingham with 1 second on the shot clock. He's maybe a little flustered with that decision, but not the worst case scenario. It's not a live ball turnover or anything of the sort.
It could still turn to their defense, which has been huge for them in this game. So not a costly turnover, to say the least, but still got to play defense.
Riley wants a ball screen. Good ball movement. 3 in the air for the tie. It was short out of the hand of Williams. Now Bond had it down to be stripped. And what a play by Burrows. He threw it off of Langford, who was on the hardwood. Jaguars have the basketball. 2:17 to play in regulation. Be our first overtime game of the day. Burrows to Pruelsi, who finishes around the defense.
We've already had a handful of some exciting overtime games.
Riley was held. That's the 6th team foul on Coral Glades, so free throws the rest of the way for the Warriors. They need a basket here in the worst way. Naya directing traffic. Riley has it near the timeline. Now Bridges lets it fly, and he drills it. Little miscommunication. They had Riley out near the timeline, and then somebody in white lost Bridges, and that's a guy you do not want to leave open.
Not at all. You talk about another underclassman shining. We talk so much about Douglas Langford, the sophomore, but how about Bridges? 6'4" sophomore hits that three at the biggest time. 2-point game.
We talked about Lincoln Park and how they have a couple of Chicago Lincoln Park. We've seen a couple of their games already, and a team that we'd like to see come back next year with some of their young talent. But St. Pius, that put Coral Glades in the same boat, right? So many of these players that have showed out here this afternoon are juniors, a few sophomores. These are young teams that are certainly trending upwards and trending upwards rather quickly. This has been a fun ball game. We kind of expected this earlier, John. We thought that this would be a tight one and it would come down to the final few minutes. Well, here you go, a one-possession game with 98 ticks remaining.
Yeah, we were talking, Cody, and kind of looking at the bracket and keyed in on this game and just had that feeling this is going to be back and forth. How well both these teams match up, size-wise, offensively, defensively, and it certainly lived up to everything we anticipated.
Ryan needs 35, 40 feet away from the basket. Trying to dwindle down that shot clock. It's now under 10. Burrows. Bond with three. Bond.
Gotta go.
Burrows, the launch, and a shot clock violation. Well, Coral Glades content to run some clock, but they were unable to get into their offense. Never really had the ball in a position to score. So big stop.
Yeah, still leave enough time for St. Pius.
Oh, Zayed nearly the steal and the runway free, but he stepped out of bounds with 47 ticks remaining.
And that's going to be really big for St. Pius because after the steal and the step out of bounds, that completely resets the shot clock, so they can almost run this down to about a 10-second differential, 10 or 12-second differential, and go for a basket here. We'll see if they come out quick or they decide to burn some clock.
Timeout, Coral Glades. While we have a moment, we say thank you to OSF Heath Care for their support of the broadcast this week. Of course, we'll have games throughout the evening and tomorrow. OSF Heath Care Cancer Center Institute in Peoria. It opens in 2024, and it'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Special thanks as well to the City of Washington. Welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that the city has to offer this week. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations. The year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation, and by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Here we go. St. Pius with a chance to tie or take the lead. Riley cut off. Top 50 player in next year's class. He has it. Riley looking for help. Baseline drive cut off. Here's Riley. Floater, no. And it's tapped out of bounds, and it will stay here. Shot clock turned off, 25.6 seconds. Certainly you could hold for the last shot if you so choose. You could go quickly and try to extend the ball game. See what Dante Archie opts to do. Bridges. Now Riley a touch. Going to work, too strong. Rebound to Burrows, who saves possession before falling out of bounds. And Zayed is fouled. That is just the 4th team foul as a player is down.
I didn't see what happened to Thomas there. Kind of holding his ankle.
Training staff out to check on him. Yeah, they're looking at that right ankle, it would appear. We'll pause for the moment. If you're St. Pius here, John, you really don't have much of a choice. You're trailing a couple fouls. Normally you'd like to maybe trap that first pass and see if you can get a steal, but here it really is foul on the catch.
Yeah, and you put the pressure on Coral Glades. You know, with 12.2 left in this game, Cody, let them go try to make their free throws. If they miss, you get a chance down the floor. Personally, foul quick if you can, you know. Want to leave yourself enough time. I'm sure that's what they're drawing up. Just hope that Thomas is okay. Is walking back over to the training room, be intended to.
Thomas, he's in some pretty serious pain. Not putting any weight on that right foot.
Well, they know they got 5 guys out there they can trust that are good free throw shooters. It's a matter of who can get open and get the ball, and this is a big defensive play here for St. Pius. Try to get that pressure put on the Jaguars.
Of course, if you have timeouts, you can use them. But also important to note that the inbounder is stationary here. Not get the ball after a make, so Smith, who will trigger the pass, has to remain stationary. Get it to through LC. He's fouled with 10 seconds remaining. I think a little extra time ran off than Dante Archie was hoping. So 6 fouls. The next one will put the Jaguars at the line, 1-1. And we've got a hold away from play. Rylan Williams will be tagged with the personal. Well, there you go. The clock stood still for that foul. There's a hold away from play. Sends Burrows to the line, who's knocked down a couple of outside shots, but you're St. Pius, I'm sure you would prefer to have Burrows at the line compared to Bond or Zayed, who's carried them offensively. 1-1 at the stripe. Burrows missed it, front rim, but an offensive rebound. Bond is fouled with 7.5 ticks to play.
That was big. Coral Glades after the miss, able to get their own rebound and get another crack at it. This time, Bond at the line.
Still 1-1. Bond just 3 points, but he's done a lot of things well. He can ice it. Rattles home the first. It's a 3-point game. And St. Pius wants a timeout. He'll ice the kicker timeout. It'll be a 30-second timeout. And a thank you to OSF Heath Care for all their support this week. OSF Heath Care, Children's Hospital of Illinois, ready to provide all levels of care throughout the health and wellness journey. Kids and teens, from routine care to highly specialized care. Support for a healthy lifestyle. It's the only children's hospital outside of Chicago, caring for the most complex health issues. Visit osfhealthcare.org/kids to learn more. Joliet West awaits in our next game. The Fears brothers will lead their team into action. Looking forward to that one. That'll come up shortly here on Clutch Sports Media. Bond, pure on the second. That may ice it. Riley. Deeds Williams, they need it to go, and it does. Timeout with 1.5 ticks remaining. Certainly still a long shot, but now you've given yourself an opportunity here at the end.
Stephen Whittingham, pardon me, not too happy with his team there, probably saying, why isn't anyone stepping in? They kind of gave him the open shot there, thinking this one's over, but it's not over, Cody. Still got 1.5. They foul quick. You go shoot your free throws. Even with the pair, it'd be a 3-point game. You never know. Crazier things have happened. A heaved down floor. We've seen records broken for single game points, team points. Who knows what we'll see in this tournament.
The Jaguars, they still have to get this ball inbounds as well. The inbounder can run the baseline this time.
I wouldn't be surprised, too, if Coral Glades tries to have somebody sprint down floor and maybe just heave it. But they're going to cover the half court and make sure they're back as well.
Syed gets free. A whistle, no call. And that's the game. But there may have been just a couple of tenths left, but no foul call, and that ends it. Syed, he broke that off and had plenty of daylight. They did not need to throw the baseball pass, which is what I anticipated as well, but game over. Put it in the win column if you're Coral Glades. They win it by a penny, 54-53 the final. John, your final thoughts? This game really kind of lived up to the hype.
Yeah, it certainly did, and it was a well-rounded game on offense and defense. A lot of different guys finding their way in the scoring column, and we touched on that before the game. For a Coral Glades Jaguars team that only had 6 wins last year, they already have 2 this season, so they are really clicking. That is a big win over St. Pius, St. Matthias. Well-rounded effort by Bond, Smith, Zayed, and Burrows. It's a good game.
They did not go particularly deep into their bench, but you said it, the main contributors, they were consistent. They logged a lot of minutes, and they made enough plays at the end to win it. And tip of the cap to Stephen Whittingham. He's overseen a fine turnaround there of this Coral Glades program. So they win it by 1. Let's one last time check in with our sponsors before we send it to the Upgreen studio. OSF Heath Care. When life gets hectic, you need health care that's easy. You need OSF On-Call Urgent Care for the care of minor illnesses and injuries. We offer in-person care, 24/7 virtual visits. Clinics are conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer this week. Upgreen Auto Group. New inventory is in stock. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations. The year's best selection. You can always get the best price at upgreenautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Tight Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Send it to our Tournament Central crew in the F-Train studio. Let's send it down to Gavin Russell, who's with Gavin Sullivan. It's the Gavin Show. Gavin Sullivan of Mid-Pro Academy in the studio. Gavin, take it away.
Gavin Russell here with Gavin Sullivan, so double dose of Gavin here in the studio right now, but appreciate you joining us. We got some great basketball today, and Gavin, you are the co-founder of Mid-Pro Academy. Of course, you do great work with a lot of local players, so just be watching some basketball. You're a big basketball guy. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, this is a great tournament. It's been a great tournament since they've had it here in Peoria and Washington.
Sure.
And it just gives people in this area kind of a dose of what else is out there nationally.
Yeah, nationally, and it really that's a great point, because not only do you get your local flavor, of course, Metamora, Washington, you go down to Urbana's in this tournament, but you're getting teams from California, from Florida. You're not going to find that too many other high school tournaments.
Oh no, very few. There's some bigger high school tournaments that have it, but to have something like that in Central Illinois is awesome.
It's phenomenal. Now, of course, again, you've co-founded Mid-Pro. You've been around the scene of AAU travel teams a long time. Just kind of talk about your experience with that.
It started about 20 years ago. I was a college basketball player myself, and kind of wanted to stay around the game, and the program has just continued to grow each year, and that experience is I think I'd be missing something of me if I didn't get to do something like this, so it's pretty cool.
You're able to coach many phenomenal players, many of which playing in this tournament. How many players do you have roughly? You said about 15?
15 this year, I think, is the last I counted.
Who are some of those players to watch?
Ethan Kaiser, Brock Harding, Owen Freeman, Justin Page from
East Peoria.
You got multiple guys. Some of the other guys on Metamora. We got some on Washington. So we got pretty much everybody that's somewhat local.
Sure.
Yeah.
But great churn out from them. Now, of course, you play throughout the spring and summer. Just talk about that experience, because I know you guys are traveling around playing, again, a variety, much like this tournament. You're playing a wide variety.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. What we do is try to take guys from this area and play in big showcase tournaments across the country that allows them to showcase their talent in front of college and scouts and national media that can kind of pump their brand or their their talents to even more.
Yeah, well, maybe a favorite memory, maybe a recent trip you guys have taken. A lot of fun. I got to assume you guys have some fun on those trips as well.
Yeah, we went to this summer with our 17 group. They were the best team in the state this year, one of the best teams in the country by many people. But they went undefeated in the month of July.
Oh, awesome.
So we played a ton of talented teams throughout the country, and to hold on to that undefeated status in the summer was pretty crazy.
No doubt about it. Again, you before you were with Mid-Pro, you were with the Irish basketball program, so you've seen a lot of players you've turned out. Maybe some of the best players, tell our viewers, some of the guys you've been able to work with over the years.
Yeah, so in our program, some of the biggest named ones, Isaiah Roby, who's currently with the Spurs, Alec Peters, who's here from Washington, Michael Finke, who went to Illinois and now is playing overseas, Ethan Happ is another one, DJ Carton and Tyler Hall are both in the G League right now, so there's been a lot of talent that is swung through.
And in general, you churn out a lot of D1 players. Do you have a number or a rough estimate?
You know what? I don't. We got over 300 alumni, boys and girls, and we've had, it's crazy to say because it's not why we started it, but we have basketball players at every level of basketball, from professional in the NBA to the G League to overseas, D1, D2, awesome. 3, NAIA, JUCO. It's pretty wild to see. So.
It's really, again, the similarities between this tournament and what you guys are doing are so similar, because rich history, a lot of alumni playing for a great cause. It's awesome. And speaking of a good cause, this tournament means a lot more than basketball. Now, you've been around this scene for a long time. I don't know if you knew Coach Kevin Brown, but just talk about how much he meant to the basketball program.
For me, KB was a huge inspiration. He not only coached 1 year for us in our program, but when I moved to the area, he was a coach that I enjoyed watching coach because he had so much passion and things like that. And bald guy, redheaded when he get mad. I could relate to a lot of that stuff. But I tried to instill, and I've said this many times, I tried to instill a lot of what Coach Brown did here at Washington into our program because it translates to that next level.
And it's that toughness and that grit, really, that he talks about. Coach Eric Schumerhorn does a lot of the same. That's just so big, and I think when you look at toughness and grit and you just look at just that overall, you don't have to be the most skilled player.
Right.
You just have to be the best at the time, best on the court. I mean, that goes a long way.
Oh, for sure. And, I think that's a undervalued thing when it comes to recruiting is if you could be a star in your role, it translates to every level.
That's playing as a team. And you got to look for team players. That's something Coach Kevin Brown did. So, tell our viewers you're watching great basketball today. Encourage our viewers to get out here if they're not going to come out. Maybe get them out here.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is the best tournament that I've been to in the high school atmosphere. If you're in Central Illinois and can get here, there's no reason for you not to be here because it lets you see some of the star athletes in our area, but it also lets you see how big and how athletic and how talented other guys are at freshmen, sophomore, juniors in high school, seniors in high school as well. So.
And you look a few years back, Zion Williamson, you may not have thought at the time, okay, Zion Williamson is going to go be the guy at Duke that he was and end up in the NBA, but you're seeing those same guys right now. You may not know exactly who's going to make it to the NBA. You're seeing the stars of tomorrow today for sure. Now, we've got a couple minutes left. Talking specifics, you're going to be around for that Metamora Booker T. Washington game. I'm personally very excited. I mean, anything you're looking for in that game?
When I come to this stuff, it's a little bit different for me just because we have so many guys. I just make sure, I really focus on our guys and how they're battling, fighting, almost like I'm coaching from the stands, but I don't say anything. I'll say it to them after
Taking
the
notes,
game. But that's the big thing for us and for me is just make sure our guys are handling what they're supposed to do there too.
You got to be able to focus on that, but it should be a high-scoring battle because again, Metamora can put down some points, but so can Booker T. Washington. They're very good, and then Washington, of course, is playing in the game before. They've got a big one, so plenty of great games left to go here at the Washington TOC. Gavin, it's been great talking with you for a few minutes. I mean, any parting words for our viewers?
No, man. Enjoy this while it lasts. You know, hopefully it goes on for a long time, but everything that people say about anything is that you wish you would have did something while I was here. Get out to it and see it because it's special every year.
It is special, and I know I saw you yesterday. I was talking to you in the hospitality room. They do a great job here in Washington putting this together.
Big time.
Second to none.
Big
Second
time.
to none. The food's great. Sean Powell does a great job out
Yeah.
here. And I think the thing that baffles me the most is just how they're able to pull all these great teams and players. I mean, far and wide, it takes so much scheduling to be able to do this. So we thank you so much, Gavin. We're going to hop Teddy Ball in here.
Okay,
But appreciate it. Thank you so
All right,
much.
no problem. Appreciate
Have a good
it.
one.
Yep.
We're going to hand it off to Teddy. That's Gavin Sullivan, co-founder of Mid-Pro Academy. Great talking with him here for a few minutes. But Teddy, we've got a couple minutes left just to kind of chop it up. And, great interview there. Of course, he's a coach of many of the players here in this tournament. He mentioned Ethan Kaiser, Justin Page. The list goes on and on. We could talk all day about that. Kind of coming up on the next game, I'll be heading up to the booth to call with Larry Larson in just a couple minutes. But we've got several great games left. Teddy, we're not even going to get to hear from you.
That's okay.
We got to go. I'll let you have some parting words.
Stay tuned. There's a lot of good basketball here to
Okay,
come.
perfect. We're giving the wrap-it-up signal, so we're going to head back to the booth. I'll be running up there in a moment. Larry Larson, I'll join him on the call. So keep it here on ClutchSportsIL.com.
Hey, thank you very much, fellas. Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium in Washington Community High School, where we're getting set for another good one in the National Classic bracket. It's the Lanier Longhorns out of Georgia battling the Joliet West Tigers, of course, out of Illinois. Joliet West making a statement early here at the Washington Tournament of Champions with a win over St. Rita, who was originally ranked higher than the Tigers, according to multiple outlets in the state of Illinois, but that is likely going to change as West is now 2-0 in the TOC with wins over Ritter and Rita. Lanier is 1-1. They won their first game against Cardinal Ritter back on Wednesday night, but yesterday they fell to St. Rita on Thanksgiving. They played 3 close quarters, but then in the fourth, St. Rita started to pull away. We now welcome Gavin Russell to the booth. Gavin's everywhere coming up from the studio. Gavin, thanks for dropping in. This should be a fun one. Joliet West with so much guard talent, led by the Fears brothers. Jeremy, the senior, going to Michigan State. Jeremiah is going to have his pick of the litter here in a few years. But Lanier, they come in with that size and versatility down low. Could be a nice contrast.
We saw this in the game when Joliet West played St. Rita. It didn't phase the Tigers too much, even with that size, but again, a different look here. Lanier definitely offers something a little bit different, and they've got some good size, so it'll be a fun one.
There's Joliet West huddle led by head coach Jeremy Krieger. Big part of the reason why Jeremy Fears came back.
Yeah, I
talked
to Krieger, and again, they've got a great program. They keep turning out great guys. He said they're deeper than just the Fears brothers, which is very true. They've got a lot of really good players, so I'd expect a full team effort from the Tigers today.
One of those players outside of the Fears brothers, Justice McNair, scored 17 points in each of the first 2 games. West in their home whites, Lanier in their traveling blacks. How about a quick hook 'em for Lanier? Statement across the chest. Not every day you get a slogan on a uniform, but that's the case for Lanier, and they win the tip. And we are underway. National Classic portion of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Tahai Morgan, the junior, dishes to Osmar Garcia. Picked up by Matthew Moore, drives inside, denied by the rim. Rebound into the hands of Jeremy Fears. Runs transition with Moore. He has it poked away. It'll stay with West.
One thing you're going to see in this game, it's going to be fast-paced, both teams, and I think that's just the definition of the tournament is fast-paced, but very evident in this game.
Fears the fast-paced 3 off the mark. Lanier the other way, corner 3, got it from Tahai Morgan to start the scoring.
That was a professional-looking shot right there, and again, they're dynamic. We highlighted the big men, but how about the guards getting it going with a three-pointer?
Jeremy Fears with a nice leg sleeve. Looks out of this world. And that basket does not count from Jeremiah, as an off-ball foul was committed, so Lanier will have an opportunity to add to its lead.
Lanier looking pretty confident so far, and again, juggernaut of an opponent, Joliet West. They look unfazed so far.
You got to be confident. Half the battle is mental. Suarez, triple, same spot, same result, different guy, and it's 6-0 Lanier.
It's like a boxing match. You got to come out with the first hit, keep throwing some blows their way.
Lanier setting the tone early. McNair back to Jeremiah Fears. Steps in front of the logo, can't connect. Osmar Garcia the board. The big man can handle it a little bit. Gets past Jaden Martin inside the paint, off balance for the deuce.
How about the 8-zip start for Lanier?
You said it, Gavin, coming out and popping Joliet West in the mouth. Jeremy Fears, one of the most highly touted seniors in the country, hits McNair. His response doesn't go. Jeremiah Fears inside and the finish. And now West is on the board. Suarez again, why not?
They are on fire right now, Larry.
Lanier not backing down from one of the best teams in the state of Illinois. They come from a great region in Georgia. Fears through 2 defenders and 1. Oh my.
And not so fast, Jeremy Fears says. He takes away some of that momentum with a big and 1 right there. He can just take it right to the teeth of the defense and get in. Great body control, even on the contact. Gets an and 1 opportunity.
Those are the plays you wish you had instant replay for. How did he get through 2 defenders and finish? It's the old-fashioned 3 for Fears. Joliet West trails by 6.
Just because Lanier's been hot, got it with an early lead. This game is far from over. This is going to be a tightly contested battle.
I hope it's far from over. If it's over already, why are we still here?
Good question.
Turnover for Lanier. Now feels like Joliet West has all the momentum. Here's the floor general. Around a screen from Moore. McNair drives, kicks. Fears slows it down. Shot clock at 20. Martin looks inside. Moore has position, but not the points. Fears kicks it out. Nearly a turnover. McNair inside. Off the window for 2.
Keeping the bank open. Nice body control right off the glass, but all set up by some additional possessions. Jeremiah Fears grabbing the offensive rebound.
It's been a presence on the boards. Wouldn't exactly expect it for a 6'2 sophomore guard.
He's a complete player, Larry. Complete players do everything.
Morgan stuffed by Jaden Martin. Showtime for McNair.
As Joe Delfonso said earlier, didn't throw it down, just did it with finesse.
Counts all the same, and that's a walk. Suarez rattled, and here come the Tigers.
Blink of an eye, taken back over in this game. Biggest thing for Lanier, when they were getting their shots, they were hitting threes, doing it pretty easy. Now they're turning the ball over too much. Just got to get yourself some shots.
Jeremiah walks it up, hands it to his brother. Fears looking for somebody. It's McNair, now back to Fears. Against Suarez. Look at the mid-range, just barely draws iron, and that's a kick ball. Looked like Moore got a piece of it with his toe while he was on the ground.
The big men really haven't had much of an effect in this game so far, Larry. And a lot of it's been the guard play on Lanier's side. They've been shooting the 3 ball. Of course, the Fears brothers and Justice McNair, the usual suspects, knifing in, slashing through the lane. Wonder if maybe we'll start to see some post play as both these teams kind of settle in.
Matthew Moore to the sideline. Drew King, the 6'8 junior, in. Osmar Garcia inside. Was looking for the mid-range, didn't get it. Chapman, the triple.
Red hot from behind the arc. Longhorns can shoot the 3 ball.
Fears swatted, but fouled.
It's going to be a nice block, but they wanted a goaltend there. I don't think it was. Looked like a clean block to me from my perspective.
Well, Fears still saying, hey, that counted, that counted.
Looks like the officials are going to confer.
It's a brief discussion. Jeremy Krieger, head coach for West, still discussing it as Jeremiah Fears makes the first free throw. West clawing into this game after trailing 8-0 early.
They can get it going in a hurry. Jeremiah Fears at the line, trying to add another point.
And he does. 1 possession ball game, 3 points in favor of Lanier. Osmar Garcia on the bench, Jason Nathaniel in. Adrian Reynolds, hands off to Nathaniel. He has it poked away. Fears showing off the defensive skills and slows it down. McNair cross court. Good ball movement for West. Downtown, no one around.
Man, that was easily like college 3 as well. Showing off the range.
Amari Morgan to Nathaniel, the answer. Lanier right back in front.
Again, it's a game, both teams throwing blows early.
Fears the hot hand, high off the window.
Got a bit of a mismatch there. Fears so athletic. Suarez not able to keep up with them. It's tough to do.
Chapman fouled. Helped up by the official. That'll be an inbounds play. Jeremy Fears looks a little stunned on the foul call.
It's kind of a bang-bang play. A lot happening all at once. But actually, two of the three officials signaling for a foul, so had a good eye on it.
Chapman triggers it in. Garcia back into the ball game. He gets the inbounds pass. Nathaniel and Garcia, powerful combo for Lanier. Chapman, the runner. In and out and back in. Pace picking up for West. Fears ready to make something happen. Oh, poked away by Garcia, but it'll stay here. The officials bring Garcia and Fears together. He said, hey, let's all be friends here. It's only a game.
Some tension's running high early on. That's exciting basketball. They're here to win.
They're here to win. These aren't in-state rivals. Nothing's going to carry over. McNair, the runner, doesn't go. Drew King can't bring it in. Nathaniel does.
It's just two high-intensity teams, two very good high-intensity teams playing some ball.
Ball batted away. And Gavin, we talked during the broadcast for Joliet West and St. Rita. Those two teams have a lot of history. A lot of guys that play on the same AAU team or against each other in AAU. And of course, here in the state of Illinois, as Lanier turns it over. These two teams don't have that, but there's no doubt that there's name and face recognition between these two groups, knowing that Jason Nathaniel, highly touted forward. Of course, Jeremiah Fears and Jeremy Fears, a nationally known combo. Here's Fears. Inside through contact, can't go, but King finishes.
These teams know each other very well, and there's definitely a level of scouting you have to do even in a short tournament like this. They're well aware of their opponent.
Morgan off the glass. Longhorns back in the lead. Under a minute to go. King all alone on the baseline.
We're going to see a high-scoring battle if this is an indication of anything. It's not so much bad defense for the most part, really just a lot of really good offense. Both teams making shots, making some tough opportunities count. Love to see it.
Step back from Chapman. That was Tahai Morgan. On the other end, Jeremiah Purchase. Too strong. King having a big effect on the boards. Fears inside. That's a charge.
He was set up perfectly there. Fears just tried to go over the top. Nice charge take.
Into the Tigers, number 1, Justice McNair.
Justice McNair in, Jeremiah Fears out. 19 seconds to go, shot clock is off here in the first quarter. If Joliet West wins, it ensures that they will play for tomorrow's National Classic Championship. If Lanier knocks them off, they give themselves a chance. They've already got one loss against St. Rita yesterday. To High Morgan. To Osmar Garcia. The big fella's got some handles. Inside the arc, slips through the defense, and he'll go to the stripe.
He's a big fellow with a lot of body control. Looks like he got...
Uh-oh. He is in a lot of pain. And Gavin, we don't want to speculate. It's really hard to see what happened or what Garcia hit, but almost looked like a head injury. Grabbed for his head.
It did, and I believe I heard the official yell, he's got a cut.
Oh. There is blood on the floor, and Garcia's got a towel over his face.
Now, I'm not sure how this works, Larry, at least I know in the NBA. If you can't shoot the free throws, are you not able to return to the game? I'm not sure if you're aware of...
Yeah, I think that's a different set of rules in the high school game. Garcia is still being tended to at half court, and you might be able to see the blood cleanup crew is out behind the West huddle. But anytime you deal with a head injury, it's always a big question mark, and it's better safe than sorry.
Well, first of all, we would hope that he'd be able to come back. The second question is, would he be able to come back? That's
yes.
what I'm wondering now. Either way, hope for the best for him. Just a tough take. Again, nothing malicious. No intent for injury, just unfortunate play. Wrong place, wrong time. Looks like they'll get Landon Suarez to shoot the free throws.
Suarez probably the best shooter on Lanier's team. He will take the 2. Suarez, the 6-foot senior, good buddy of Osmar Garcia. 2 transferred together from Habersham Central down in Georgia over to Lanier. Suarez goes 2 for 2 and checks out.
Productive trip to the line.
And as Suarez sits down, the official says, hey, get back in here. So Suarez has to stay in. And Davion Johnson has to come back out. Fears with little time somehow launched it off, but doesn't hit, and Lanier holds a 4-point lead at the end of an exciting first quarter in an Illinois versus Georgia battle. We'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors this week at the Washington Tournament of Champions, starting with OSF. When the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Proud to host this great event, all the coaches, players, and fans. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the KBMTOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's Joliet West trailing Lanier 24-20 at the end of 1. The Fears brothers relatively quiet in that first quarter, Gavin, but that's sort of been a trend over their first 2 games of the year. They start slow, and then they really heat up when it matters most.
That's what counts. You got to be able to play when the game is on the line. See if they can start to warm up here in the second quarter.
Fears the lob up to Moore. Doesn't field it at the rim, but it looks the same in the scorebook. Easy deuce.
Heads up play there from Jeremy Fears. Kind of throw the lob over the top, and Joliet West really good at finding their guys in good position.
Suarez inside, teardropper, not enough. Fears out ahead of everybody. He raises the roof.
Get the crowd fired up right there. Nice big roar from the Tiger supporters.
All knotted up at 24. Drive and dish to Morgan. To the corner, Davion Johnson. Thornton. Jason Nathaniel for 3. He got it. Jason Nathaniel, a forward, but he's really expanded his game over the years to include that 3. He shot just 1 3 as a freshman. Head coach Braden Mayweather said, we told him after that 3, hey, we don't need you to do that anymore. It was an air ball and it wasn't close. Martin on the other end responds.
trading threes, but how times have changed for him. He's shooting all the threes now, and who can't shoot threes on this Lanier team?
27-27. Nathaniel again.
Man, he's got a good looking form right there. He's been practicing that one in the offseason.
Matthew Moore against Nathaniel, and that's a charge. Jace Nathaniel, with offers from Georgia State and Georgia, is impressing here in Washington.
He's doing everything, both ends of the floor, taking the charges, hitting the threes. Just waiting for a big dunk or something to cap it all off.
And that's a moving screen on the other end.
Good call right there. Wasn't quite set up. You see so many so many moving screens and things that'll get you. It's almost demoralizing.
Triple from Martin. He's heating up, and we're knotted up at 30.
Shooting around out there, making it look easy.
Again, this West team goes far deeper than the Fears brothers. Thornton lobs it up, batted around, going the other way. In case you're just joining us, Lanier jumped out to an 8-0 lead over West, who's 2-0 in the tournament with some big victories, including one over St. Rita. Jeremy Fears, the Michigan State commit, directs traffic. Martin dishes to McNair. His deep three is too long, hauled in by Morgan. Ty Morgan from 17. Offensive board. Suarez off the fake. Short. McNair ahead to Moore. The hammer. Timeout Joliet West as they jump in front.
They're fired up for that one for good reason. Tomahawked it home.
Matthew Moore, the UNC Wilmington commit, saying hello.
Rim rattled.
Take a moment to thank our title sponsor, OSF Heath Care, in Peoria and around Central Illinois. Don't let the flu slow down your crew. Get your flu shot today at any OSF Healthcare location. To learn more, visit their website, osfoncall.org. Gavin, this game has lived up to the billing. Joliet West trailed early. Now they're back in front.
We've seen a few of these games in the tournament where even just a few-point lead feels huge because, again, it's going to be so close. We'll go back and forth throughout this game.
Thornton drive and dish. Suarez tried to jump back in front, couldn't do it. Moore ahead of everybody again. Can't do that. Lanier takes a timeout now.
Joliet West fans are fired up. So we're getting a three-point shootout, a dunk contest all rolled into one, Larry. This is exciting basketball. Nothing better.
Who needs Black Friday shopping? Not me. Appreciate you sticking with us on your Black Friday. Hey, maybe you are out shopping.
No price of admission to watch on clutchboardsil.com.
No. Yeah, discounted rates, free.
That's the best price.
The best things in life are free.
Very true.
Dunks are right up there too.
It's a close second. But they're pretty good. I'd say in this setting, we love the dunks, we love the three-pointers. Couldn't be asking for too much more. Getting out on the other and cherry picking, that's happened a couple plays in a row now. Lanier, again, just kind of emphasizing, hey, we got to watch everybody. There's 5 guys on the floor for Joliet West. We got to keep track of all 5 at all times.
I wouldn't even say cherry picking. That's just good transition play. Yeah. Moore just so quick playing the 5. He's guarding the rim here. Nathaniel looking for room against Fears and has none. Jeremiah fouled. Tries the layup on the other end anyways against Nathaniel just for good measure. These guys like to hoop. Fears getting the talking to from the officials saying, hey, we're playing within the rules here. We play within the whistles. Now Fears will orchestrate the offense. Oh, step in front of the logo. You can tell he wanted to pop that. Moore from 17. If this was NBA Jam, he'd be on fire.
Just making it look easy. I mean, it's just professional looking shot.
No shot, foul on the floor. Thornton on the drive there. As the momentum has turned, Lanier looking for an answer for Matthew Moore and company. Chapman, the trigger man. Nathaniel lost it. There goes Fears. Showtime again.
Getting that rim a workout. What do we have to 5 or 6 dunks now? Count them up.
Whoa! Moore getting it done on both ends. Lob to Fears for the 2. Everything going West's way.
Speechless, Larry. And as you mentioned, it's not just cherry picking, it's steals, it's good transition play. Joliet West is everywhere, turning on the Jets.
Razzle dazzle basketball this afternoon in Washington. Want to take a quick moment to thank our title sponsor, OSF. OSF Heath Care, proud to support Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. So much energy in that West huddle. And Jeremy Krieger, head coach for West, so excited about what they have this year. And obviously you can only know so much in November, but based on the results that we have seen in West's now first 3 games of the season, it is easy to say that they are a state title contender in 4A.
They are, and Jeremy Krieger was telling me they still need those tests though. They need these early season games to help them be proven, help them get ready, and that's why they schedule tournaments like this.
Suarez from mid-range. Finally, Lanier back on the board after a 12-0 run from West. Fears from in front of the logo, no problem.
Let's see if the Fears brothers can hit from every single logo on the court. I know they've hit at least 2 of them. Video game stuff.
Morgan's flustered as it poked away and recovers. That's a bad shot out of the hand of Thornton. West in transition, they're dangerous here. Another logo shot from Fears. Can't connect that time. Foul on the floor. Sends it the other way. That's on Jeremiah Fears.
Yeah, they're going for all the logos. There's a few of them out there.
You got the Panthers, the TOC logo, KB Strong logo on the other end. And of course the Panther at half court.
There's a lot of options, but regardless, they all count the same. They're all big 3-pointers.
This isn't the big 3 league. Tahai Morgan buries the triple. You ever watch that, Gavin? Big 3?
I did watch a little Big 3. I see a lot of those reruns come on TV sometimes. Stay up late during the summer. Some Big 3 comes on. Hey, it's all basketball, right?
Fears deep again. Jeremy Fears putting on a show.
Speaking of Big 3s, we're seeing a Big 3 show out here.
Fears has 15. Suarez open in the corner. That's his hot spot, but not that time. Stick back goes down. Good awareness from Tahai Morgan to stay with that.
And Lanier's going to hang around. They're not going to go anywhere. Probably going to trail by a few at half. Here's another 3 and another one good.
Jaden Martin joins the party once again. That's his 3rd triple, totaling up to his 9 points. Amari Chapman challenges, fears, and gets the deuce.
Really stepping up inside are these guards. Osmar Garcia, been out of this game for a bit. He is back on the bench. We'll see if he can get back in there. He's ready to go at the scores table, so that'll be a big return for the Longhorns.
Here the Lanier bench playing without one of its best players. 3-ball, air ball from McNair. Now Lanier ahead in transition. Lob up to Nathaniel. Almost got the first try to go, but second try is the charm.
Looked like that was going to be a broken play, Larry, but they were able to recover. Needed that basket. Pulls it under a 10-point deficit.
Fears from the Champions logo. No. Really is checking off all those logos.
He's got his eye on a few of them. Of course, the volleyball line's out there. He's got options.
It's the beauty of a high school gym. A little bit of everything. Runner. Not enough touch from Chapman. McNair to the right block. No. Tip in, yes, from Antonio Zabala off the bench. Press here from West. Longhorns break it. Chapman off the iron, under 10 seconds in the half. Fears trying to make something happen. We've seen this before. Dishes to McNair. Off the iron, tip shot, no. Perhaps the most exciting first half of basketball we've seen all week comes to a close, and Joliet West, after trailing 8-0, leads 51-41.
It's a big score, Larry, and we're headed for a big offensive performance from both teams. Already showing it here early on. The threes are falling like no tomorrow. Unreal performance for both sides.
We're having fun, and Joliet West is having fun. We want to thank our sponsors for all the fun they've provided this week. OSF Heath Care. The new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the city of Washington welcomes you to the KBMTOC. Washington, a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the KBMTOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We're going to send it down to the studio where our John Camosa is standing by with Chris Hawkins, a name that many in Central Illinois basketball circles know. Longtime Normal West head coach. John, take it away.
Trying to get less families. No, but once he gives us it. All right, John Camosa of Clutch Sports Media joining me as special guest, Chris Hawkins. Chris, he's a Normal West baseball coach. And Chris, you have a really good past with Kevin Brown. You're a childhood friend. You've been friends through the years. Just tell me this tournament, how it's impacted the community and what it means to you especially.
Yeah, I've been coming over here since it's been going. And at first I had to ask Kevin a lot of questions. How are all these teams coming from all over the country? And there's no way these schools can finance this. Well, Kevin didn't really expand on how that was all being done, but I realized how much legwork he was putting in behind the scenes, besides being a teacher and a coach, but finding a way to get all these businesses in the Peoria area, Washington, Peoria area, getting them involved and really finding a way to get this tournament on its feet.
Definitely, and I've interviewed Kevin in the past, seen him coach multiple times, but you knew him through childhood into your adult years. Just tell me the character of Kevin Brown, the man that he was, and what he meant to you as a friend.
Yeah, well, Kevin and I, we had the same haircut down the road. The last 20 years, we both looked like this and put a lot of barbers out of business. But, with Kevin, I just remember going back to his senior year, first game of the year we were playing a team, small town from Lexington area, and Kevin just terrible sprained ankle. And they say that a sprained ankle can be worse than a broken ankle at times because it just won't heal. And Kevin went into halftime, really just dragging his foot around. Second half, I think he ended up getting 10 points, 8 rebounds. On the day, double-double, but he was just he was a warrior himself.
And tell me too, especially you guys were friends. He was a coach. You're a coach currently. Did you guys share things with each other, some strategies? I know it's 2 separate sports, but he also coached baseball, so I'm sure there's things that you learned from him as he got his team to the state finals.
Yeah, believe it or not, we went through high school together, then went to Lincoln Junior College together, and both tried out for the basketball and baseball teams at Lincoln. At some point, he transferred to Eureka and played there, and I stayed at Lincoln and went on to Rockford College. But over the years, besides playing together for so long, then we just traded a lot of coaching stories, and really probably down the road, it was more how do you navigate parents as a part of this. There's 3 variables: the player, the coaches, and the parents. And I think over time, I think we shared a lot of stories on how to navigate the players and their parents, and just trying to survive in a position that's really, there's not a longevity in this position anymore.
Definitely. And Chris, we talked before we just hopped in the booth here. Tell me about what you guys do during the baseball season. Obviously the KB Strong Foundation, you're here this afternoon working the booth, and kind of what that means to you and how that's been going throughout the last few years.
Yeah, Kevin Brown's widow, Jody, who just got inducted into the Tournament Hall of Fame, she's a warrior in herself, and I would say that with Jody and I are on the board for this KB Strong, and what we've done is try to find ways to get the word of glioblastoma. We need more people in this fight, just like breast cancer. At some point, if you had breast cancer, you had 0 chance of surviving, and now people are surviving breast cancer. Our hope is that what killed Kevin Brown, in turn, his death is going to bring life to other people, and the KB Strong Foundation. So Coach Wisher, the head coach of Washington, Normal West High School, we're going to play each spring and try to raise not just money but also awareness for this deadly disease.
Yeah, and as you sat here in the booth and you see all these fans come in, I mean, it's got to be really just kind of, you get taken back, awestruck by how this tournament's grown, and it runs deeper than basketball and the talent and the national teams coming in, but it's more so what this foundation has brought to a whole.
I'll be honest with you, when this tournament ends, Jody gets us all just thinking about the next event. And I think this year we try to get the 3-point shooting contest in the auxiliary gym. That's been something we're just always trying to make this a little bit bigger and better. But Eric Schumerhorn, the head coach at Washington High School, has done an amazing job with the Tournament of Champions board. And they work together hand in hand with the KB Strong Foundation. And it's just amazing what it brings to this community.
Definitely. And I think we got a little bit of time left, but just go through the years. I mean, childhood friends, high school, what is some of the memories that you remember that really stand out? Whether it be a mentoring, talk, or just anything?
Yeah, well, I know with Coach Brown and I, Normal West and Washington were in the postseason one year for baseball, because not a lot of people remember that Kevin Brown took the Washington baseball team to the state tournament. He could coach anything. Underwater basket weaving, he would be a really good coach for that. But our teams were going to match up to go to the state tournament one year. We ended up playing LaSalle, Peru, and they had a draft pick from the Cardinals, and we ended up getting beat. And the next game, of course, Coach Brown calls me up, KB calls me, and he's like, Hawk, you took one for the team. And, it turned out that they ended up getting the LaSalle, Peru's second pitcher. We got their first, and then Kevin goes on and upsets some big Chicago powers like Brother Rice and St. Rita, and I think they ended up getting third in the state tournament that year. So he always says it should have been me. I'm kind of this guy that's baseball, whereas Coach Brown was basketball, and baseball was just something he did in the spring. And but he was good at everything he did. So.
I think that just shows the dynamic of Kevin Brown as well. Not only was he a great basketball coach, but he could take all of that over to baseball with him, and just those guys were hard workers and defensively. And Chris, you talked on that with Eric Schumerhorn, the legacy that he's left and what Eric has learned from Kevin, just kind of being over his shoulder, being on the bench. And you watch Washington, the defense they play, the hard nose. I mean, how is that? Like, he's not here with us, but what Eric has learned from Kevin.
Yeah, I will tell you, I sat on a panel that hired the Normal West basketball coach, and there was a coach from DMAC. I don't remember his name. John is his first name. And John told me, I said, hey, have you ever heard of Kevin Brown? And he said, well, when I was my first year at DMAC, I could not get our guys to play at a certain level. And he said, so I called Coach Brown up and it said, can we have our team come and watch a practice at Washington High School? And he's like, Coach Schumerhorn and Coach Brown pulled me in with open arms. Our whole team just sat and watched a practice at Washington. He's like, our program has never been the same. He's like, our guys figured out how hard you have to work at a practice. He's like, I would tell them what I wanted. They had no idea until they saw it happening at Washington on the basketball court.
Definitely. Well, Chris, it was such a nice talk with you. And John Camosa of Clutch Sports Media, Chris Hawkins, Normal West baseball coach, wish you the best of success in your season coming up. And we will send it back to the booth for the second half of Joliet West and Lanier.
Thanks for that, Joko. Appreciate that. And we're back inside the gym for what's sure to be an exciting second half if it lives up to the first half. Larry Larson, Gavin Russell. Joliet West 51, Lanier 41. And Gavin, it's really hard to, pinpoint what the difference was between the start of the game and maybe the second quarter for West. It's really hard to have words do it justice. It was just poetry in motion.
Yeah, and that's the best way to describe it. I think they just got into a rhythm. I don't think that there was really much of a flow in those first 4 to 5 minutes for Joliet West. But once everybody just started kind of getting settled in, it was that transition game that really sparked it. So forcing a few misses, forcing a few turnovers from Lanier, they were able to get out and run and transition. That's their bread and butter. And then from then on, they had all the confidence in the world, all the momentum. Now Lanier's hung around. They were missing one of their best players for quite a bit of that first half, Osmar Garcia, who got injured. Looks like he'll be able to come back out, though. Nothing else. It's just been an exciting first half of basketball. Nothing but threes, dunks, and exciting plays. I'd expect nothing less from the second half.
There are a few points where things really turned for West, but that Osmar Garcia injury for Lanier was one of those points. So getting him back, if he's able to come back, would be huge, and he will start the second half on the floor, gutting it out. Had a bit of a cut on his forehead. There you see him at the center of your screen. Still wiping at that eyebrow, but he's all good to go.
It's a tough player right there. You got to be resilient in games like this. Shows what you're made of.
Lanier opens trailing. They open with the basketball. Garcia inside and a foul.
And he made something out of nothing right there. He had really nowhere to pass it to. Great defense from Joliet West, but makes a nice little spin and gets to the line. Productive first possession here for Lanier.
Osmar Garcia, a native of Venezuela. Grew up watching and playing the game there. Makes his first free throw. Not every day you get that, right? A player from Venezuela. But he certainly added a lot to Lanier's squad, transferring in from Habersham Central, where he averaged just about 18 a game last year.
Awesome to see him here at the TOC. And again, players from all over the country, even the world, really showcases the best talent.
Moore, too strong.
It's a good closeout right there by Garcia. Put a little pressure on the shooter in the corner. Definitely had an effect on the shot.
One thing that Garcia really brings, in addition to his size and skill, is the leadership ability. And you see him directing traffic even when he's away from the ball. Garcia posting up. Jason Nathaniel, the other star for Lanier. Can't connect. Offensive board. Fade away. It's good. That was so pretty. Garcia hung in the air.
Just floating midair, levitating. Great body control, and again, look, he's having a huge effect on this game.
Cue up Dua Lipa. Nathaniel can't stop Moore inside. He responds.
Again, back and forth. Lanier definitely has to go on a run here. Still trail by 8. But again, back and forth is what we come to expect.
Thornton gets past Moore. What a crossover and a finish.
See, Larry, I'm not very good at left-handed layups. You might need to teach me a thing or two, because that looked natural.
Fears turns it over. Garcia in transition, spins around Jeremiah Fears, right to the rack for the deuce. Garcia, good as new.
He's looking perfect out there, and he's got fresh legs, Larry, so he sat for a lot of that first half. He's ready to go.
Fears steps away from Nathaniel, can't connect. Board goes to McNair, and he'll go to the line. More on Garcia. He looks great, but he looks even a little tougher, a little gritty. He's got that bandage or even stitch above his eyebrow, all patched up and ready to go.
Striking fear in the opposition. He's been through a few battles, evidently.
The opposition is still in front. McNair makes the first free throw, and it's 54-49 in favor of the Tigers. Second one doesn't go.
We'll see if maybe Joliet West at some point brings out Drew King. He definitely rivaled the size.
Thornton trots through the lane, over to Suarez. His mid-ranger is good.
He's the definition of pure sharpshooter. He can hit from anywhere on the floor.
Created a shot there. Fears from way downtown. Timeout, Jeremy Krieger. As Jeremiah, the younger Fears, is up to 12.
Looking good so far.
Take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors here today, starting with OSF Heath Care, proud to be the title sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, opening a new cancer institute in Peoria in 2024. It'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy. To learn more, visit osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the City of Washington, proud to host this great event here in Washington. 2006, KBMTOC. And new inventory is in stock at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joliet West leads Lanier by 6 in an Illinois versus Georgia battle. Yes, Lanier is the Longhorns, but they're not from Texas.
They certainly remind me of Texas, though.
They got some pretty uniforms.
They do.
They even say hook 'em. Suarez has it ripped away. There goes Fears. Passes ahead to McNair, and he lost the handle.
Oh, just the miscue right there. Jeremiah Fears was licking his chops. He's kind of shaking his hands after that one. He was ready for it.
Fears having a huge game. He's got 15. Jeremiah has 12. Osmar Garcia has 8 after missing much of the first half. No look pass, but not before a travel. Garcia opining his case that he got tied up, but it doesn't prevail. Look at Fears. He knows what the call was. Travel.
I love how vocal both Fears brothers are. They're never afraid to pump up the crowd or get something going, but there's a big play right there.
Garcia down low, up under and in for Boogie Morgan. He boogied in the air. Moore lost it in transition. Jason Nathaniel ahead to Morgan again. And that's out off of Morgan. He can't believe it. Pointing to his foot. A lot of vocal guys in this game. Makes it all the more fun.
Both coaches getting into it. And again, it's a big game. You know, this is a big opponent. Either team, this is going to be a big trademark win. Something they're going to look back in March and say, that was a big one for us.
McNair, rhythm 3. Off the mark. Strong board from Osmar Garcia. Garcia trots through the lane and gets the roll.
It's pretty plainly evident that he's had a huge effect coming back, as they did not have this kind of rhythm. Osmar Garcia, really the leader of this team, as you mentioned.
Lanier within 2. Needs a stop. Fears the runner. No, tip no from McNair, still loose. Fears with it. How did he get that shot off? But he doesn't make it. Garcia battles for it and heaves ahead. Suarez to Nathaniel for the tie. He'll go to the line.
Nice take right there, but again, at the other end, Osmar Garcia.
And a little feisty between Fears and Nathaniel. Two guys that could certainly be playing each other on the big stage in a few years. Nathaniel getting some looks from the SEC, namely Georgia. Fears probably doesn't want to stick around college ball too long. All these guys have their sights set on the NBA, but Fears headed to Michigan State next year.
Definitely look to go pro, but got to make a quick stop if nothing else. Some college teams can be very fortunate to have these guys. Of course, Jeremy going to play at Michigan State, so Spartans fans out there will be excited. Put the Big Ten on notice.
Nathaniel goes 2 for 2, and we are knotted up at 57. We'll see how testy this one gets down the stretch. Quickly approaching the 4th quarter. Fears to Martin. He was hot in the first half. Was looking for Jeremy and couldn't find him. Garcia in some trouble. Got it to Thornton. Garcia gets downhill. Here he goes again. Dishes inside. Blocked from behind by Fears. But Morgan stepped on the line after the rebound.
Good call by the official. Just got that toe on the black line there. That was a great dish from Garcia, though. He could have very easily shot that. Didn't work out, but great awareness and great playmaking from the big fella.
West pops it around. Fears around a screen. The runner, nobody in front of him, and it pays off.
All started with that screen right up there. Gave him plenty of room to just go and take off right towards the rim.
Wide open, Morgan. Lanier in the lead for the first time since the first half.
Big 3 right there. Almost got the steal too.
On the other end. Fears to McNair. Pushes off, and that's a charge.
Take one for the team right there. Heading back to Lanier. They're heating up. I'm sure a lot of people were cooking Thanksgiving dinner yesterday, preheating the oven. Lanier's preheating themselves. They're up to about 350 degrees right now.
Those ovens a little quieter today. Those cold turkey sandwiches are probably more popular.
Nuke them in the microwave. Quickly heating up.
It's like the 2K badge, microwave. That's what Garcia has been in the second half, but not there. Fears thought about the deep 3, instead tries the runner again. Count it, in the harm.
So vocal after that. Love it. He brings such great energy to the squad. Never shy to let him know. And one.
West back ahead. Fears could make it a 2-point lead. Switching up his headband color today from white to red. It seemed to work pretty well as the younger Fears has 17. Matches what he had last night, or 2 nights ago in a victory over St. Rita. Chapman, drive and dish. Morgan from deep. Off the rim. Amari Morgan. Bucket waved off. Lanier can't believe it. Foul on the floor.
This was the NBA. I don't know. Maybe give him the continuation, but
It was up in the air. Probably a good call there on the floor. I was looking for the and one. That would have been exciting. Turn of events right there. They'll keep the ball, though, and get another chance at it. Again, Lanier loving to shoot those threes. Another three would put him back in front. You get Suarez back out there. He's a sharpshooter.
Thornton to Garcia, draws the double team. Not anymore. Gets to the rack, too strong. Jeremy Fears, right to the rack, slices the defense in two.
That's a nasty looking layup right there. Up and under, great body control, great hang time.
Chapman denied by Fears, ahead to McNair. A lot of contact, no whistle, it'll stay with West.
That could have been showtime right there had he not got a hand on it. I think he was looking to put a poster up.
Aaron Gant wide open. First time we've called his name. Lanier back the other way. Nathaniel rhythm three, he got it. Back to a 1 point game.
Throws up to Trace with the hand. Number 3 hitting the three.
Fears zips it down low to Zabala, and that's why he calls himself, and he's known as Fears the floor general. He's letting Nathaniel know about it too.
He directs everything. Floor general is an understatement.
Foul on that end of the floor called on Fears. And John, I was watching those two jaw back and forth. For a moment, I thought maybe they were going to call a tech because there wasn't that much contact there. That foul sends Fears to the bench.
I'd agree. I thought they were about to call a technical as well.
Nathaniel through contact in the finish. Under 10. Jeremy Fears calls for the screen from Zabala. Looking for space from the logo. It's short, but Joliet West leads by 1 going to the fourth.
We got a ball game, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Thank our great sponsors for being able to bring you the action all week long at the Washington Tournament of Champions. OSF Heath Care. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute opens in Peoria in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. City of Washington welcomes you to the KBMTOC. Washington, known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer. New inventories in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks. And Titan Industries is structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans here at the TOC. Joliet West by 1. 8 minutes to go. West with the win punches a ticket to the National Classic Championship tomorrow. And if Lanier wins, they give themselves a shot to play tomorrow. West opens with possession. McNair to Martin, well short. Brought back in, and that's a turnover. Pass a little too hot from Zabala.
Could be a costly turnover. Again, Lanier, it's been back and forth. Seems like every time they shoot, you think it's going to go in. They're shooting a high percentage today, so a big chance to move back in front.
Look at the moves and the finger roll, but the tip is the score from Garcia.
This really could come down to the last possession, Larry.
Wouldn't be shocked if it did. Both teams just need to keep trading blows.
Fears drives inside, has it poked away, almost into the backcourt. Shot clock at 10. McNair to the rack, challenged Nathaniel and draws the foul.
Not a lot you can do there. Either let him have an easy layup or you challenge him like he did. And I think it's honestly the right decision to challenge him. You can't be letting him have anything easy in a game like this. You give yourself an opportunity, maybe you come out with a block, gets the foul, but ultimately the right defensive decision there and pays off. Misses the first free throw.
Gotta make him earn it.
Charity stripe for the reason, but gotta earn it.
McNair splits the 2, and we're tied up at 67. So many good ball games these two teams have played in the tournament. Suarez finds Garcia. You heard the yell, draws the foul. Maybe a little extra emphasis.
Yeah, you gotta sell it sometimes. Maybe he's taken some feeder classes in high school, showing off the acting skills, but definitely some contact. Give the officials an extra reason to call it. Perhaps Joliet West bench saying ball don't lie.
Similar events transpired on the other end. Second is off. Garcia goes 0 for 2. Jeremy Fears back in. Martin inside. Count it. No, that's a charge.
Big charge take right there, so couldn't hit the free throws, but laying it all in line on the other end. Got to be selfless to do that.
Garcia in trouble, needs to find somebody, and he does. Thornton guarded by Zabala. Been a nice defensive piece today for West. Thornton inside, but a whistle beforehand, foul away from the ball.
And the bonus are the Longhorns, so now to 1-1. Not a lot of fouls from Lanier. Joliet West picking up a few extra. We'll see a lot of foul shots coming down the stretch. Again, we've seen some misses by both sides, so it's going to be extra crucial that they make those.
Suarez makes the first. Game reset for you. Longhorns in the bonus. Suarez goes 2 for 2. Longhorns have only fouled 3 times in the second half, so West still a ways from that bonus. Both teams with 3 timeouts remaining. Lanier with a 2-point lead. Jeremy Fears. Picked off. Garcia gallops ahead, trots by Fears, but leaves it short. Rebound by Garcia. Oh, with his back to the bucket, no. Fears showing off the handles, lobs it up to his brother.
The Fears connection.
They are gonna be special. Longhorns somehow looking to answer. It's Garcia, dishes down low to Nathaniel, in and out. West slows it down.
That ball
5 minutes to go.
That ball touched every part of the rim.
It did. Fears almost double dribbled. Jeremiah with it. And a foul. Cameron Thornton, too much contact.
Shot clock resets there, so fresh 35 in the half court for the Tigers.
They were looking for a quick shot for Moore. Didn't get to him. So Jeremy Fears has 19 points now. Jeremiah has 17. We've seen this pretty much every game from them. It's a consistent 17, 18, 16, 20. Fears into the corner. Moore thought about the triple. He's got the mismatch. Now he draws Nathaniel, and it's with Jeremiah Fears. Jeremy Fears. Now Jeremiah. Wanted a screen, didn't get it. Jeremiah, not close. Garcia. He pulls up. Dishes to Amari Morgan. Thornton, the runner, high off the window, no, blocked by Moore.
This is coming down the stretch in a big way. Both teams trying to make the big blow. Saw on the other end, Jeremiah Fears go from the volleyball line, trying to shoot that long three-pointer. I know they like to be patient, but we gotta just use what you got. They're dynamic, try to get inside, get some smart shots.
4 minutes to play. Suarez falls short. Loose board, everybody's on the deck. Fears comes out with it. In trouble, slings it. Back into the hands of Lanier. Morgan, step back. No. Offensive board for Suarez. Nathaniel, elbow jumper, not close. Another offensive board. Morgan showing off the handles. Out to Suarez. Now Lanier says, hey, slow it down, slow it down. Braden Mayweather out on the court.
What a sequence right there. Got to slow it down, reset.
Boogie Morgan boogies inside. Scoop shot doesn't go. Nathaniel's stick back doesn't at first, and then it does. And one.
What a sequence right there from the Horns. They got, I think they might count 4 offensive rebounds on that one possession. If not 4, it's something around there. Great rebounding, great heads-up play. Putting it up there. That's definitely an exclamation point to a great possession.
My, oh my. Old-fashioned three for Nathaniel at one of the biggest points of the game. 71-69 Lanier. 72-69 Lanier. It's a turnover for West. Nathaniel slows it down. Garcia across half court. Now Lanier has the clock on its side, at least for now. Garcia has the mismatch, had it poked away. Morgan underneath through traffic. He'll go to the line.
Tough call right there. I mean, definitely some contact, but we've seen a few of those let go a little bit today. Another chance for 2 foul shots. And crucial free throws can add a 2-possession lead. He can hit at least one of them.
Can't make the first. Longhorns in the double bonus now. The Tigers not in the bonus at all.
Jeremiah comes out of the game, likely for a very quick breather. As we come down the stretch, they'll need him back ASAP.
To High Morgan. Makes it a 2-possession game. 4-point lead for Lanier. So it'll be Fears to set up the offense. These are the spots where he shines brightest. Makes his teammates shine brightest. 3-ball from Martin. Couldn't go. Rebound to Garcia, and he says, slow it down.
Good call. He's their floor general, their leader. Time's starting to tick down Gotta get a good possession. There you
Nathaniel,
go.
What a find.
That's a good possession and a nice find. Great pass and finish by Nathaniel.
West needs a response, trailing by 6. Fears looking for it. Didn't get it. McNair swatted. Here's Nathaniel all alone. Mess with Lanier, get the horns. Jace Nathaniel has Lanier on the verge of an upset. Jaden Martin heads to the training room as he got clocked in the face.
Definition of showtime right there. The block, the steal, the score. That was a thundering dunk.
Just like that, it's an 8-point game.
How quickly it can change. Started Lanier with the 8-0 lead. Then a 1-point double-digit lead for Joliet West. Now we're back to an 8-point lead for Lanier. I mean, just back and forth. It's a battle, it's a grind, it's a game of runs and momentum.
Joliet West takes a full timeout. We'll thank our sponsors. My goodness. Big thanks to these sponsors for making this action possible. OSF Heath Care. Don't let the flu slow down your crew. Get your flu shot today at OSF Heath Care locations in Central Illinois. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UpstringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the KBMTOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your sporting goods needs. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. My, oh my, what a run from Lanier. They lead by 8 over Joliet West. Joliet West trailed by 14 against St. Rita on Wednesday night. They came back and won with under 3 minutes to go. So this is far from impossible, Gavin. Jeremiah Fears to the rack. That's a charge.
He was in position, Larry. Jeremiah can't believe it. I thought he had good position right there in no restricted area in high school. He had his position.
Jeremy chatting him up after that one. Coaching him up, perhaps. Lead stays at 8. West can't have many more opportunities go to waste like that.
I feel like a stop is very crucial here for West.
Not only a stop, but a turnover. 35-second shot clock. So Lanier can take its time. Garcia, double teamed. Passes out of it, nearly turned over. Morgan back to Garcia. He gets inside and he's stripped. It'll stay with the Longhorns. West fans can't believe it. They're saying it was off his leg.
Such a bang-bang play. I didn't have a great view of it from up here. I'm sure our cameras caught it a little bit better.
Fears picks it off. Ahead to Jeremy. He misses and slips, but it's out off Nathaniel. Fears saying things need to be wiped up down there.
I do think he slipped, but I think he was a little indecisive at the same time. To me, Larry, it looked like he wanted to dunk it and also lay it in. He didn't really know what he wanted to do. But also, again, a little perspiration there on the floor to get that wiped up.
Fears inside, fouled on the floor. That's one way to do it, Gavin, is draw those fouls
quickly.
West needs some more. Fears will trigger it in. More on the floor. Jeremiah Fears in there as well. Here's Jeremiah. He turns it over. Sloppy pass. Now Lanier takes its time. Thornton hounded. Out of traffic. Garcia. Down low. Morgan off the window. Could be the dagger. McNair hustles forward. Moore the three. They need it. He doesn't come through. And a foul. It's a 10-point game. What a comeback by Lanier. Huge swing in that third quarter. A back and forth fourth quarter. And Lanier is going to come out on top.
These free throws can seal the deal right here, Larry. What a back and forth battle. Didn't quite come down to the wire the way we expected it to, but I mean, it was decided here in the last few minutes, and we're getting a little chippy here in the last 40 seconds or so. Some talking between both sides.
Plenty of conversation. Jeremy Fears listening in as well. The officials move Fears out of the way. And Cameron Thornton at the free throw line just decided to take a seat. Just got back up. Little confusion as to what's going on.
Sure.
Frankly, I'm not sure.
I don't know what the discussion is about. I don't know if Jeremy was eavesdropping in the huddle. I'm not really sure.
Well,
but
that's within the rules if you huddle up outside of a timeout. Thornton's first, too strong.
Unwritten rule, I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
This isn't baseball, Gavin.
Hey, I'm a baseball guy.
Hey, I'm a huge baseball guy.
There's always a gray area to explore. Whatever it may be, it all got sorted out.
Second free throw goes down for Cameron Thornton. 40 seconds to go. 11-point lead. Jeremy Fears inside against Nathaniel, gets the bucket and cans it. Back down to 9. Clock ticking. And timeout. West. Take a moment to thank OSF. It's 30-second timeout. And OSF Heath Care, a new day in cancer care is on the horizon at OSF Heath Care. 2024 opening of the new OSF Heath Care Cancer Institute in Peoria will bring innovative technology, treatments, clinical trials, and research that saves lives. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Gavin, called a lot of games with John Camosa, also a few with John Michael. One and only Gavin Russell. This one really looked like it was in Joliet West's hands at the end of that first half, but that's why you play all 16 in the second half.
Yeah, you need all of it, and it's a full game. It's a complete effort, but starts and ends with Osmar Garcia.
It does. Garcia missed the end of that first half, came back for the second half, gutting out a bit of a cut on his face. Proved to be all the difference.
It's not that the Longhorns can't survive without Garcia, but he just runs such a tight ship out there. You know, he's kind of the thing that they run through, the floor general. Got a few floor generals out there, but he really makes this team go. He's the motor for Lanier, and everybody kind of runs through him. It's an excellent player to have, and you need that kind of player on your team. Everybody else rallies around.
Lanier hasn't converted all of its opportunities at the line. And Morgan goes 0 for 2. Fears races out in front, Gets to the rack. What a finish. Not quite over yet. 7-point game, and Jeremy Krieger is doing jumping jacks and finally gets a timeout.
17.3, and Lanier continues to falter on the free throws. Maybe you open the door just to crack open, but just
it's still
enough.
ajar. Still ajar.
Just enough to make it interesting.
It's like when you're going to sleep at night and maybe you left the bathroom light on, doors closed, but still got to get up and shut it off. Maybe a bit of a formality, but still got to do it.
You play all 16 minutes in the second half, all 32 in the game, as you mentioned. It ain't over till it's over.
West with those good-looking Nike warm-ups. Ball in. I like that.
I've seen that on a few teams that have used that. Perhaps that's a Nike trademark thing, but solid-looking warm-ups. Like the jerseys from both sides. They're really clean. I really got to say, I like the shoes that many of the Joliet West players are putting on today. Fresh kicks.
Jeremy Krieger with some great kicks.
He does.
Jeremy Krieger's got the Jordan 1s that are black and gold. Big fan.
We've seen a lot of great Jordan 1s this week. Brad Underwood had the orange and blue ones on earlier.
Ball inbounded to Garcia. He's trapped. Needs to go, and he's fouled. Aaron Gant in there to foul as the music continues to play. Didn't seem to distract anybody too much.
Shocked only 2 seconds came off the clock there. Needed to foul as quickly as possible. So they need to bank on a couple misses here. That's what they're hoping for. Garcia could seal the game with a couple makes, perhaps.
He makes the first.
It's huge. Need them down the stretch. Kind of put it behind you, make them when they count.
Garcia back to 8. Garcia and Lanier, I should say. Take a breather, a few bounces. Comes up short on the second. 14 seconds. Fears taking things into his own hands again. No basket, foul on the floor. Fears not happy. Points to the other official and asks for a bailout, but fouled on the floor. And Lanier has done a good job on Fears in the second half with moves like that, just fouling him before he gets to the bucket because he finishes almost everything.
It's smart, and it's a game of adjustments. They know exactly what they're doing, and I have to think that was a halftime thing that they were discussing. So really good adjustments here in the second half by Lanier.
Lanier 81, Joliet West 73, 10.4 to go. Gavin, I posed to you the question, is this it?
I think so. Lanier's looking in good shape. They've played a heck of a ball game. Joliet West just didn't have an answer for Osmar Garcia when he was back in the game. And, you know, Larry, I don't think he sat down in this entire second half. He had plenty of a break there in the first, getting 10-2 on the injury, but he has come out, and I'd probably say my player of the game. He's been the biggest difference maker, clutched up in this second half.
Clutch up indeed. Osmar Garcia with just 13 points, but you mentioned that intangible effect. But how about Jason Nathaniel? 24 points for the big fella, getting it done outside, getting it done inside, getting it down on the boards, some blocks. Even a little trash talk with Jeremy Fears. Maybe that helped. Who knows?
Spark your way and spark your team in any way possible. Jason Nathaniel's done that. Garcia's done that. I really like what I've seen from Landon Suarez. He's hit some big shots. Big-time players do big-time things, Larry.
West needs it. It's big time, guys, for a big-time comeback. Fears almost had the end one. That would have helped. But instead, he'll have to shoot 2.
And I think that, again, it's going to be nearly impossible for West to make a comeback. It seems like the odds are very heavily stacked against them here in the last 9.4, but they know what they did wrong in this game. They'll get back on it. They'll make their adjustments. And again, Jeremy Krieger says this is why they play these games. Get a look at a variety of different squads, and this is what's going to help them be better come March. And they expect to be playing for a state title.
Jeremy Fears up to 24 points now. Stays at 24. Stick back, no. A lot of contact there. West can't find the can. Nathaniel the rebound, and he's shoved out of bounds. Got to be careful in a spot like this. Everybody keeping their composure. And Lanier is about ready to celebrate. They just knocked off one of the best teams in the state of Illinois.
Making their trip worthwhile. Hook 'em.
Hook 'em indeed. I got a feeling that the people in Georgia won't like Lanier's mascot here in a few years once Texas rolls into SEC country. That might be a little awkward.
Might be a little bit, but
Hook 'em?
question mark?
Free throw goes for Jason Nathaniel. If he ends up going to Georgia or another SEC power, he won't be saying hook 'em either.
No, he will not.
But today he is. Jason Nathaniel helping will the Longhorns to a comeback win over West. Second free throw short, but that'll do it. Lanier hooks Joliet West with its first L of the season. In a Georgia versus Illinois battle, Georgia comes out on top.
Excellent matchup, lots of exciting action. It was a lower scoring second half, but plenty of big time three-pointers, dunks in this game. Couldn't ask for much more, and Lanier looking like the real deal.
Joliet West looked like the real deal in the first half, but they couldn't finish, and Lanier, led by Osmar Garcia and Jason Nathaniel, get the job done. They could play for the National Classic title tomorrow, likely against Winter Haven, should they win tonight. I guess we'll find out here in a little bit, but in the meantime, what we do know is today's coverage brought to you by OSF Heath Care. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy. To learn more, visit osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the KBMTOC. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the KBMTOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Lanier wins it over Joliet West. We're going to send it down to the studio where John Camosa and Charlie Schermerhorn are standing by. Guys, take it away.
John Camosa of Clutch Sports Media joining me as reoccurring guest, Charlie Schermerhorn. And Charlie, you've been helping us all week on camera. You've been directing. We've seen some really good games. Let's start with the one that just ended. Lanier, 82-74 win over Joliet West. That was a big-time win out of that team from Georgia.
Well, yeah, it's good to be back, and thank you for having me back again. That was a heck of a game, a nail-biter, some would say, down to the wire. Just a good performance from both squads, and you like to see it.
I think when you look at Lanier, there's so much depth on that team, and Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears had a really good game for Joliet West there, but in the end, Lanier able to hold on. Let's just discuss a few of these games upcoming tonight, and we'll start with the one it might have a little impact on you, nerves, Washington against St. Paul. One win, they get to the championship.
One win, that's all it takes. It's going to be a heck of a game. Washington, obviously, if you've watched any of their games, is known for their defense, and St. Paul is really just known for all-around good play. They can shoot it. They can dunk it, they can throw it down, and they can play defense as well. So it should be a tough game, yet very competitive, very tough, very physical. Overall, just it should be very entertaining.
Definitely, and we talked about this before the interview, and your sister is going to be an honorary ball girl. She's going to be on St. Paul's bench, but your dad, I know he didn't really care for that, and you said she's not going to cheer for either.
No, well, my sister does not care for basketball, really. I mean, she kind of gave it up a couple of years back, but she said that she's going to remain neutral to not upset any teams, nor family or head coaches, anything really. So shouldn't really expect much out of the ball girls tonight, but
that's probably a good thing after having a really good Thanksgiving. You want to bring that into other family events. That's good. There's no bad vibes there. But Charlie, let's go back into that. We'll have some fun with this. Thanksgiving was yesterday. The first time I spent Thanksgiving here. Wasn't here last season, but you can't complain with the spread. You get turkey, mashed potatoes, followed by a late night snack of Monocle's pizza. That's a pretty good way to eat.
It's pretty good. Thanksgiving and Christmas, two of my favorite holidays because of the food. If you've seen me on this show at all, you know that I love my food. Turkey, ham, mashed potatoes, cranberry jelly, anything, I will eat it as long as it is edible and it will make me not hungry anymore, I guess.
Definitely. Yeah. And Charlie, I remember your past interview with Gavin Russell. You talked about making ribs, slow cooking ribs. Have you ventured and tried to deep fry a turkey?
I have not. Well, I can't really say I got enough time to right now, but I would love to. I would love to do that really any time, but be careful, folks. It is a fire hazard, so make sure that you don't burn your house down or garage down when you're doing that.
So let's dive into main course. What's a main? Yeah. We'll switch off here.
Main course.
What's your pick a meat, a side, anything.
A side. Oh.
We'll start with sides.
Yeah, let's start with sides. I got to go with the mashed potatoes. I love mashed potatoes. And I also love a good sweet potato, too.
That's what I said yesterday with Joey. Sweet potatoes, you really can't beat French fries.
No, you can't.
Not the best for you, but they're good. And then,
it's all that matters.
Brisket, ham, chicken, lots of good stuff out there. Aside from the food, we'll talk more about some of these games. What is some of your most anticipated players to watch coming in?
Ooh, well, I think starting off, Jeremiah Fierce is one of the most competitive and entertaining players to watch, not only because he can dunk the ball like a madman, but he can shoot the ball, he can get some steals, and he can really stretch it out on the arc. So he's one to look for. I think that's pretty much one of your star players going forward in this tournament.
Definitely. Well, that's going to be it for this portion of the stream. We are going to reset. We're going to start our next part on YouTube. Follow Clutch Sports Media to catch TOC coverage the rest of the evening. Charlie Schumerhorn alongside John Camosa. Thanks for watching, guys.
Thank you.
Let's just get up.